sticky ball here. The yellow is closest to the 8 ball, and that plant I don't think has come out particularly well. I think he may have left himself a gap between red and yellow there to pop the yellow in the middle of the table long down to the bottom right corner. Well, is he looking to see if this one flicks past the black? Doesn't want to flick the black on the way through. That's not going to drop, so Jordan Evitts will get a chance in this first frame. Looks like he's done his hard work now. A chance goes begging early doors for Matt Steeper. Jordan's just got to be slightly careful here, just to find one of those many gaps between the yellows. He's nearly made a mess of it. Nevertheless, first frame goes his way. Jordan takes the lead in this match. 1 frame to 0. That'll be disappointed. Felt like he was almost out of the woods in his clearance, but that cannon, or plant I should say, didn't really come off. Experienced head on those shoulders though. Sure we'll be seeing him grace the professional ranks next year. Quite easily be seeing both of these players in the professional ranks next year. There's been some really, really talented amateurs coming through this season, but there's sort of 5 or 6 names that really stand out, and these are definitely among those names. Jordan straight back to his seat at dry break. He's not what the doctor ordered. For Matt, a really, decent chance here on yellows. The yellow that cue ball's closest to looks like it goes to the top left. And that yellow over on the left-hand side near the cushion. That's an ideal last ball to land on the 8 ball. Just wants to drift this one in quite softly, you would think. Needs an angle to get back down table. So in the end he's gone for the opposite, played it a bit firmer and giving himself the angle going off the cushion. Might be a tad straight. Needs to avoid any slide off that cushion. He spun it round off the cushions, and that is not ideal. That ball I talked about being the last ball. Pretty much all he can see now. So a reroute necessary. I think the 8 ball will go left centre as well. So the reroute is possible. Just wants to get right behind this next yellow down the rail. We can just top through. That is absolutely spot on. I think that cue was just about held up in time. Perhaps it didn't go to the middle. That's decided to go past it and take it to the corner. He's mighty tight to that red. In it goes, 1-1. Matt can bury the memories of that first frame back in the recesses of his mind. And move on to frame 3. Deb Birchall, our ladies elite winner, elite ladies winner from last night. Deep in conversation there. After a win in the Ladies Open last 16 over Marianne Ward. That's Deb through to the quarterfinals in that event. As Matt Steeper breaks off in frame 3. Well, it's a decent break, but nothing doing for Matt Steeper. Chance for another early break of serve here for Jordan Evitts. And actually, these yellows are screaming out to be potted. Real comfortable pattern here. Probably just wants to be a bit careful about that lone yellow in the bottom half of the table. Would potentially like to get that out of the way sooner rather than later. That will be his penultimate ball now. perfect. He's queuing right over this red. He wants to finish straight on that last yellow if possible. Played it pretty well. It's got a touch of angle, but he can stun this or drop this in or top it through even. I don't think he'd get anywhere near the red. It's back-to-back reverse dishes. And a 2-1 lead for Jordan Evitts. If he can get his break working in the next frame, then a chance to open up a 2-frame lead will emerge. Look on the outer tables. That is a final frame decider, and Morgan McInnes throws his head back in disgust. Stephen Ellis, World Championship quarter finalist, of course, this season. Actually, technically last season, I believe. He will have a chance to book his place in the 4th round. Dead sensible striking needed. Well, this could be a slightly longer frame. Another dry break. Jordan hasn't really got that back arm working yet. But, there's issues here. Number one being the cluster towards the bottom left corner. Red, yellow and 8-ball. Elects to choose yellows. Interesting decision, because that yellow near the 8-ball is so safe. You can't really go into it without a strong possibility of the black going in. See his plan, he's going to try and leave a yellow, I think, to play off the 8-ball. To clear the pocket. I think the issue with that potentially is when you play it off the 8-ball, you're going to move the yellow as well. So you probably want to play it pretty firm. Try and get the yellow out and possibly possible into the opposite corner. Not an easy finish this. But that's certainly not holding back. That might be the shot now. But he's played that very, very well. Good vision there from Matt and good execution. Medicine a little bit with that on there. Now needs to thread the needle slightly. This next shot. Those 2 reds are in the middle of the table, are potentially blockers. He's found the gap. That's another good shot, and Matt Steeper returns serve once again. That is 3 reverse dishes in a row now. At the start of this match. 2-all. Sort of feel that whoever finds their break might be the one that goes on to win this. What do we have from the outer tables this time? Curtis Lee, Liam Roberts, a battle of the professionals, a battle of the Welsh professionals. It's Liam, 4-3 up in that one. It's a first to 7.
Frame number 5, Matt Steeper to break, 2 frames all, time running.
The cue ball was close, but nothing else was. Another dry break. There is something not happening on the break for either of these two players this morning. He's hit them reasonably well. Hard to argue that there's too much wrong with that break. It's just the opportunities they're leaving there. The breaks are coming out decent. Matt had a bit more work to do in the previous frame than perhaps any other, but even then he found the way round. Jordan so far has just had drop-ins every time he's come to the table, which might lessen the sting of the dry breaks a little.
Table 1, Mark Boyle make Morley. Mark Boyle make Morley, table 1. Table 15, Liam Dunster, Jason Hill. Liam Dunster, Jason Hill, table 15. Table 7, Craig Brown, Jake Mueller. Craig Brown, Jake Mueller, table 7. Table 4, Connor Davison and
Jordan
Dean
couldn't get too much closer to this black, so
Table 9, Craig Marsh, Greg Davis. Craig Marsh,
just takes his medicine a little bit, but still knocks it in confidently to re-establish his lead. 3-2 to Jordan Evitts, and it's gone against the break every single frame so far. It is the total opposite of what we'd expect to see. 4 reverse dishes in a row now. Look at that in the middle of your screen, Kevin Barton. Well, he's at the table. He's got a visit for the win. Doesn't look entirely happy with where he is at the moment, though. So much action still going on in the Open. 3rd and 4th round currently underway, and we will be keeping you up to date with as many scores as possible throughout the day. The Ladies Open too. noticeably taken a little bit of pace off that break, has Jordan Evitts, and that is not the key.
Well, one
Clearly.
shot, one visit.
To a good break. He's unlucky to be kicked in off. I mean, again, just a super opportunity for Matt Steeper. Interesting to see what he does here. Both of these colour sets are in quite similar positions. They've both got an awkward one on the cushion. Looks like reds is the choice. Sort of surprised, given that he didn't take that red just above the middle of the table, surrounded by the two yellows, because there is a window in which you can pop that into the right centre, but you've got to be really precise. I think he's played on it now, and he's played that very well. Found that gap. Question then is, where's his last ball? I think it might have to be the one along the rail and then play the 8 ball into the left centre. Be careful playing this plant now, it's slightly off angle.
Extension, please.
To the point where taking his extension just to double check this route. Close eye on this one. Okay. It's kind of betwixt and between here, angle-wise, on either of the next two reds. I've got a visitor to the commentary box. Morning, Mark.
A visitor? I've
Morning.
never been called a visitor. It's good afternoon, Dan.
It's close enough. It feels like morning to me in that kind of a night.
Yeah, what a fantastic final last night. Brilliant. It's worth staying up for.
It certainly was, yeah. Excellent stuff.
Even though we had matchsticks in our eyes, we stayed up, didn't we? To the very end.
I think mine is still in there.
And here we are again. We must be crazy. We've got to be. It's the only word I've got for it at the moment.
It's a good watch, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
And these two are providing us with that so far. If Matt can pop these last two balls, that will be 5 reverse dishes in a row.
I was going to say, I've not seen him miss a ball yet.
No. Well, Matt Steeper missed one in the first frame.
It's only in the amateur final, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, they're not that good, are they?
Oh, well, the 8 ball must go in the bottom right, and that is a bonus. I didn't think it passed that yellow. That must be a vanishingly thin gap through there, but it's obviously there because he wouldn't have played on it otherwise.
And directly behind it definitely helps. Into the far jaw and levels the match up again, Dan.
Yep.
Making your job very easy here, isn't it?
I mean, it's certainly easy to keep track of the stats because it's try, break and reverse dish every single time at the moment.
No, he can't still be playing.
Oh, he is, and this is for the win.
Is it really? Playing against Darren Cook, good player he is as well. Yes, 6-5 up, you can see on the scoreboard there. And it looks like he's only got 2 yellows left.
Yeah, someone put a light in the way. Who did that? That's annoying, isn't it?
I think we need a board or something like that, don't we? A ply board in a way, that'll be a lot better off. Oh, this is over. The chairman's going to be into round 4. Looks like another day off work.
What work? Oh, yeah, concession.
Okay.
So Kevin Barton moves through to round 4 in the open competition.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure Cookie, he was going for pro status this for next season. I'm not sure how that will affect him. Losing a few ranking points there against Kevin Barton.
No, I mean there's a few players that are sort of head and shoulders, aren't there, in the amateur this season? There's a few players that have done really, really well.
Yes.
And then that sort of 8 to 16 bracket
is wide open.
There's
wide open,
there's
and
a lot of
even
potentials.
some like in the lower, like 20s and so on, they've got so much chance of getting in there. So I know Matt Steeper, he's not had the best of seasons this season regarding ranking points, but you know, a win here, all of a sudden he could be in a mix somewhere again.
Yeah. What are the amateur rankings like at the moment?
Well, I'm not really.
Lee Shepherd is head and shoulders above at the top.
Yeah, and he had a good run in the amateur.
Yeah, he will stay there
yesterday. And he was still batting, but he's playing Mark Boyle. I don't know how he got on against Mark Boyle in the Open. I don't know. I know it is because they didn't go on till about 11 o'clock, I think. Oh, Mark Boyle won 7-1 against the number one professional player against the number one amateur player, 7-1.
Yeah, that's
But Lee Shepherd, he's had a fantastic season. And it will be a deserved number one amateur player if that does end up like that after all the points have all been added up, etc.
Hold on a moment, Mark. Stop the presses because we've had a ball off the break.
Wow. This is a rare sight, is it?
This is the first one since the very first frame. Matt Steeper got a ball then as well. He had a chance and he messed it up. So let's see if he can atone for that here. I mean, the reds are nice except for the 8 ball. The yellows are less nice, but obviously there's not really a way that you can get on black, is there, if you go reds? So
no,
it's kind of forced into yellows, really.
Yeah, it's not unless you're dropping down onto it somewhere, but again, it's a very small window.
I think you can see enough of the yellow next to the black to pot it in the bottom right, but it is very tight.
Oh,
Matt was digging in at that one.
rear miss.
Just the second of the match. And Jordan capitalised. Jordan now has the problem that Matt had when choosing his colour set and deciding not to go reds. Because there's no reds in the area either, are there? There's no, you know, if you're playing to break out the 8 ball, it's got to be a really good shot. Caught the near draw. Is it going to make it? Not. I don't think Jordan will be too displeased. I wonder if there was an element of covering the pocket in that shot.
Yeah. I don't think it was one of them must pop ones, was it? But there was a chance of maybe Matt playing a skill shot at some point, but he's just playing a nice containing shot at the moment.
It's a good return, that. Gets a yellow out of trouble, and I mean, he's left Jordan on the 1 ball he doesn't want to pot. Can see other balls, of course.
If Jordan can get this black into play, this will put Matt under a bit of pressure. But you do feel like that this frame is very, very important in the outcome of this match.
Yeah, we're going to be... I think Jordan, with that last shot, has almost forced himself into going game here. So it'll be really interesting to see how he gets that 8 ball into play. How he attempts to.
So it's all about this black ball, Dan.
Or this isn't. Is this okay? I mean, it's never really okay to be going into the ball you want to move and have to pot it.
Can he drop round the back of it and play it into the top corner, or is he? I don't think it's on. It looks tight.
I don't think it goes anywhere. I think he's got to. Well, possibly, yeah. He's played that really well.
Good shot, that is.
That is superb. So once again, Matt Steeper's miss proves pivotal.
It's punished every time.
I mean, everyone's punished everything so far. It's been an astonishing standard, really. Jordan Everts leads by 4 frames to 3.
So there's the last 16 of the Ladies Open. Claire PT against Liz Disney. Claire's just leading that by the odd frame. Not been started too long ago, probably about 10-15 minutes. But, just why Dan just nips out of the commentary box at the moment. Being quickly replaced by our very own Kevin Barton. Kevin, we saw a little bit of your rolling back the years, Paul, on the stream here. So
yep.
A good win there against Darren Cook, because he's a steady hand, and he's not had a bad season either.
Yeah, very, very good play, Darren Cook. Doesn't miss anything. Very robotic. Just got a little bit lucky when I needed, and obviously didn't play too bad. But yeah, Darren Cook, very, very good player. But yeah, I was just passing and I saw Dan nipped out, so I thought I'd keep you company for 10 minutes while he...
Oh, you're waiting for your next game, yeah. Nice feeling he's just using us.
But, what a cracking amateur. Well, I saw the semi-final lineup this morning, I thought, wow. And yeah, what a final. Jordan Everts and Matt Steeper both won an amateur event before.
Matt Steeper beat Ian Whitehorn, and Jordan Everts beat Adam Griffiths. So both know how to win these events, and they're not easy ones to win, let us tell you.
Yeah, the seeds as usual, the pros getting bashed up left, right and centre. There was a few went out last night that I saw.
Yeah, there was. There's a few gone out this morning.
Ross Fernie was a big name that I saw get beat yesterday.
Yeah, he did. Mark Farnsworth, Gareth Ibbott, last night's finalists. They're safely through into round 4 with yourself.
I think I play Gareth. He'll be rubbing his hands. He'll be looking who he's got next after that.
Never a good tie in this. Was the #1 pro player against the #1 amateur player. And that was at the top of the draw, and Mark Boyle won that 7 frames to 1.
Yeah, there's been some great matchups, and there will be continue to be for the rest of the day. But what a final we had last night, Mark. That match.
Yeah, we did, and me and Dan Davey, we spoke about it. There is a video going out very soon about the last frame clearance, and that it was a phenomenal clearance under that pressure, especially when Mark had just won the previous 4 frames, and the crowd was getting behind him, and it was a terrific atmosphere. I'm not sure how Gareth held himself together, but he did, and he's back in the winner's circle.
He had a fair bit of support though, did Gaz? Obviously a popular guy on the tour, and there's quite a few here from the sort of Manchester northwest type region, and he was getting a fair. But at the end of the match, all the crowd were applauding both players after what was an absolute treat, and that's why we put these events on, for those kind of matches and matchups and occasions. It was fantastic, it really was.
There's Mark Farnsworth now, grafting away against a fellow professional player, Matt Davis. Matt Davies has taken the opening frame. He's in a bit of trouble there. Played that a nice little shot off the jaws. So back to this amateur final. Great break and clearance from Jordan Everts there. A little bit of daylight between these two players now. 2 frames he now leads and 3 away from picking up another amateur title. Matt Steeper to break in frame number 9. He's got a ball. Send 2 balls on that top cushion there. Just made both colour sets a little bit tricky. It's all about how we can get into them and make them one of them 2 potable. Work to do. A little bit unlucky there, but I think he did all he could with the angle that he had. He tried to pinch the pocket, pinched it as much as he could with the pace that he was hitting it. Red's in play. How is he going to get that red out? Trying a containing shot. Needs to try and hide the cue ball a little bit. Would love that to have gone over to the far cushion. Didn't quite make it. Players now just be trying to get control of this table, trying to get control of some pockets. Like it's going to be just miscued that, and he's making a mess of these reds. These reds are horrible now. stay away. Just jump back into the comms box with myself and just missed a break and clearance on frame 8. That was all it was. This frame here just gone a little bit scrappy. Just the way they broke out. Matt was a little bit unlucky on his breakout. Otherwise, he'd have took these out. But now these are very untidy. They've all just been, both players have just been trying to get control of this frame. But Yellow's looking in control at the moment, which is Jordan Everett.
Yeah, tricky table this. Oh, that's not the double kiss that Matt Steeper was after. As the door just cracked open for Jordan Evans. Certainly Jordan's frame to lose at this point. This aggressive, is he going potting this and going up table? He's potting it and he's getting beautifully onto that very difficult yellow. That's a great shot.
This is how he's feeling at the moment. You know, he's got a lease of life after clearing up off Matt's break, and then he broke and cleared himself, and this is how he's feeling. He's underdone that a little bit though, just as Will's picking him up. It's just like he quit on it a little bit.
Still a chance here. Could cut this one on the right hand side in, loads of left hand side and go up table. It's a very difficult shot. He doesn't really need to force the issue, so he's not going to. Just going to get this tricky one off the cushion.
Yeah, he knows he's in control of this frame.
Yep.
It's his to lose, really, unless Matt... We know, though, with these blackball rules, one shot can just turn this frame right around.
There's a possible safety here. If Matt can play this red next to the 8 ball and get the cue ball in behind the 8 ball. This is tight.
It's quite clever.
Yeah, it is, because although the yellow still goes, he has essentially covered the pocket for the black now. Though it's easy enough to move that red, so not necessarily.
No, but he's got to start somewhere, hasn't he? By trying to block these two yellows up. What he has done is made sure he didn't give Jordan an easy pot. Even though he has doubled it, it's probably going to give him a chance. And to be honest, Jordan's going to probably have to pull the trigger here. But this is a tricky plant. It can go wrong.
Yeah. The nice thing is here, he can play this with a bit of right hand side and move the 8 ball. He just wants a little flick on it so that the cue ball comes back out into the middle of the table.
Couldn't have played that.
Just like that.
Couldn't have played that any better.
That is superb.
Yeah, very, very good. Very well controlled.
The only problem is that Jordan's actually pushed the black into the top half of the table. So he's now got some traffic to negotiate here.
Don't look the best of angles either.
No, I think he might have to screw this off the side rail. He's got to really get into this.
Just like he's got to just where his hand was then, just below that right centre pocket. This is where he needs to be drawing the white back to.
Well, he's looking at playing this with running side and coming off the side rail. Got to avoid the red.
I like it.
Yeah,
like it. Played it well. Played it well.
6-3. It's all going the way of Jordan Evans at the moment. Man on the left of your screen. Any score updates for us, Mark? I think Mark Boyle has come onto our screens.
1-1. Wade Morley won, Mark Boyle won. We had Mark Farnsworth on a screen earlier. He was 1-0 behind against Matt Davis. Gio Edgar, he's 3-1 up against Eddie Roberts. Ian Shields 3-1 up against Connor Davidson. There's the update for that score there, 2-1 to Mark Boyle. Liam Dunster's playing Jason Hill, 1 apiece. Jake Dillon Newlove 2, Craig Brown 1. Jake Dillon Newlove got to the semi-finals of this amateur event that we're watching at the moment. Craig Marsh is 4-3 ahead against Greg Davis, who also had a good run in the amateur event. Keep you up to date with some of them. And I can tell you, Matt Davis is 3-0 ahead against Mark Farnsworth. That's just come up onto my screen.
That would be a big upset with Mark, the returning Mark Farnsworth.
Yeah.
As he's now known forever.
Yeah.
Oh, and Jordan Everett's break is working as well. Last ball rolling goes in. But yeah, if Matt, that would be a big scalp for Matt Davis. A huge boost to his confidence as well, because it's not been the easiest of debut seasons on the professional circuit for Matt.
No. Our very own Dan Davey, he was 6-0 up against Harry Irwin. It's now 6-1, but he seems to be flying. Hope to get out of some commentary work from Dan Davey. No, we won't be hearing a lot from him today, because he will be travelling home as soon as he's finished playing, but having a good run at the moment, as he normally does, so fingers crossed he can go on a little bit further, and who knows, we could be talking to him at the end of the day, picking up the trophy.
Big shot here from Jordan. Needs to break out that red nicely. That's not the one.
Don't think it goes. I don't.
No, it doesn't.
Like, not from our camera angles.
I think he was a little bit annoyed at his previous shot. I think he wanted to be straighter on that, so that he could have played that with more pace. And then he also wanted to take the one to the middle, but he had too much angle. So now, big double coming up. Nothing doing. What's he going to leave Matt Steeper? Not a great deal, it looks like. A good safety shot if that's what Jordan was playing. Possibility of playing yellow off of red into the left centre here. Perhaps just flicking off that same yellow closer to the cue ball and trying to get in behind the two of them. There's an angle and a weight where that is possible, but it's got to be played absolutely perfectly. That's almost there. He has left Jordan a sight at this one on the right hand side.
It looks quite a useful shot, but yeah, as you say,
I don't know if this doubles and goes past the red. For me is the question. Bit of pace, can he hold it up?
he had to swerve it as well. I'll tell you what, a bit of pace, that would have flicked off that yellow.
Table really has turned over now in favour of Matt Steeper. Nice angle if he wants to break that yellow off the left hand side now. Take the yellow next to the 8 ball. Not yet. Try and get into those three, the top half of the table, and that hasn't come as far as he wanted. I think he was trying to land in the gap between the three of them there. Give himself a chance to take one of the two closest together up to the top right. We'll see him take this yellow to the left centre. Where he lands after this might depend on what he takes on next, because there's plenty of potential safety down in this corner of the table. The way this has come out, he's definitely not going to be attacking from here. Just slide off this yellow he's closest to. Behind one of the two yellows or 8 ball. And I think he's overdone that with the cue ball. I think he's left a gap here, Mark. Jordan can see the red in the middle of the table up to the top right.
Yeah, definitely can.
does the red down the rail pass to the top left? Because if it does, it's a huge bonus. Screw the cue ball across to it. I think he's going to have to hope it does. If not, he's going to have to play it as a plant. Unless he goes up to the top left first and screws back and makes that his last ball. That's going to be a very difficult positional shot to get from last red to 8 ball. But I don't think he's got much choice. Drop this in. Dead weight. Oh, dead weight. Overdone that.
I think he needed to hit the bottom, well, the lower part of the jaw, just to pinch the pocket.
I think he could have just hit it a bit softer, to be honest, Mark.
Yeah.
He really, you know, perhaps a little bit of adrenaline because...
It's getting close.
Yeah, yeah. Getting close to that winning line. That could have been for 7-3, and that's a massive lead. Can he get out of the snooker? He can. That's a great shot. It's not going to help him.
No, not where that red's gone either. No. Lifeline for Matt Steeper in this amateur final, one that he's been waiting for. Now, can he capitalise on this? And can he get a little bit closer to Jordan? Okay. Not perfect, but okay.
Yeah, definitely got more angle than he'd want. Yeah. He's now going to choose to take the yellow next to the 8 ball for exactly that reason. Not an unhelpful little flick, that.
It's not, but it's still a loose cue ball. He needs to get this cue ball under control. Hopefully, after this shot, he should be back in prime position. He's making this a little bit harder than it needs to be, but again, he's all right. That red, you know, it's not in the best positions for Jordan.
There's an argument that he takes the other yellow here.
It's just a natural angle. Either come twice across, or is wow, shot that is.
Terrific. That is a terrific shot.
Made this clearance very easy now. From yellow to black.
It's there. 6-4. And for the first time in the match, really. That's really the first mistake that Jordan has made. Big mistake, I think. There's Matt Davis at the table. 3-1 up on Mark Farnsworth now.
And he's looking like probably going 4-1 ahead. It don't look too difficult. One could pot here, and it could well beat 4 frames to 1. Looks like he's playing a containing shot, is he?
Oh, he's underdone
He's
that.
played a double. That's not a very good visit, Matt.
No.
He'll be disappointed with that one.
Yeah, because actually he had a huge area. In playing that to a shot, as a shot to nothing, had a massive area to get the cue ball in there. Just didn't bring it back far enough. Matt's cue ball is close to going in off. And there's nothing down.
Story this match, hasn't it, Dan? Dry breaks.
Absolutely. Working out his problem reds. Those two in the middle of balk. I don't think either of those go to the corner pockets. Doesn't look that way to me. visit is not getting any easier for Jordan Evans. Broken one red out, but needs to break another one out now.
I do feel like, though, if this just come out well and he gets onto his next red, he will then go within a frame of picking up another amateur title. And as it come out,
Oh, that
brilliant.
is beautiful. That is judged to absolute perfection. Take another look at that.
Perfect angle left on this red to drift down table for the red on the bottom cushion.
Yep, anywhere within 2 or 3 inches of the bottom rail, and he'll be very happy here. That will do. Perhaps a touch soft.
Just over 3 inch probably.
Yeah.
But again,
Let's
he's
not get
fine.
into that conversation.
No, definitely not. But he's fine. It was perfect, really. Brilliant shot. Been a good clearance, this has.
The black drops in. Jordan Evans 7-4 up, 1 away from an amateur title. Coming up next, Corey Reese versus Curtis Lee, a battle of the Welshmen in the Open last 32. So Matt Steeple will be hoping we don't see that game for a little while yet. Can he emulate Mark Farnsworth from last night, pull off a huge comeback, or can he go one better and actually finish the job?
Frame number 12, Jordan Evans to break, leading 7 frames to 4, time running.
When you need a break to go your way.
I think Jordan Evans just give the table such an evil look then.
I mean, I don't blame him. He hasn't caught that break entirely well.
No. There's not been
but
too many threaten the bags, is there? Not
Ah.
too many.
there's a yellow hanging over the left corner, centre. And actually look at the split. It's a decent hit. He's obviously got a good contact on it.
Yeah. The only thing missing was a ball potted. Matt Steeper, you know, he's going to have to, if he does clear these up, he's going to need a successful break of his own. And then maybe we can talk about having a deciding frame. Well, at the moment, Matt is right up against it, needs the remaining 4 frames. Useful shot.
Yeah, the question mark for me here is, does that red to the right of the black go to the right corner? It's really tight.
I think it just comes off the far jaw. Oh no,
No, I
it
don't think it
obviously
does.
didn't.
Yeah, played on it now. It's a good shot.
Very good. Very good pace shown. Very well controlled. Brilliant from Matt Steeper. He's not out of this yet, Dan.
No, he's not.
Just hold himself together.
He's got a bit of a bonus as well with that yellow over the left centre. It means he didn't have to worry too much about the angle for this one because it's such a big pocket. He can really get into this cue ball from this shot. Bring the cue ball back.
Like that.
Really nice stuff from Matt Steeper. Another reverse dish in this match.
7-5 will be Matt Steeper to break in frame number 13. He needs a ball. He'll be praying for a ball. I'm sure all you Matt Steeper fans out there be praying he gets one as well. Mark Boyle 3, Wade Morley 3. That game's heating up there. On table number, I'm sure that's table number 1.
Yes, it is. How about that 6 reverse dishes in this match? That's got to be getting on for a record, hasn't it?
Yeah, great standard. Yeah, Mark Boyle in this match that we're just looking at now. He was leading 3-1. Wade's made a bit of a mini fight back, and he's at the table now. Is he going to take the lead? Tell you what, don't look a bad chance.
Frame number 13, Matt Steeper to break.
Back to the amateur final though. This is what we're concentrating on. Frame 13, Matt Steeper needs a ball. It's a must get ball. Good break. Oh, his balls are flying in everywhere now. It's not a bad split.
That's one of the match so far.
Yeah. Not that we've got much competition or
Well, I don't know, we've had some great splits, just haven't had great splits with balls going in.
yeah.
These yellows are actually pretty glorious, aren't they?
They are. It's just about when he pots this, what's he cannoning into? Don't want to be making too much of a mess because, as you said, it's a glorious split.
Yeah, it just depends how full he's going to hit that yellow. If it's very full, he can afford to play this with a bit more pace. If he's catching it thin, then less pace required. Doesn't want to push it up onto that red.
It's imperative he leaves himself on his next yellow. If it's one in the top corner, one in the top right, I tell you what, it don't look good.
I think he's on very little.
Oh, does that pass? That looks mighty, mighty tight. As you said, if he is hitting it thick, maybe should have played with a bit more pace.
I think it's worth taking that on because it's one of those that A, might slide in off the near jaw,
Yeah.
and B, if it doesn't, that is a pocket that Jordan Evans definitely needs.
Oh,
He
it's
nailed it.
heart of the pocket.
Not getting any easier. Don't think he's on.
If you can take that in the top left next, then
Yeah, I just don't know if he's on it. He might have to play this to the tracer's side.
as we know, makes the pot a little bit more difficult.
He's getting down. He's queuing quite straight on it. So
Yeah, not cool.
yeah,
Fine.
probably had to play that a little bit thick.
Played it at a clever pace as well, giving it every chance of dropping in.
And now the hard work should be over, you would think. Just got to get right in behind this last yellow into the centre pocket. It's a little bit off angle. So I think he can just take his medicine here, drop this in, and then he'll have to use that red stopper for the cue ball, his last yellow. Just drop this in. Should just nudge the red. Hold for the 8 ball.
Oh. Dreamy. Great shot. Simple. Black into the right centre. And he's gone within 1. We did say we might start talking about a last frame decided if he got within 1. And now he's got a chance. But he's going to have to sit and wait and be patient and hope he gets another chance.
Well, the way that Jordan Everett's break has come out so far in this match, it would surprise no one. No one at all, I don't think. Were Matt Steeper to be back at the table in the next frame. From what I can see, I think Jordan's maybe made a ball on 2 breaks.
Facing out against Lame Dunster, one
think it might
frame
be one.
apiece. I think they're just playing just behind us, aren't they?
Yep.
Just outside this door.
Leading 7 frames to 6. Time running.
Contacting 6 simulators, please. Hero Whitaker and Rhiannon Graham. Hero Whitaker and Rhiannon Graham, table 6, please.
Oh, he's took a bit off that. He's got a ball though.
He's
got a ball.
He's got a ball. He's got a chance. So much pressure on this. Because this is the chance he's been waiting for. This is the moment he has the opportunity to get over the line. With it being 7-6 and Matt's break in the decider, if we were to get there, this may be his only chance. Doesn't want to flick that, yellow over the red.
It's gone wrong.
It's gone very wrong.
Dear, are we going to see another bit of drama? Another twist is happening. Just things like that. That's going to start ramping up the tension.
I think he just covers the pocket here, Mark.
Yeah.
I don't see the advantage in potting this.
Oh, he has gone to pot it. Because of the pace he's played it at.
Yeah, he was going for those. He was going all out for that finish. It's hard to blame him. Like I said, you know, you might only get one chance. I don't hate that. I like it when players play with that kind of confidence. It was a difficult shot down the rail, and it has left the door just ajar here for Matt Steeper. There's work to be done. Jordan now only has one all tied up. He's a very aggressive player, is Matt. He's not one to shy away taking on a finish.
Yeah, but if he does connect with this yellow, this left-hand cushion, you just feel it could track down near the reds. He's going to have to try it.
Oh, that's come out a dream. I say that. Last roll of the cue ball.
Still got a choice of another 2 yellows.
Yeah, it's not too bad, but
It's all about that yellow on the bottom cushion then. I think it passes the red. It looks like that red's far enough off the cushion. Taking the more difficult one of the 3, if you ask me, this shot.
I think he had to take that.
Great shot. Great shot. We're getting closer to a decider, but there's still a few shots to be played in this one yet. And every shot.
Oh, Matt Steeper. That could be the moment. Jordan Everts is out of his chair like Usain Bolt out of the starting blocks. He's absolutely ran out of his seat there. Matt's livid with himself. Pressure does funny things. Pressure does funny things. That's an interesting shot there from Jordan. That has gone terribly. He's left such an awkward shot now. I think he's got to take this one up to the top left. Oh, well, does this go into the middle?
Oh.
That's a result. I think that previous red passed to the centre pocket. That's not good news either, because he's just covered the black in every pocket, really, except left, middle and the 2 top ones. So now this final positional shot is that much tougher. Trying to leave himself an angle to drift down off this one in the middle. Has he got enough angle? It's not bad, but he's going to have to play this harder than you would like. That Steeper's giggling away in the background there. What a pressure shot this is. The pot's there. Has he got enough on the cue ball? Is it going to go behind the yellow? It's perfect. It couldn't be better, really, from where he ended up. And he sunk the black into the far side of the pocket. Drops in, and Jordan Evitts is the British amateur champion here in Newcastle. He wins by 8 frames to 6. An excellent performance, particularly considering how his breaks were coming out for most of that match. Superb from both players, as usual. Matt had the chance to force a decider. That yellow might just haunt him for a little while. Not in the Open anymore, so that's the end of Matt Steeper's weekend. Still a successful one, amateur final. Nothing to be sniffed at. So, before we crack on with the rest of the proceedings today in the Open, we'll hand over to Mark Pickworth for the trophy presentation.
Thanks, Dan, and wow, another final that's pretty much had absolutely everything. Unfortunately, there has to be a loser, and Matt Steeper, please come up and just have a few words. Matt Steeper, everybody. Matt, I know it's probably a tough one to take, and obviously you're pleased to get to the final, but a few things didn't go your way, and there was definitely quite a few dry breaks for both of you.
Yeah, we both struggled with the breaks. Well, I didn't say we struggled really. We was hitting the balls well, just nothing was dropping, but it was a bit to and fro. And then at the end there, I thought, well, I'm on a bit of a roll now. I'll get that one, and then a bit of momentum, and then obviously go in the decider. But I got a bit giddy on that last yellow.
And let's talk about the momentum where you got 7-4 behind you. You thought you was out of it the way that Jordan was breaking.
Yeah.
It was all going for him. But to make that mini fight back to 7-6,
yeah,
we thought it's probably going to be a bit of a decider.
Yeah, because he made I think he just won a ball to go 7-4 when he snookered him saying, and then I thought it gives me a lifeline. I got to 6-4, then 7-4, and then I felt as though I had a bit of momentum going, and I was queuing all right and felt good, and then maybe should have stunned that yellow rather than roll it through.
And on a personal note, you've had a bit of a quiet start to the season, but to finish off, get into a final, you've got to be pretty happy with yourself.
To be fair, I'm well happy. I didn't expect this. I've had a new queue for about a week and a half, so I didn't expect to get this far really. I've not had much practice with it. It's a different spec to what I'm to what I'm used to. So I'm quite happy getting to the final, but obviously no one likes losing finals, so it'll hurt for a while, but I'll get over it.
I'm sure we'll see you back as well, but fell a little bit short today, but well played to Matt Steeper, everybody.
Cheers,
thanks, Matt. Well, he's done it again. He's going to be another amateur champion, Jordan Evitts, everybody. Jordan, obviously winning another amateur event. Does it get any easier?
Definitely not. No, this one was definitely not. This one was a lot harder throughout the competition because I felt like in the Isle of Man there was less participants travelling over. So this one in Newcastle definitely felt a lot harder, and I had to be a lot more clinical on all my clearances.
But against these amateur players, such as Matt Steeper, and even in your previous one that you mentioned against Adam Griffiths, they're really tough competitors, and it's not an easy thing to try and get to an amateur final.
Well, no, you have to give huge respect to Matt, because I think in the last 2 years he's been in the top 16 of the amateur and should be turning professional if he chose to. So you have to give him as much respect as possible, because he's always there in every final, semi-final, every competition, and so he's doing something right.
And in that last frame there, you was feeling the nerves pretty much throughout, because you didn't really have.
Could you not tell I was shaking?
I can even tell you're really shaking now, because it means so much to you, and obviously trying to win, a second title obviously means the absolute incredible world to you.
Yeah, after the first one, a lot of players and like people at home always have a lot of I have a lot of weight on my shoulder because they always expect me to do well, and for myself I don't ever expect it to win a first one, let alone a second one and stuff like that. So to be competing with all these boys and still showing that I can compete with them, it's just yeah, just a huge congratulations for me, really.
And you know, aspirations for the coming season and that. Have you got any visions of what you want to do with yourself at all? With your career?
No, I might be dropping off the tour actually.
Okay.
I might not be playing next year because me and my partner have got a baby on the way, so
Oh,
I might be
well,
retiring. So nobody
congratulations.
has to deal with me on the tour anymore.
Well, if that is the case, and that's what it is, and no doubt we'll probably see you back to winning ways at sometime in the very near future. But at the moment, you are going to be the British Open Amateur Champion.
Thank you
Jordan Evitts, everybody. We'll take some photos. Okay, so that pretty much wraps up the amateur final. We're going to be bringing you the conclusion to both of the Open events, so just make sure you join us in a few minutes and we'll be back right with you.
Yep, the amateur competition wrapped up. The ladies' amateur competition wrapped up. The professional competition wrapped up. And the ladies' elite competition wrapped up. Just 2 to go here in Newcastle this weekend. 4 down. We cut over to the outer tables while the table gets ready for the next match and watch a surprising miss from Liam Dunster up against Jason Hill. Currently trailing by 2 frames to 1. And looking at the state of that table, could be 3-1, but Jason's got problems of his own. And yeah, that's on table 16. 2 more titans of the professional ranks going head to head. Gareth Hibbert had a late night last night. 10-9 winner over Mark Farnsworth in the professional final. Doesn't look like he's showing any signs of fatigue at all. Raced into a 4-1 lead over the chairman, Kevin Barton. Kev, of course, came through his last round against Darren Cook, 7-5, but Gareth Hibbert is an entirely different proposition. Genuine legend of the game. One of those words that's highly overused, but I think in that case, very much justified. On the other side of the arena, last night's losing finalists there. Mark Farnsworth, waiting patiently. Matt Davis to work out his next shot. And Matt leads that game by 5 frames to 2. Bit of an upset on the cards in that one. Looks like Matt has a fair bit of control in that frame as well, so he's to lose. So many cameras, so many games going on. Nice to be able to cut to them. Wade Morley there. Looked like he knocked in the black for the next frame, so I think that would make it 5-3 to Wade. Not sure if our scoring system is updated already or not. Yeah, it is 5-3. There we go, confirmation at the bottom of your screen. So, Mark Farnsworth and Mark Boyle, two of the very best players this season. Mark, head and shoulders really. Boyle, that is. But, both Marks potentially on the verge of exits at the last 32 stage. That would be a story. And that break from Mark Boyle has not gone to plan. That last yellow rolling didn't quite make its way into that right centre pocket. So a chance then for Wade to take a 3-frame lead and move on to the hill. A few other scores from around the grounds. All professional battle between Nathan Bridges and Drew Hughes. That's currently at 4-all. Corey Reese versus Curtis Lee then in the last 32 is our featured match. Corey with a great win on the stream table yesterday over Liam Dunster. Curtis waiting patiently there. Always looks very focused, Curtis. Quite relaxed as well. Corey, a little less so, a bit more twitchy. Looks tired, bless him. These really are long weekends, they do take it out of you. Not just the crew, players as well. Reese currently ranked 4th in professional ranks, up against Curtis Lee, currently ranked 17th. So Corey a reasonably heavy favourite here, you would say. Multiple event winner. Curtis always there or thereabouts. Yet to make a real dent. The IPA. Breaks like that. He's caught that second ball down on the cut break far too thin. Just hardly any power through the pack at all. He's made a ball, but this could be a very long frame. turn the table over to Corey, and I think we're going to see a little of this now, just a bit of cat and mouse. There's not really any colour set worth going for at the moment. So I will just continue to take you through some of the current scores. This frame sorts itself out. David Adenall hasn't had the best weekend, but is 4-0 up on Wayne Jones at the moment. The Manxman looking like he's sailing through to the last 16. Saw Stephen Ellis and Morgan McInnes taking each other on earlier as well. Stephen Ellis came through that final frame decider. Currently 2-all. Adam Griffiths. Mark Farnsworth there we saw on the comeback trail against Matt Davis. Matt gave up his advantage in that frame and was obviously dished in the next by the looks of things. Mark back to within one. Almost finished now in the third round. Last 64. John Sullivan and Chris Bowron, final frame decider on table 5. Nathan Bridges 5-4 with Drew Hughes. Nathan trailing that one 4 frames to 5, I should say. There is one game yet to start, and it's because Jordan Evans, amateur winner, is yet to play Pete Fisher. The game will be starting shortly. Back to the action here. Curtis Lee has manufactured an opportunity on reds. He's working his way around the table. Not an easy one by any stretch of the imagination. Red in the centre of the table does go to the left centre. Like he's trying to play that now as perhaps a double plant, is he? Needs a flick off the yellows. Oh, it's not there. And now, this is a better opportunity than it looks at first glance for Corey Reese, because all these yellows go. On angle now to swing the cue ball round behind the black. He leaves himself nicely on that yellow just above the 8 ball there. This finish really could open up nicely for Corey. Gone a bit far. He might have second prize, because I think the gap he's landed in looks to me as if the right hand of those 4 yellows will pop. You can see enough of it. So this will open things up. Still going to have to come back for that tricky one. Above the 8 ball later on, but won't have the opportunity to, possibly, because Curtis Lee is back at the table. Corey Reese has missed that yellow, missed it thin. Didn't think that was possible, to be honest. Table is fraught with problems for Curtis, though. Can play another plant to the centre pocket now. He's closest to, he can flick that. The red if he wanted to, but the 8 ball doesn't go anywhere. It's also the question of the red on the right hand side of the table. That doesn't go anywhere either. Running out of balls to make a difference with here. I think this might just be a containing shot, just cover the pocket. Doesn't want this to drop. We're still in control of this frame though. Probably worth getting rid of the yellow he's closest to now. He's going to take this up the rail. If it goes in, then it's not the end of the world. If it doesn't and covers the pocket, he'll be reasonably happy with that as well, I suspect. Checking out the angle now for the skill shot. Can Corey punch this yellow into the right centre? Bring the cue ball down table and knock the red in as well. That would make him a big favourite in the frame. I have to dig at it. Nailed it. Tap of the knee in appreciation from Curtis after that shot. It was a good one. It's difficult to see how we can go for the finish from here. We are going to see a safety shot played now. Has gone for a containing safety. That has not gone entirely to plan. He wanted to leave that yellow somewhere near. It's a good shot. I don't think it's total snook. So Curtis has got to hit a red and a cushion as well after contact. You can see a very fine edge of the red that he doesn't want to move. So once he moves this, it opens up the frame for Corey. On for a bit of a hit and hope, and it could be worse. Pressure's on now for Corey Reese. Can pot the yellow he's closest to in the middle. The only other yellow he can pot is very difficult and hampered queuing. But I think he's just looking at a safety here. I think he's going to try and get the cue ball in behind the 8 ball. As he managed it, I think he's done just about enough there. I think Curtis can see a very fine edge. The closest red. See most of the second red, but that would be a horribly thin cut. Possible though, and I don't see a lot of other options. Maybe a double. Well, the pressure has told on Curtis there. Shot clock 2. I don't think he had as much time as he would have liked to line that up. Now the opportunity comes. Corey Reese to get this opening frame on the board. Short of pace. to be straight behind his next yellow. Quite a lot of angle now. Yellow on the rail will go into the centre pocket. Again, it's one we'd like to be close to. There is going to be some serious distance here. Can't afford to play this too softly and allow the cue ball to deviate at all. Missed it. He has missed it. And I think he's left Curtis on here. So be careful not to glue the cue ball onto the second red. Played it with a bit of pace. That's an error. Corey Reese. Was a tough pot. Nevertheless, it goes down in the scorecard as a miss. Curtis Lee takes the opening frame. This last 32 match. At the IPA British Open. That will settle him down, and I don't think Corey will be too worried just yet. So Curtis definitely needs to get that break sorted out. That was dreadful. More scores coming in for you. Matt Davis and Mark Farnsworth still 5-4. Obviously in a bit of a battle in that frame. Gareth Hibbert one away. Gareth Hibbert, I was going to say, 6-2 up against Kevin Barton, but he has just completed that victory through to the last 16. The professional winner from yesterday. Craig Marsh is also through to the last 16 after a bit of a tussle with Greg Davis. He came through a final frame decider.
Frame 2. Corey Reese to break, trailing 1-0. Time running.
There's the action here, and another two Welshmen in action. Corey Reese to break in this one. Let's hope he can get us off to a better start than Curtis did. Oh yes, that's more like it. Ball drops in. It's a tough table, this actually. Almost everything flying over to the left-hand side.
Extension, please.
Corey's got a tricky yellow as an opener, whichever way he goes. Doesn't really have a red to start on. He's going to be forced into yellows here, you would think. They do all have pockets. The 8-ball. The 8-ball's tricky to get on to an open pocket, but if you don't have to move anything, it's not the most difficult shot in the world to play it off the red on the bottom rail. So there's a bit of insurance there with that red. So the yellow that's directly below the cue ball at this point wouldn't be a bad last ball. Nice effort that from Corey. Slightly short of pace perhaps, but I think he can dig in to the cue ball. Spin it across to the left-hand side rail. Be happy if the cue ball's anywhere between those two reds to the left of the two yellows that are together. Will do. It's a little between the two here. Need to be higher, Hubel. Rerouting again. Had to leave himself on the yellow that I suspect he was originally planning to be his last ball. Spin this cue ball across off the side rail and back out. Leave that last yellow up to the top left. She's done. And he's now got a nice angle, actually. Screw back. Play the 8 ball into the bottom right corner. There. And Morley levels the scores at 1-1. With a break dish. Wade Morley and Mark Boyle still battling it out for their places in the last 16. Wade Morley still leading that match, but just by the odd frame now. 5-4. Oh, correction. 5-all.
Frame 3, courtesy to break.
So we said both Mark Farnsworth and Mark Boyle could be heading out. I can tell you that Mark Farnsworth now leads Matt Davis by 6 frames to 5. And it looks like Mark Boyle could well be completing the comeback against Wade Morley as well. Much better break from Curtis this time. of the big names in the tournament in a little bit of trouble is Liam Dunster, trailing Jason Hill with 4 frames to 2. And the winner of that game will play the winner of Boyle versus Morley, so there's a potential Boyle versus Dunster clash there in the last 16, but also a potential Morley versus Hill. Both of those games are very much in the balance. Joining me in the commentary box is the recently defeated chairman, Kev Barton, coming fresh off a bit of a hiding from Gareth Hibbert.
Yep, I won't be the first, I certainly won't be the last. But, it was a good game, enjoyed the game. 7-2, fair result. Had a few chances that I missed, and if there's one player in the world right now you don't want to miss any chances to, it's Gareth Hibbert. But, yeah, just get...
You'd think he'd be tired, wouldn't you?
Well, I tried to drag it out as long as I could, but no, he is still firing on all cylinders. It just makes the game look so easy sometimes. There's a couple of clearances I'm thinking, oh, these are a bit tricky. And, you know, a couple of shots later, it's like, easy peasy. So, yeah, he's still queuing very well. And he's got a potential match-up in the next round with Mark Farnsworth. If Mark Farnsworth wins, although he's in a bit of a tussle with Matt Davis. I think it was 6-5 to Mark this time I checked.
We were just saying that, the last 16, potentially, you've got Boyle versus Dunster, but also, as you just mentioned, Hibbert versus Farnsworth. Both of those could be last 16 ties.
Crazy.
That is... wow. Now, we're focusing on this match in front of us, Corey Reese and Curtis Lee. Curtis had a better break this time round, in terms of the balls actually came apart. But it did open up this opportunity for Corey Reese. Perhaps not ideal from Curtis's standpoint. Just starting to settle down now, Corey. The first frame was a really tense tactical affair. The break was awful. Nothing moved. You know, one ball went in and 2 just about got the other side of the centre pockets. But Corey's starting to fizz now a little bit. He's starting to get that cue ball doing the work for him. They'll take a 2-1 lead here. Corey to break in the 4th as well, having dished his first.
Curtis as well has not played on the stream that many times, so it's going to take him a little bit of time to settle into the environment.
He's solid, isn't he, Curtis? But he's never really sort of torn up a tournament.
Yeah, he's. I think he's one of these players that's got plenty of talent. He just needs to believe in himself a little bit more, and you know, just trying to hit the ball with a little bit more positivity. But certainly you can't fault him for effort and you know, his commitment. Jason Hill fought up against Dunster with a chance of getting the next frame, which he has done.
Did you see the look on his face? Didn't want to hit that yellow.
2 frames to 1. Time running.
Wow.
Straight black for a 5-2 lead. Yeah, I know they are on the clock. On one of the
Really?
outside tables. No mistake.
5-2. Talked about there being upsets on the cards. That would certainly be one. No disrespect to Jason at all, but there wouldn't have been many people backing him against Liam.
No, he's definitely second favourite, and he would know that. But as we see in tournament after tournament, nothing surprises anymore.
One banana skin has been avoided. Mark Farnsworth has found his way through to the last 16. He will face Gareth Hibbert. That's a rerun of last night's final.
Yep.
Revenge, perhaps, for the local Mark Farnsworth.
Yeah, I'm sure it's... see, if you ask him, he's not going to say it is, but it'll be
in the back of his mind, won't it?
Of course it will, yeah.
Terrific shot that from Corey Reese, but he's just run too far. Have to leave himself some distance with his next one. Has got a ball over the bottom left corner. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. I just wonder if that 8 ball actually goes or not. Pretty close to that red.
Yeah, if it doesn't go, I think he'll be playing a safety. That tells me it goes. I don't think he'd risk.
It looks a lot cleaner from the main camera angle, doesn't it? The overhead looks tight. The main camera angle, you wouldn't even question it, I don't think.
It's not going to be ideal.
No, I don't think he went quite far enough the previous shot. He had to pot that one thick.
Not sure if those two yellows that together plant into the middle off the red. On the overhead, it looks like it's a possibility.
Yeah, I think you'd have to hit the first of the yellows a little thin, maybe, and then it might do. There you go. Terrific shot.
Great call by the commentator.
I wasn't going to give you any credit. Well, that black must go. But I think it's close enough to the red that you've got to be nicely on it.
Yeah, I mean he could try to move it from his last yellow.
Risky.
Yeah, very risky. But he's going to have that option. He's played that well, so he's now got the option where he wants to put the white ball as to how he wants to play play his last yellow.
If you were going to attempt to move that 8 ball, how would you approach it? Would you want to come maybe off the back cushion first and sort of half ball into the red?
No, I think you need to hit it into the black.
Just if you catch it too full, that would be my worry.
Well, the way he's lining it up, he thinks he can pot it direct. Just a little soft stun down to quite to the bottom cushion.
No, I think he's got to be a good couple of inches off the bottom cushion. I think if he gets too close to the bottom cushion, then trouble.
Somewhere about there.
This does look so tight from the overhead.
Referee will be keeping a close eye on this one. Absolutely no problem.
Easy as you like, and Corey Reese continues a fine run of 3 frames from the break. Break dish again. He now leads by 3 frames to 1, and Curtis Lee hasn't really seen the table since frame number 1. Perfect pull so far from Corey. Now, is Mark Boyle walking back to his seat there? He is, isn't he?
5-all with Wade Morley, and I think he's missed his last yellow.
What has he left for Wade?
I don't think he can get one in the top corner.
No.
Look like they're blocking each other. Nip in the middle, that first red, but difficult to tell. It's nip and tuck on that one, that's for sure. I think Mark was way ahead in that one. So Wade, I think, has clawed it back.
No, it's the other way around.
Oh, was it the other way around?
Yeah. Yeah, Wade was either 5-2 or 5-3 up. That's the best break of the match from Curtis Lee by a long margin. It's miles better than his previous 2.
Can assure you he won't be going for reds. He's got a little bit of work to do. There's one problem ball.
Yeah, just the
Extension, please.
yellow closest to the camera there. Doesn't have an angle to get on it now, does he? He's just the wrong side of this yellow on the breaking line. Racking line, I should say.
So he's going reds. No, no, definitely yellows. So, had me fooled for a minute then.
See there in the bottom right corner of the screen. Our next feature match. Jake Hill and Newlove versus Dean Shields.
That's a tasty match.
It is.
It's a very tasty match.
Also a latest score coming through at the bottom of the screen. Hill on the hill. Jason Hill leads Liam Dunster by 6 frames to 2. And you'd have to say that would represent, well, were Jason to win one of the next, 5, that would represent a pretty poor weekend for Liam.
Yeah, by his standards, definitely. But if Jason does get over the line, I certainly won't be stood within 10 yards of him for the next few weeks.
Nice shot there from Curtis. No, I don't think we'll hear the last of that.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be detailing frame by frame on the trip home to his friends. So they've got that to look forward to. If he can get over the line, you know with Liam, he's a dangerous animal when he's behind. We've seen him come back many times before.
Oh, Curtis, that is poor.
And that's what I mean about Curtis. He just needs to hit those type of shots with a bit more authority. He's almost hoping it's going to go in.
Yeah.
You know, he's way short of pace. He's hit it far too thick. And yeah, I'd just like to see him just go out there, play a bit more freedom, and yeah, just give a bit more authority on his shots.
Big shot here for Corey. To pop this red over the corner. If he could screw straight back and leave the red that's above the cue ball now into the left centre, then that would be a big problem solved.
Yeah, I mean it goes in the bottom left as well.
It does actually, yeah. I thought it was a bit closer to that yellow, but you're right. He can play on that in the next couple of shots. obviously. That's that tricky one down the rail. There's nothing really he can do about that but land on it. Quite methodical, Corey, isn't he? We talk about him being from the sort of Welsh pool, school of pool, in the sort of Marshy and Ben Davis, you know, vein. But he's a bit more methodical than those two players.
Yeah, and when we were talking to him yesterday after his victory, when he was on the stream, he said he's working on a few things. I think he is trying to quicken up a little bit because he is a better player when he quickens up and doesn't second guess himself as much.
Yeah, I agree.
I think he's definitely preferring, the stream forces your hand to play in a certain way.
Yeah.
And I think it's definitely helped him. He played Liam, that's right, he played Liam on the stream yesterday, and
terrific performance from,
yeah,
by all accounts.
Yeah, the best he's played in some time, I would say. But he played at a really good pace. It was clinical.
I've definitely watched him in the outer tables where we don't have the shot clock available. I've definitely watched him miss shots where he's walked around the table 4 or 5 times and got down and got back up and got down and got back up. And I think you're absolutely right. It takes a lot to recognise that in yourself as well, and I think it's a good thing that he has.
Yeah, well, it's one of these that is always looking to improve. To work on things to become a better player, and I don't think it'll be long before Corey's back in the winner's circle again. It's too good.
Super shot, super shot, and that is the one that's going to win him the frame. Hewed that down the rail beautifully.
Curtis has paid for that error. He had his best break of the match, and they were all there for him. Just a pretty easy pot. He's paid the price.
Yeah, it is one-way traffic at the moment here. Corey Reese 4-1 up on Curtis Lee, and that will be a chance that's going to really hurt Curtis because it's the first chance he's had to get to the table for 4 frames. And to be honest, the ball he's missed was easy, really. There's Liam Dunster racking up. He's clawed one back against Jason Hill. Still needs the remaining potential 4 frames.
Don't be surprised if that's 6-all in 20 minutes, honestly. He's got a knack of doing this.
I might be surprised if it was 20.
Well, they're on the clock.
That's true, yeah, they're on the shot clock. Just depends how the breaks come out, really. Yeah.
We'll try and keep you updated on that Wade Morley Boyle match that's bubbling up very nicely. 5-all last time we checked.
6-5 Wade now.
6-5 Wade.
Taking that last one out. Huge break. Corey Reese.
Monster. Absolute monster.
Choice of colours, both have their issues.
I think he's gonna.
Easier.
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button.
No, the button on the thing that says cough doesn't mean you have to.
Yeah. Yeah, it's difficult to tell from here with that white ball, but I think he might be forced to go for reds.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I don't think he's got a yellow to start, has he?
I think he'd want yellows, but...
Well, maybe he can
Yeah,
just
he can
about.
get through.
Oh, he can probably play it off one yellow and onto the other? I don't get through there clean. Wow. That does make life a lot easier.
Biggest problem is this yellow bottom left hand corner.
Yeah, it's quite close to the red, but I think he could land on it. And if it was... If you played it as a bit of a cutback from somewhere near the left centre pocket as your last ball, then you'd do well not to land on the black.
Yeah, we could try and stun down onto the red, possibly. Don't think he's got the angle on this. Maybe he has.
I think he might have. It's potentially slightly risky because there's no backup plan if you hit the wrong side of the red.
Not his best shot, but still got a shot.
Yeah, there was definitely a grimace on the face of Corey Reese after that one.
Yeah, definitely played to hit the red full in the face.
Yeah.
So this will test his cueing arm.
It will.
Doesn't need to worry about position. The natural path of the cue ball will take him exactly where he wants to be.
Yeah, doesn't want to run too far though. Let's say.
It's be disappointed with that effort. It's the type of shots that these players quite like and fancy getting. So a little bit of frustration there from Corey, but Curtis now has to take advantage of that.
Yep. Red's all there. Again, that's a big decel on that shot.
Yeah. Yeah. And now his next positional shot.
I think he might now want to perhaps go and move that red on the right hand side because he's got a nice angle to do so. And if you hit it anything like full, you're bound to have a shot.
Yeah.
It won't have been in the plan, but... Oh, doesn't want to flick it. Oh, that's the worst possible contact. Wow.
But again, that is born from that first shot where he didn't get good position. He forced himself to dig down, and they're the things that happen. So whilst it was unlucky to a certain extent, it wasn't a great shot, the shot before. In these races to 7, which are sprints for these guys, you cannot afford to be giving frames away to the likes of Corey Reese.
No, and that is 2 bad errors that have cost Curtis in the last 2 frames.
Yeah.
As you say, this one perhaps a little unluckier. It's harsh to catch the red in such a way that he went in off, but it was born from a mistake.
Mm. Well, it was born from a poor positional shot because he just completely quit on the shot. Didn't get through the shot. The white was about 6 to 8 inch short. Should have been far easier. Didn't need to. Would have not needed to move anything. He could have played on the one near the rail, down the rail, and he got a natural route out. But yep, it's an error. So I think he'll be running through with the white ball. I'm not sure if it's you can just screw back a foot maybe.
Yeah, I think
He's running through.
I think he could have played it either way, to be honest. It was one of those. He could have perfect angle to do whatever he wanted with it. This one will hurt Curtis Lee. This is going to be 5-1. And you have to take those opportunities. Feel for him a little bit. It was a bit unlucky. But you kind of have to play no miss Paul when you get to this stage against someone like Corey.
Just looking at the table, it looks like Jason Hill has missed his last yellow. It's over the pocket. Liam's on reds. This will be another one clawed back.
There's going to be some butterflies, I suspect, dancing around in Jason Hill's stomach.
Yeah. As I said, don't rule out 6-0. It's more likely than not.
Talking of 6-0, Mark Boyle versus Wade Morley. Down to a final frame decider. Wade at the table, look at that. That's a messy looking table.
Frame 7, Curtis Lee to break.
We'll try and rejoin that one. See how that develops. But, it looks like Wade's trying to be the aggressor in that frame.
Curtis Lee in need of a big break, has sort of got it, made a ball. Cue ball flirted heavily with the middle pocket, but is still there. However, he's got an opener on yellows, and the yellows aren't too bad actually.
Well, there is a path there for all the yellows.
Yep. Yeah, it's a bit of a touchy clearance. Need to be quite precise with it, but there's a route there, definitely.
There's a lot of walking around the table, does Curtis. A lot of activity, and then
Wonder if anyone got him a pedometer for Christmas.
yeah, just settling himself into the shot now. Looks very tense on the shot. And again, you know, he's jabbed it in. Okay, he's got the pot, but he could have just hit that a lot harder. Just flowed the white. Bit more energy on it.
It's very drifty, isn't it? It is very, you're right, it's unconfident. It's how I play a shot when I'm not confident.
Yeah, it's as if he can't let his arms go.
Yeah.
Now he's digging up again. He's going to try and kiss into the red. Okay, played it well this time. But he's got to try to get to the point where he's not having to put himself under pressure all the time. Getting down to the crucial part of this clearance. He'll come down to his positional shot on his last yellow.
Does have options. He could take the yellow to right centre, push the cue ball through the gap. Play. Go back and take that one up to the top right. The only thing I don't like about this is cueing it's a bit awkward with those two reds there.
Yeah, and his position on the black is not going to be straightforward.
No, he's definitely This is tricky.
Okay, not too bad. But again, he needs to be on the right hand side of the table, I think.
I mean, actually, the 8 ball would go through the gap to the middle pocket as well, so he could overhit this. And it must go top right.
Well, I think he was looking into the middle.
Yeah, I think
But
so too.
I think his best bet is now the top corner pocket. But again, this should have been a lot easier than what he's left it.
Looks a bit tight on that red. I think it goes.
Slicing into the middle.
It's the cue ball as well after this then.
Oh!
Oh! That was dicing with death. Slightly thicker contact on that red coming back down table, and that could have been curtains. Good pot.
Yeah, yeah. But, yeah, certainly, as I said, a lot harder than it should have been.
Looks like Curtis is just going to nip out of the arena for a moment. Well, we were going to cut over to the Mark Boyle game, but that game has finished. So the question is, it hasn't updated on Cuescore yet, which one of those two players?
We do believe that Wade Morley is the victor.
Wow. That can't be right, because that means that Mark Boyle hasn't got to a final this weekend.
Well, he needs to go put some practice in.
Really? He's slacking.
Yeah.
Great victory for Wade, though. Congratulations to him.
We'll try and get an update on the Dunster game.
6-4 that one at the moment on Cuescore.
It's all hotting up.
Dan Davies still going. He's come back from 2-0 down against Chris Boron. Now it leads by 3 frames to 2.
Good to see Chris Boron having a good run.
Yes, absolutely.
He got battered in his first pro match on Friday afternoon, 8-1 by Wade Morley. Pretty much been twiddling his thumbs over the weekend.
Yep, it has come through. Well, a tricky draw so far. 7-5 over Simon Flaxman,
Yep.
who's a very good amateur, and then 7-6 over John Sullivan,
Yeah, yeah.
who's another top amateur.
So Jason Hill is at the table. What colour is he on? It looks like he's on yellows. There is a tricky one.
Just the one problem then. What's he doing? He's talking to the balls.
The balls what we're listening.
Frame 8. Corey Reese to break, leading 5 frames to 2. Time running.
They're on the clock, right? Because, yeah,
Yep, they're on the clock.
it must have been ticking down on that last shot. Maybe use his extension. Right, anyway, Corey Reese breaking off in frame 8.
No, not bad. He's got a ball down. I think that's about the only good thing you can say about that break.
Yeah, didn't catch it quite flush, did he?
Not
He
left,
sort of slid off the pack.
not left himself anything easy. Maybe hit a red and try and pot the one into the right middle.
Extension, please.
Quite sure. He's got. If you could play that, it does open the frame a little bit.
Yeah, there's...
The red that's nearest the right centre, possibly just screw the white across to pot the yellow in over the right centre.
I I think that's what he's looking at. Wants a nice contact on the second yellow, if you like. Bounce that away from the cushion a little bit. I think he'll take that all day long. It's the red's covered it to the bottom right, but he's on it now to the middle. He's got to get rid of that first. 8 ball's tricky though, it's surrounded by reds.
I'm just wondering if that goes in the right centre, but right corner. So if he was to put the one into the left centre as his last ball, could it go into the right corner?
Yeah, I think you might be right there. It looks, for all the world, like it's locked in that jail of reds. But yeah, I think you're right.
He might just try and loosen it now. He's got a sort of a bit of a free go. So maybe try and move the black out or just disturb that cluster. He's got one over the top left, he's got one over the middle, so he'd be unlucky not to be on anything.
The only thing I don't like about this one is the yellow in the middle of the table. You could push that safe.
Yeah.
Push something on top of it.
But not if you play it like that.
That's come out. Come out pretty good. Now he's probably got to play yellow to right centre. Find a window through the reds to be able to pop the yellow closest to the left centre, which is tricky.
Yeah, I think
unless he's on it now. Is he on it now?
No, he's got to go top
Okay.
first down. Bring the white down the right hand side of the table. Oh, that's a great shot. That is a fantastic shot.
Still got the same problem.
Yeah, he's got a window though. I think he's got a window where he can get to the where his cue's lined up there. So he's screwing the white across.
Just got to make sure he gets into it enough, but not too much. It's a fine line he's aiming for here.
The red will be his guide.
That looks spot on. See there, he's going to have to take the 8 ball to the top right. So, probably wants to play this with a bit of pace and just try and flick that red out of the way. You don't want to be hampered queuing on this black. Good shot.
Yeah, corner or centre, he's got the choice. I think looking at that, it's definitely the corner. This black will put him one frame away from a place in the next round, in the last 16.
It's there. 6-2 the lead now for Corey Reese.
And that sort of clearance is the sort of clearance that these top guys make look easy. I mean, they were quite messy, but he's took them out, fantastic order, and that's the kind of clearances that separates these players out from everybody else.
Can tell you, Liam Dunster now just 1 frame behind. He won the previous one. He now trails Jason Hill by 6 frames to 5. That is a particularly awkward-looking table.
That is a Dunster type of frame.
Yeah.
I think we'll give him that one. It might take 20 minutes, but I think we'll give him that one.
Frame 9, courtesy to break. Trailing 6 frames to 2. Time running.
Curtis Lee essentially breaking to stay in the match.
Foul break.
That's interesting.
It's called a foul break. I think he.
The cue ball was too far forward, I think.
1 full shot.
Yeah.
Numbers it.
I mean, the white went in anyway. Just see that.
Really, it doesn't look like it from there, but we don't have the view that the referee has. That camera is situated over the middle of the table.
Yeah.
And so the lines are sort of distorted by it.
Absolutely.
You've got to trust the referee on that one.
Yeah, he called it straight away. It was very clear. We just be looking to disturb this cluster. Just try and open up those two reds. And then be looking to close out the match.
It's not a foul you see very often, that one.
It's the first time I've seen it.
Yeah, I wondered if a re-rack might have been available from that, because I don't know if it is or not. I'm not, you know, not claiming to know.
We had one yesterday, didn't we, where in the Boyle match, who was he playing?
On table 11, please. Drew Mills, Pete Fisher. Drew Mills, Pete Fisher, table 11.
Can't remember the match now.
Been a long weekend.
It has been a very long weekend.
Reese getting the spider out. That's not spotted very often on a pool table.
Oh, he played Farnsworth. It was a Farnsworth match, and Farnsworth had he didn't get the 3 points. Only one ball went past the centre pocket.
Yeah.
So Mark took the re-rack.
Yes. Yeah. See, I know that's always been a re-rack. And a cue ball in off wouldn't be a re-rack. But that situation there, I'm not entirely sure, but I feel like it possibly should be. That maybe the incoming player should have the option.
Possibly, yeah. But I think the way the balls were, I think
Corey was never going to turn
happy.
it down. No. No, having the free shot there. Yeah. You can see he's making relatively light work of these reds. To avoid kiss on that second red there, that'll do. Balls remain for Corey Reese to book his place in the last 16 of the British Open. I'd imagine he's going to make them. Nice penultimate red, nice ultimate red. And the simplest of 8 balls sees Corey Reese safely through to the last 16 of the IPA British Open here in Newcastle. A terrific performance. Curtis will be disappointed, made a couple of mistakes here and there. But nevertheless, it's Corey who safely moves through to the next round. Just while we wait for him to get ready for his interview, we'll just run you through a few more latest scores.
I'm glad I went in off there, because I would have hurt.
And Davey 4-3 up against Chris Bower on that one's turning into a bit of a battle. And tell you, this morning's amateur winner Jordan Evitts is out of the Open, knocked out 7-3 by Pete Fisher. Not many games left in the last 32 now. Liam Dunster still 6-5 down to Jason Hill. Gavin Robinson 5-3 up against Gerard Boyle. And Drew Hughes and Pete Fisher has just got underway. In the last 16, Craig Marsh 4-2 up over Eddie Roberts. And Mark Farnsworth is 3-0 to the good already over Kevin Kirkham. The only other game that's got started in that one is Wayne Fryer versus Adam Griffiths. And of course, Jake Dillon Newlove will be playing Dean Shields on the stream table shortly. But before we get that match underway, we're going to have a word with Corey Reese.
Thanks, Dan, and I'm here with Corey, 7-2 winner over fellow countryman Curtis Lee. I think it's fair to say Curtis didn't challenge you too much in that match, but you did what you needed to do.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, because I sort of gifted him the first frame, and I was like, hopefully that doesn't sort of start something I don't want it to happen. So, but yeah, I broke really good. I think I'd done 3 off my own break. So when you're breaking well, you've always got a chance.
You seem to certainly say a bit of a slow start, but once you got sort of 2-1 ahead, it just was a bit of one-way traffic after that.
Yeah, I think he had a couple of dry breaks at the start, and I cleared them. And obviously he's chasing the match then. So, and I think he missed a ball at 4-1, I think, and obviously 4-2 is game. 5-1 is. I've got to sort of make a few mistakes from 5-1, I think. Yeah,
he didn't seem to. He seemed to be playing very tight and not really able to relax and enjoy the match. Were you picking up that sort of vibe from him?
Yeah, I think, like, obviously he's from Wales as well, so I spoke to him about it. Like, he still says he struggles with the street. Like, he enjoys playing on it, but obviously might not be used to it as some others. So, and obviously his table play is so good. It's not, we don't play on those conditions practice back home, so it does take some adjusting. So, but I would say I'm more experienced on it than Curtis, so it obviously benefited me there, I think.
Yeah, and when you talked yesterday, you talked about things that you've been working on in your game, and speed, I think, was one of those things that you talked about. Are those becoming a little bit more embedded in your game now? Are you feeling more confident with the things that you've been working on?
Yeah. Hopefully, game by game, it just feels better and better. Hopefully, it just comes to a point I'm not even thinking about it. I mean, not in my own head, thinking about it. Like, even though I lost against Farnsworth last night, 9-7. I was 5-3 up. I only had 2 chances and lost 9-7, so it wasn't as if I lost for that reason. So yeah, it's all I can do is keep doing what you're doing. If you're sat in your chairs, you can't do much really. And
just a word on the final last night between Gaz and Mark. Did you watch any of it? The atmosphere was absolutely incredible out here.
Yeah, it was. Well, at 9-5, 9-5. It was 9-5, 9-6. It was
9-5, 9-6. Yeah,
and he was coasting really, wasn't he? Because Mark missed a few chances, and then when he snooked him on the black, and he's it's one of the craziest flukes you'll ever see. And then when you guess the 9-all, you just think he's destined to win. But fair play to Gaz, because there wasn't even an easy finish in the side either.
No.
And because he was chasing it a bit, and even though they were tight, the more he was potting he was opening up marks as well. So if he didn't get it, it was game over really. So yeah, it was a very good finish in the end.
Yeah, great advert for the game and for the pro, and the standard that you and the likes of Gareth and Mark are playing at. It's absolutely phenomenal. It must be great to be a part of all of that.
100%. Yeah. When you play these, as you said, I think I said just after I played against Liam, like you're looking forward to playing these matches because obviously you don't really play each other because you're from different parts of the UK until you come to these events. When it's like it's a bit of you look forward to it even more then.
Well, Corey, we won't take up any more of your time. Thanks for coming in and joining me, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Cheers, Kev. Thanks, mate.
Well done, Corey Reese. He takes his place in the next round. Coming up next, we've got another great matchup between Jake Newlove and Dean Shields. And looking at the picture there of Jake, he definitely has got a couple of arms, but they don't seem to have made it to that picture. But he's up against Dean Shields, Shootout Shields, and the guy who's come so close and many times to win his first title. But just before that gets underway, we'll just talk you through some of the things that we've got coming up later this year. Obviously, in 5 weeks' time, we have got the big one, the one that everybody wants on their CV. It is the World Championships. Clint Ianson, the defending champion after that fantastic victory against Simon Ward back in February last year. And he will be looking to be the first man to defend his title. It's been going since 2014 and no one has won it twice, no one's defended it, and still places available in that if you want to enter and test yourself against the very best. And we're back here at the Grand Hotel in Gosforth on the 20th of February to start the World Championships, and then after that we go into the IPA Tour season, and again we're back here at Gosforth again. and we start in April. You see all the dates and venues there, and again, places still available if you want to enter. Get onto the website, get your deposit in, and get your place secured, and come and be part of these great events. Great atmosphere, great camaraderie between the players. And then finally, we've got the amateur series that starts next week. We've got 11 venues throughout the UK that are involved in that. So again, check out the website. There will be a venue somewhere near you. There will be 4 events at each venue, and the top 12 at each venue then qualify for the grand finals, which are held in Nottingham in July, with £5,000 to the winner, and there's obviously prize money at all the individual events as well. So lots coming up this year here from the IPA, but it's time to get the action underway in this last 16 match. It is Jake Newlove and Dean Shields. It's time to go to the commentary box and Dan Fairway.
Thank you, Kev. Yep, Jake there. You can see his arms now. Up against Dean Shields. These two know each other quite well. England teammates in the international scene. It's the butcher, Jake Newlove, to get us underway. That is a phenomenal break. Could not be more of a contrast between the first break of the previous match by Curtis Lee and that one by Jake Newlove. Choice of reds or yellows here. Back him to make either. Has nicely found the gap through red and yellow with the cue ball there. I don't think this frame's going to take very long. One good positional shot now to get up table into his work in the top half. There you see it, swinging round off a couple of cushions. Doesn't want to get too close to that red, and actually that's potentially gone slightly awry. I don't know if he can see the one over the centre pocket or not. If he can, then it's still pretty easy. But no, he's going to be forced to take on this long one first, which is right in the centre of the pocket. And this will be 1-0. So a confident and comfortable start then for Jake Newlove. Technically an amateur, but we all know really that he's anything but. He takes the opening frame against Dean Shields. We have another update for you. Liam Dunster has got it back to 6-all against Jason Hill. And he's prowling the table. Said he's an animal in these positions when he's behind, and he's playing like it now. Does look very much like he's about to take the victory here. Quite see the right hand side of the table. Not sure if there's any other yellows over there, but looks like Liam Dunster is going to complete a memorable comeback over Jason Hill there. And talking of memorable, that is a break that Dean Shields will want to forget. Straight in the middle pocket. That's a big error. Oh, that front red well under full ball. Has left absolute drop-ins here for Jake. First shot, just to get this slightly awkward red a little further off the cushion. Pattern has opened up beautifully. It's not the best. Jake's overdone that by quite a margin, actually. Just off angle in the wrong direction here on this red. Needs a good shot now. He's found it. But that wasn't his plan. His plan would have been to go over to the left-hand side of the table first. Take that red down the rail. I think that might have to be his last ball now.
Extension, please.
Which is just going to add to the difficulty. It's a tougher positional shot than it needed to be to get on the 8 ball. Swinging this one round off a couple of cushions. This yellow does pass the black to the left centre. Just got to drop this in. Should leave himself a decent angle with this last red, but this is definitely missable. That's wide and it's missed. Played at that pace, never going to drop. A little softer and it might have. Look at that, bottom right corner of your screen. Liam Dunster has completed the comeback from 6-2 down to a 7-6 victory. Excellent work from the Scotsman. Now for Dean Shields. Big moment in this match, potentially. Early. But Dean will have sat in his seat after that break. And he will have been probably 99% sure that he wasn't getting back to the table. So, if he could complete this finish, there'll be a bit of a dagger through the heart of Jake Newlove there. Key shot coming up now. Nice angle, top this cue ball through. That couldn't be much better. Good shot from Dean. Angle now, just to stun cross table. Leave the 8 ball into the bottom left corner. And it's going to be 1-1. A piece. So we don't just have the open competition, we also have the ladies open competition going on in the background as well. That's pretty much down to the quarter-final stage. One match remaining in the last 16. Ashley O'Neill trails Rachel Tucker by 5 frames to 4. And in the quarterfinals, Deb Birchall 3-1 up on Kate Ring.
Frame 3.
Ash Marie Bird 2-1 up on Cheryl McIntyre. Claire Peaty is 0-0 with Kira Whitcomb. That one just got underway in the outer tables. So Jake, first break was a peach. The second one is anything but. Screwed the cue ball straight into the top corner. And a big opportunity now for Dean Shields to turn this game on its head in quick fire fashion. There's an interesting latest score at the bottom of your screen. Mark Boyle avoided the banana skin. Wait, sorry. Hold on. Mark Boyle, of course, didn't avoid a banana skin. He lost to Wade Morley, so we'll get some live scores for you in a moment anyway. Dean just has to find the window here between those two reds and the 8-ball, which is not as easy as it looks, playing a positional shot from corner. It's okay. A huge amount for the cue ball to go through there. So, just a little update on that score that appeared. It wasn't Mark Boyle, it was Gerard Boyle, and he trails Gavin Robinson by 6 frames to 5. Also trailing by 6 frames to 5 in the last 32 is Dan Davey. Chris Bowron is 1 away in that match. And in the very bottom of the draw, Drew Hughes is 1-1 with Pete Fisher. Those are the last 3. Last 32 matches. Dean Shields gets away with one. Oh well, I think he thought the cue ball was going to fly in. Was relieved, but then realised that the 8-ball had made its way into the centre pocket. Huge split, and actually it looked like it was going to be quite a messy table, so that might be a let-off for Dean. He won't see it that way at the moment unless the next break isn't either dry or enough. We go again. Dean Shields to break in the 4th frame. Certainly a good connection first time round. Less so this time. Is anything going to find a pocket? Isn't it always the way? nothing like as good a hit, to be honest, this time. Far less balls travelling. Jake Newlove with an opportunity to level the scores. It's still a good split though. From Dean has left a very nice opportunity here on reds. Plant to the middle now. Choice of balls to play it with. He's gone straight through the gap. Crucial shot here. Jake. He wants to just screw past that yellow. Could also go into it, just slide off the side of it, but that's risky. Checking out the angle there. Doesn't want to catch this sort of three-quarter ball and push the yellow onto the red. That's the danger. Doesn't look like he feels he can hold it by screwing past, so this is tricky. Well, he played it confidently to make sure he was going to have a choice of reds. But where does the 8-ball go now? It's hard to see a pocket for it at all without him moving something else. Potentially land on it through the gap in the yellows up to the top right, but that's risky. It looks like that's what he's playing. He hasn't left himself any angle here to develop anything. So a touchy shot here. Oh, he's played into it, and that's well, that's gone horribly wrong. Was just never going to get the movement there, I don't think. What can you come up with from here, Jake? It's hard to see anything. Possibly a bit of hit and hope involved in that one. Just trying to get something moving. But nothing has moved in the direction that Jake Newlove wanted it to. Didn't get on that last 8-ball. Left. Glorious chance now for Dean Shields. Results at the bottom of your screen there. Gav Robinson safely through to the next round. Over Gerard Boyle, not Mark. Nice shot from Dean. All Jake can do is sit and wonder what might have been. It's the second time in the match now that Jake has made a bit of a mess of a good opportunity. Chances in every frame. be 3-1 down. I say every frame bar one. It could quite easily be 3-1 in the opposite direction. Dean's finished just a touch short here. As a result, he's playing a slightly more difficult 8-ball. The other side of the table. But he makes no mistake. With the end of that frame comes a changing commentator. I'm going to take a short rest. I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Mark Pickworth.
Thank you, Dan, and good afternoon. Warm welcome back. I'm going to be continuing throughout this afternoon's coverage, and no doubt we'll hear back from Dan very soon. So, our very own Dan Davey, 6 frames each. He is against Chris Boron. He's at the table. Can he see this match out? Oh, he's tried to clip that in. He's missed it. Where's that yellow dropped? Oh, disaster for Dan Davey. Or is it? Yeah, it is a disaster. He was on the reds. So, Jake Dillon Newlove trails 3 frames to 1 here. Nice break. First glance, these yellows look very nice, but has he got an opening shot? I think yellow onto yellow plant into the middle. I think that's his only option. If he does get that, the only difficult yellow then is one on the left hand side, the one in the middle of the 3 yellows. Yeah, or red onto yellow, either way, still effective. And moving that red, it's just opened up that yellow, so very good thinking there from Jake Dillon Newlove, the butcher. So I know Dan, he's been keeping you up to date with a few latest scores, as I will do too. Let's just watch Jake go about trying to get another frame on the board. What's he done with the cue ball? Disaster again. Don't think he can get past there through to the yellow. Ian's just looking to see what Jake's body language is like. Just glancing over at him. And, yeah, it looks like he's total snookered. Just having to come off. Well, he can slightly swerve. Not a bad effort. Not a bad effort, but it's another mistake from Jake Newlove. So Dean Shields, another opportunity to capitalise on a mistake from Jake. these two players. They played in the England team together. So they know each other's game inside out. Just looking to leave himself with the cushion. That's a lovely shot. Making this pot as easy as possible. And in it goes, and now this simple black into the left centre. Will be taking a 4-1 lead, and he's going to be breaking in the next as well. Jake just seems to be handing him chance after chance. And when you play a player of Dean's calibre, it's definitely not one thing you can do. So I think the Dan Davey Chris Bowen match, I think it's still 6-all. It has finished, and yellow's on the table. Means Dan Davey. Yeah, because reds, yeah, Dan Davey. Looks like Chris Bowen missed his last yellow. And Dan Davies gone on to win that match by 7 frames to 6. So he's now just gone in. Remember, that was the last 32 match between Chris Bowen and Dan Davey. So Dan Davey into the last 16, awaiting his opponent. And his opponent will either Drew Hughes or Pete Fisher. And that scoreline currently is 2-1 to Drew Hughes. Yeah, the reason we're a little bit delayed in that bottom half of the draw is down to Jordan Evans, who was in the amateur final this morning. Well, this afternoon, early this afternoon, it kicked off at 12 o'clock. And so we are playing a bit of catch-up in the bottom half. The next match-up on this stream table will be Wade Morley against Liam Dunster, coming up straight after this match. Remember, Wade Morley ousted the #1 IPA player by 7 frames to 6, and then Liam Dunster did the unthinkable. 6-2 behind he was against top of the bill Jason Hill, and came back to win that one 7-6. So that's an interesting matchup. Wade against Liam. That'll be up next after this Jake and Dean match. Only one player into the quarterfinals so far. That's Mark Farnsworth. 7-2 win over Kevin Kirkham. Other matches in the last 16 in progress already. Eddie Roberts 6-5 up against Craig Marsh. Adam Griffiths now 5-1 ahead against Wayne Fryer. Corey Reese and David Adenall, that's just kicked off. I mean, we just watched Corey Reese in this last match on this table. And then Gareth Hibbert will be playing Gavin Robinson, a repeat of the Masters final. And that's the last 16 match. That'll be on one of the pro tables, table number 2. So at some point we'll be showing a little bit of coverage of that. But it hasn't started yet. Remember, 4 champions have been crowned already. There's 2 left to give out. Deb Birchall, she won the Ladies Elite. Gareth Hibbert won the professional event. Then Ashley O'Neill, she won the Ladies Amateur event. And we had Jordan Evans this afternoon, won the men's amateur event. And then it's all down to the open events now. I think the ladies, they're a bit closer than what the men are. The men are still waiting to get the last 16 completed. I'll get them all in play. The ladies are getting very close to be starting their quarterfinals. But Dean Shields is on a mission here with a break and run out, and he's 5-1 ahead now against the butcher, Jake Dillon Newlove. There's that match between Corey Reese and David Adenall just kicked off, as I said. David Adenall at the table, Isle of Man's #1 player. Looks like he's got a pretty difficult red up the cushion there. Nice pop.
Frame 7. Jake Dillon Newlove to break. Trailers 5 frames to 1. Time running.
Oh, wow. Just when things have been going against you, a break like that just happens. I mean, that's far from the an easy clearance from here for Dean. But Jake, he'd love a chance even to have a go at a clearance. Seems like ages since he potted his last ball. So, as I said, ladies open down to the quarter-final stage. All them matches have started. So, some latest scores. Deb Birchall 4, Kate Ringe 3, Beck Sweeney 0, Rachel Tucker 0. That has only just started. Ash Marie Bird 5, Cheryl McIntyre 1, and Claire Peaty 1, Kira Whitcomb 1. And remember, Kira Whitcomb beat Rihanna Graham, the #2 seed, by 6 frames to 4. So a great result there for Kira. Well, Deb Birchall, can she go on to do the double? She's in good stead to do that, the #1 ladies elite player. I'll keep you up to date with them scores as well. So Jake's back to the table. Not a very pretty looking table, but he's back. I can tell you, David Adenall took that opening frame against Corey Reese, so he's 1 frame to the good. Wayne Fry's pulled a frame back against Adam Griffiths, but still trails 5 frames to 2. There's the result there, look. Eddie Roberts, he's beaten the former world champion Craig Marsh 7 frames to 5. He's the second player into the quarter finals. It's worked out quite well for Jake. It's about time he did a little bit of run. A little bit of run, he'll take that.
Extension, please. Extension, please.
Is he going to try and get... Alright, doesn't need to. Oh, has that cue ball gone too far for the potting angle on his red? I think it has. He was hoping he clipped that a little bit thinner, or having to bounce off the cushion or to hit this side cushion. Can he get through to it? He can get through to it. Oh, look where that yellow's gone. Oh. Just when he sorts one problem out, another one occurs. This is when the pool gods are completely against you. So, but it doesn't seem to be phasing him, so he's just trying to get on with it. Just trying to hide the cue ball. What he has done is stop Dean from having an easy opening pot with that shot. I see both players here just trying to be looking at ways to hide this cue ball. Make sure they don't leave him any easy chances. Just knocking this red on and off the cushion, try and protect the black. Clever shot from Jake. This has been a better clearance for Jake. Even though things were going against him, still not let it get to him. This mid-range black ball into the bottom left-hand corner. Easily potted. 5-2. He now trails Dean Shields. And it will be Dean Shields to break in frame number 8. Big puff of the cheeks there from Jake Dillon Newlove, the butcher. Pleased to get another frame on the board. Wayne Fryer, he's making a mini comeback of his own. He's now back to 5-3 against Adam Griffiths. Gavin Robinson, he's taken the opening frame against the IPA Professional British Open champion Gareth Hibbert. Remember, Gavin Robinson, the current World Masters champion that he won in December against Gareth Hibbert up in at McGoldrick's Club near Glasgow. Good break from Dean again. Again, just got them two balls together. Don't think it's a direct plan. I mean, if he takes reds, the two reds that are together in the bottom half of the table, two sets of reds that are together, two sets of two reds together in the bottom half of the table, they're not really direct plants. So this could prove a tricky finish as well. If he takes a yellow, he's going to have to obviously get that yellow out in the top half of the table. So he's got a decision to make here. He is on this one into the centre now. Don't think there's a problem opening up that top left-hand pocket, because he'll be able to play the red off the cushion onto the red. That will then push the yellow out the way. But then you've still got this problem of them two yellows in the centre of the table. What can he do with them? Do they go in any pockets? One of them reds might go into the corner pocket. If it does, it's a good chance. This is the shot. Let's play out off the cushion first. Don't want to be dislodging that red too far away. Might see him draw this back fully, so he's definitely onto a red, and that's worked out well for Dean Shields, even though he has got a bit of hampered cueing. Does any of them reds go? I mean, it is a plant now into the, or it can be a makeable plant into the left centre. But how does he get himself down table? Awkward cueing. Did it as well as he could there. You saw the pretty much the cue ball checked off that cushion. It's just down to the power. Nice shot. Nice shot. Made these look very easy. Looks like he's going to go one frame away now. I think that grimace on that Jake Dillon Newlove's face pretty much tells the story. And easily black into the bottom right hand corner. 6-2 he now leads. Another break and run out for Dean. Seems to be pretty happy with himself. So, as I said, Wade Morley, Liam Dunster, they're going to be on this table next after this match. Jake Dillon Newlove to break. winner of this match will play the winner of the next match on this TV table between Wade Morley and Liam Dunster.
Jake Dillon, Newlove to break. Drilling 6 frames to 2. Time running.
Great power. Cue balls, okay. 3 reds off the break. Well, it's yellows all day long. You can't even get through to a red anywhere. That's normally the case when you do pot that amount of one colour set. A little bit fortunately, the cue ball was flying around the table, but it's avoided. It stayed on the table. But 6-2 behind. He's got to take the remaining 5 frames. To win this match. So, yellows in play. So you've got that little cluster of 3 balls. Not sure. Oh, I think it's gone wrong already. I mean, that's got maybe a tricky, it's not the hardest plant, yellow onto yellow, but there is a lot of distance between the 2 balls. And maybe that yellow could drift to the side cushion as well. And he has missed it. Tried to pinch a pocket with it, just so it didn't drift there. So, Dean, is this a chance that he can close this match out and get himself into another quarter-final? Great shot. Great shot. Doesn't seem, he's got quite a bit of angle here, but I think he can just control this cue ball in the way that he needs to. Just revving himself up for it. Deciding to go round the back of it, and that is played to perfection. Great shot from Dean Shields. And now this simple black ball into the left centre. And there you see it. Been a great performance there from Dean. Things definitely didn't go Jake Dillon Newlove's way. But Dean Shields looks to be in pretty fine form. Remember, he'll play the winner of the next match that's coming up pretty much straight after this, up between Wade Morley and Liam Dunster. So I think, I'm assuming Kev might just have a couple of words with Dean Shields. But, yeah, he is in the studio, and in a moment or two we're going to go over to the studio and we're going to listen to what Dean Shields has got to say about that last match.
Thanks, guys, and I'm here with Dean, who's just secured his place in yet another quarter-final. The form just, form's still there and still playing well.
Yeah, I'm trying more to focus on enjoying the game, and just not think about where I'm up to, what round I'm in, how many finals I've lost, or anything like that.
I'm not even going to mention it.
So yeah, just trying to enjoy the game in is doing all right so far.
Against Jake, obviously fellow England international colleague, so you know how good Jake is. We didn't see the best of him there, but yeah, he's certainly a top draw player.
Yeah, he is. Like I say, I didn't see the best of him there. There's a few times where I'm thinking the frame's gone and he's either stuck on a ball or he's landed a bit awkward and somehow he's let me back in. But he'll be a bit gutted, but I've got to just take it when it comes. Yeah.
Thoughts on the weekend overall so far? You had a good run in the pro event and obviously still going this weekend?
Yeah, not too bad. Let's say just trying to enjoy the game, you know, and don't get too bogged down with how you're playing, how you're queuing. You know what, I should have won this or I should have done this. You know, just trying to enjoy it. And just on last night, did you see the final between Gaz and Mark? Were you in the crowd watching? I caught the back end of it. Yeah, it was brilliant. And Gaz is just phenomenal. He's a machine. I don't know how he does it.
And the atmosphere, if you came in at the end, the atmosphere was absolutely electric. The arena was packed. Yeah. Obviously, Mark had a lot of local support, but Gareth had a few in his corner as well.
Yeah. I think two very likeable guys, aren't they? Got a good following, so yeah, no surprise there.
So next up for you, another quarter-final, the winner of Wade Morley, who beat Mark Boyle. Good performance from him. He's up against Liam Dunster.
Lovely.
So they're on the stream next. Will you watch any of it? Do you take much interest in who you're playing?
No, I'll go get a bite to eat now. I think you don't get, when you're going deep, you don't get usually much time to have a bit of a break. So the fact that they're on stream, I know I've got a bit of time, so I'll get a bite to eat and get ready.
Good. Well, good luck in that match. We look forward to watching it, whichever table it's on. And good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thanks, Kev. Cheers.
Well done. So Dean Shields takes his place in the quarterfinals, and yet another quarterfinal for Shootout Shields. He's just relentless, and his consistency is absolutely incredible. So as we said, next up is last 16 match between Wade Morley, who we said there has just beaten the pro #1 Mark Boyle, the man of the moment, beat him 7-6 in an absolute thriller. It looks like he's in the shadows there. He's not wanting to be seen publicly, but we will see him for real very, very shortly. And he is playing the former world #1, former world champion, the man who has just come back from 6-2 down to beat Jason Hill 7-6, Liam Dunster, who needs no introduction whatsoever. So it should be a cracking match, this. And the winner of this, as we said, will play Dean Shields in the next round. So I think it's time to get over to the commentary box and Dan Fairway.
Thanks, Kevin. Well, it's not quite Dan Fairway. He's just gone for a bit of lunch, and I'm sure he'll be back very soon. But this match, hopefully, shouldn't be too long away as well. Let's give you some latest scores. So, Adam Griffiths, Wayne Fryer. Adam Griffiths has been needing one frame for the last 3 frames, and Wayne Fryer is on a mini comeback, 6-4. It's Gareth Hibbert at the table on the left against the Rocket, who's at the table. That's currently locked at 1 frame each. And then we've got Corey Reese against David Adinall. Corey Reese currently at the table. He's trading 2 frames to 1 there against David Adinall. But he's looking like he's probably going to level that up as well. He won't be too disappointed. That dropped in the middle as well. But yeah, Corey Reese, one of the Welsh lads. He was on the stream earlier today. So he's not, sooner or later, if he does get back to this stream table, he's no stranger to it. That is a fact. No stranger to winning titles here as well. I remember the last time he came to Newcastle, he picked up the trophy against Gareth Hibbert in absolute epic fashion. I know it's just gone midnight when he did, because I was here. Nice clearance there from Corey. And just as we saw Corey clearing up, we just seen Gavin Rompson snookering himself, and gifted Gareth the table. So just while we're still waiting for the players to get to the TV table, we'll stay with these two. Well, these four players. Gareth Hibbert looking like he's going to be taking the lead in that match. David Adenall breaking on this far table. Looks like his throat dry. And Corey Reese out of his chair. Drew Hughes, Pete Fisher, that's the last 32 match, that's one that we're waiting for, currently locked at 4 frames apiece. They're into a best of 5 and the winner of that match will be playing Dan Davey, and that will complete our last 16 then. So Drew, he was 4-2 up, I think he was there against Pete Fisher. But 4 frames apiece now. Could Gareth Hibbert do the double? Played Gavin Robinson on his way to that final yesterday in the semi-final. He made light work of Gav in that. This one is just starting now. So the lag for break. Close this one. Wade just got it. Wade the Blade Morley had a great win in his previous round against the pro number 1, Mark Boyle. And Dunster had a great comeback of his own in that match against Jason. 6-2 behind he was, came back to win 7-6. Taking the last 5 frames on the bounce. We all know though, this TV table plays very differently to the outer ones. Dunster won the lag. And he will be breaking off in this opening frame in a race to 7. So Wade collecting these reds straight away, going up for his difficult one. So the red on the left hand side, can he drop on that and drop it into the middle? You feel like if that is an option to him, you don't think it's going to do him many favours. Positional. The red next would be difficult, especially if he's taking this one in the top half of the table next. latest scores. Adam Griffiths 6, Wayne Fryer 5. Not much change in the other matches at the moment. Shot there from Wade. They've hurt this red nicely. Got a bit of an angle now. So this is the shot I was on about. What can he do to get onto his next red? He's on this red perfectly now in this left centre. What can he do? Can he hit it with a bit of pace? Can he draw it back, or does he leave a gap? Looks like he's trying to draw it back. Oh, the pocket has only just took that. Didn't cue it that well. And now it's a total snooker. That was the risk with that shot. So here's total snooker. Trying to hit it with a bit of pace. It's not come off. Adam Griffiths. He's into the quarterfinals. He'll be now playing Eddie Roberts. So Adam Griffiths, new professional this season. And Eddie Roberts. It's not an easy game for either player there. Could be a very good tussle between them two. I'm sure they'll be going straight on at some point very soon. Gareth Ibbott now 3-1 ahead against Gavin Robinson. That's why Liam's going about his way, just to try and clear these yellows up. Some latest scores in the ladies, I can tell you. Deb Birchall, she's into the semi-finals. She beat Kate Ringe 6 frames to 5. Also, Ashley Marie Bird, fellow ladies elite player, she's beat Sharon McIntyre 6 frames to 1. So she's safely into the semi-finals. So then it's Beck Sweeney against Rachel Tucker. Currently that's 3-2 to Beck, and the winner of that will play Deb Birchall. And then Claire Peaty against Kira Whitcomb in the last quarter final. It's currently 4 frames to 2 to Claire Peaty. And the winner of that will play Ashley Marie Bird. So the ladies are getting closer and closer to see who wins the final trophy for 2023 season. So keep you up to date with all of them scores. Back to this match here. Liam Dunster, Wade Morley. Liam just going about his work here. Looks like he's just going to have to just nudge this red out there, and nudged it out perfectly. Looks like, you know, this should be a pretty simple finish now for Liam. little bit shorter pace from Liam, but shouldn't be a problem. I'd expect him to pot this 50 out of 50, 100 out of 100. Easily done from the Dunster. Liam Dunster has taken the opening frame here. Wade Morley, he'll be breaking in frame number 2. So back to some latest scores then. Drew Hughes, he's 5-4 ahead now against Pete Fisher. Remember, that's the last 32 match. The winner of that will be playing Dan Davey. And then that will mean all last 16 matches are underway. Into the quarterfinals already. Dean Shields is waiting for the winner of this match. And Eddie Roberts, he'll be playing Adam Griffiths. And the winner of the Corey Reese David Adenauer match, which is currently 3-2 to Corey, will play the winner. So we'll be playing Mark Farnsworth, who's waiting patiently into the quarterfinals. And then Gareth Ibbott, he's 4-1 ahead now against Gavin Robinson, the Rocket. Wade Morley, frame 2. He's got a ball. What's happened to the cue ball here? It's hidden. Can he get through to that red into the right centre? That might be his only shot of an opening pot. He's probably got a yellow as well into that bottom right. But it's far from easy. See, the yellows probably aren't too bad, but the yellow next to the black in the top half of the table. Don't think he can get it out at this shot, can he? Or can he? He's trying. He's trying. What a shot there for Wade. Gotta say, a little bit unlucky. Still going all out attack for this, I think. Yep, nice shot. So can he do here? Yeah, he played that ever so well, probably as well as he could. Got a little bit of traffic in the way. Taking this yellow. It's all about how he navigates himself away from just clipping any of these reds. Used to be nice and gentle. Played this well. Played it well again. Great cueing from the blade, Wade Morley. Great clearance from Wade there. Didn't really see that on. Break and run out. Brilliant shot. Brilliant clearance. One apiece. Looks very relaxed there. Wade does.
frame 3, Liam Dunster to break. Frames are tied at 1 each. Time runner. Attention, please.
Yeah, so you know, first glance at these. I mean, this opening shot, we just got to be a little bit careful. Make sure we don't go into a ball and put it into an area that doesn't want it. And I quite like that shot. So he hasn't pushed the red too far, so I think the yellow that it's closest to, I think it passes into the bottom left-hand corner. And then obviously the yellows that's near the black spot, you know, they've both got pockets, so you've got to say this is probably a good chance. That clock was ticking down. It really does take every second, Liam. Starting to go up table. Where's the cue ball? Is it going to hold up? It's not going to hold up. It's gone off. Very loose shot there from Liam Dunster. And normally you don't see him really pinging the cue ball about like that. Normally has it on a bit of string. But that is one that's got away from him. So the blade. Wade Morley with an unexpected chance now in this one. One free shot, one visit. Yeah. Punches it in. Nice shot. Yeah, blade. So I should say the blade. Wade Morley. He's taken a good opportunity from that huge error from Liam Dunster. And he's taken that third frame with a very, very steady clearance. 2-1 he now leads. And he's going to be breaking in frame number 4. He broke and cleared last time. Unexpected error there from Liam Dunster. Didn't expect to see that. Drew Hughes, he's beaten Pete Fisher by 7 frames to 4, so he's now playing Dan Davey in a last 16 match.
2 frame 1. Time running.
I'll talk to you about them scores and them tables I just looked at a minute ago. Let's have a look at the Wade's break again. Has he got a ball this time? He hasn't. He's dry. What has he left? What? Liam here. They look awkward first glance. So David Adenall, he's back to 3 frames apiece there against Corey Reese. Gareth Ibbott was 4-1 up against Gav Robinson, the Rocket. Gav's now pulled 2 frames back. It's 4-3. He now trails Gareth Hibbett. I don't think Liam wanted that one in. Just tried to clip that a little bit thinner, so I just stayed over the pocket. Going about his finish here. Striking everything with authority. Just send your opponent a very clear message. He's not here just to make up the numbers, and wow, what a great containing shot that is. Not only has he hit the cue ball, he's developed the red in such an area that is blocking the black into the top left-hand corner, and he's left it so it's in a potable position for him. Very clever shot from Wade Morley. Oh, Liam.
Total snooker. Time running. Ryan, reset clock, please.
And Wade's done well to get him back into that position as well. Nice shot from Liam. He's left that nicely there, and he's just tying up that red and that yellow. Wade with another clever shot. Looks like this is going to be a pretty tactical frame now. Normally, when Liam Dunster's involved in a tactical frame, there is only one winner. But can Wade pull out all the stops and try and change some of that? Liam don't lose many tactical battles, let me assure you. And just why this tactical battle has started. One of the tactical legends have just walked into the commentary box with me.
No one's going to be expecting it to be me now. I haven't got a tactical game. What a shot that is, by the way.
It is.
Wow.
Every shot he's played, he's been on point every time in this tactical battle. He's really, really pushing Liam to the limits here.
That's a beauty. Has he got a snooker out of it?
Yeah, I think he has. Maybe he can come off the cushion to glance the yellow, you know, but I don't think he'll get it any tighter.
No, and the thing is, if he just plays this slow, then Wade's going to have a chance to get him in behind the 8-ball next shot. Potentially. Oh, well, they could hit it quite a lot fuller than I thought. I thought he'd have to come off the side of it and off the cushion first. But, big moments for Wade here.
Yeah, 4 balls each. You know, it's always tricky to see situations like this.
He's going to try and get him in behind red and black.
Yeah, won't be the first time. I'll tell you now.
Didn't quite work. I'd still rate Wade as just about in the ascendancy in this frame.
Yep. Got
the most control over the frame, particularly with the red that Liam's bridging over now. Wonder if I can find a telling snooker here. I'd love to get right up on this red.
Oh, it's really trying.
Just nudged the red too far, I think. The red that he's closest to, I think he's nudged it far enough that Liam can see a big chunk of the yellow at the top of the table. If Liam is going to play on that ball, he's got to be careful not to open things up too far.
Yeah, he's got to play this at a good pace.
Wants to be able to see the right
Clever
side of it.
pace. Yeah, he's played it at a clever pace. We'll see. Okay, that's a pretty clever shot. Got the yellow out and glued the cue ball to the black. So this makes it very awkward for Wade. Not only we're just awkward cueing, trying to hide the cue ball. And again, it's been a very good tactical battle this has between these two.
Yeah, Wade tying things up once again. Still just about ahead for me, but this next shot. Liam, well, that could have been better. Wade is now looking to see what happens. He hits that red. Does it come off the cushion and get in front of the pocket? That's what he's trying. He'll take that.
Yeah, keeping control really of that that area down at the bottom. Hasn't got the pocket yet, but
Thing is, he's potentially left Liam a chance to get that top left pocket, and that could swing things in the Scotsman's favour.
don't look a lot of room though to do that, Dan. This is going to take some shot, but it might be the only option he's got. It is the only option he's got, and this is looking
perfect.
good. Wow, great shot. This is the master, Liam Dunster, at these tactical exchanges. And now Wade has got something to think about.
Well, another opportunity to get a potentially match-winning snooker here. He can flick off the red on the bottom cushion there and potentially get in behind the one he's looking at now. But is this an aggressive move? Or is he just trying to play what I suggested, but with more control, get on the... If he does play this, it's got to be perfect, and it's really got to get a foul. Got to draw a foul.
Oh,
It's a great touch.
that is a lovely touch. This is, I don't think this is easy unless he can he miss the jaw to get across? Is the angle too acute? Just after the jaw? I don't know.
Yeah, it's the slide on the cushion that's the problem, isn't it? I think if he can get to it, he might have to play it with some pace or some check side, which would kill the cue ball a little bit.
Gotta say, that's probably favoured Wade a little bit. Now, can he do anything with that top left-hand corner? That's the question. That is the key to this frame. And he doesn't have to go anywhere near it yet, but he's only got 3 balls. You know, he's going to need something in the top area to do anything with that. This could be a key shot. Yeah. I like the way that he's avoided from giving Liam any shot on this one on the bottom cushion.
It's a real game of chess, this one. These two are manoeuvring their pieces, but there's lots of attacking, but there's lots of retreating as well.
Yeah, this is definitely the other side of the game. It's not all about potting. This is about really now winning this tactical battle. And winning, gotta say, it could be an important frame. Is he going for this top left-hand corner now? He is going for the top left-hand corner now. And for me, got a lot into that, didn't he?
That was a big risk. I thought he was just going to play a containing shot again.
Yeah, he's got 3. He's only got 3 balls left, didn't he? So that he's sold it.
2 now.
Yeah, 2 now. He's opened that up and he's done all he can. So that yellow that's on the bottom cushion, that's Liam's problem.
Yep. Next shot is key. Liam does have an angle to break that out. But if he doesn't manage to do it, then he will struggle. So it remains to be seen whether he actually goes for that or not.
You feel like he needs to. But obviously this yellow must pass, does it?
Either that or he's just trying to take control of it. But I mean, it's hard to see how he's not going to leave Wade a shot at the red.
In the top half of the table.
Yeah.
Clever. It did go past. Well spotted from Liam Dunster.
Well, Wade's got only really attacking options left to him, I would say. Don't think he can play a snooker on the one he's closest to. So is this a double? He gets it, it's the frame.
Treble?
Will he get the treble? No, he won't.
He didn't have any choice there.
No.
Now this yellow that is directly behind, does it go past the black? I mean, I always think it looked tight. Always thought it looked tight, should I say?
I don't think it does. But he doesn't need it to. Because that can be his last yellow. Can come. Pop this one over the corner and come up the right hand side of the table.
That's okay. Has he got too much angle? Has he got enough angle just to hold this cue ball? Yeah, I mean, if the yellow goes in the corner, then it's all fine.
If the yellow goes in the corner, why didn't he take it the last shot? That's...
Yes. Yeah, because he was right behind it, wasn't he?
He could possibly play this with a lot of left-hand side if perhaps the yellow goes to the top right. That's the red.
Nice shot. Nice shot.
Well, we'll find out now.
I mean, I think he'd have loved to be directly behind it. Because it makes his pot a lot trickier, especially if he's only got half a pocket. If it is half a pocket.
Taking a really long look at this, it must be
tight.
Mightily close.
Ultra tight. He's using every second.
Crouching into the shot. There. 2-all.
Yeah, and as I said, he doesn't lose many tactical battles, Liam Dunster. And once again, comes out the victor after that tactical exchange. 2-2 here now, Wade Morley, Liam Dunster. That was a clever shot with that yellow on the bottom half, on the bottom cushion, just glancing past that red. Forced Wade into something he didn't want to play. Well, it's got to put it to the back of your mind now. So, latest scores on the ones that we're just showing now. Come back to the ladies in a minute.
Gav Robinson and Gareth Hibbert there on the left of your screen.
Well, Gareth was 4-1 ahead. Then Gav came back to 4 frames to 3. And now it's 5-4 to Gareth Hibbert.
A repeat, of course, of the Masters final.
Yeah, and they played yesterday, didn't they, in the semi-final?
Dan Davey there at the table as well. up against Drew Hughes, knocking in a nice double. That's a 2-1 to Drew.
Yeah, Corey Reese and David Adenall, 4 frames apiece. 1 quarter-finals underway already between Eddie Roberts and Adam Griffiths.
Yeah, new professional versus a player who's been exceptional this year on the amateur tour, Eddie Roberts.
Yeah, he didn't join us till later on in the season, but he's really looking forward to next season already.
What's the situation with the amateur rankings, Mark? Have you got any?
I was hoping Kev was going to do some of that. I'm not sure if he's... Well, we've not seen a lot of him, and if he's been doing some of them figures already. I hope so, because it would be nice to talk about some of them, just to see. I'm probably going to go and ask him, even if we get it in the next hour or two, or maybe 2 or 3 hours, and we'll be able to... Oh, there you go.
Oh, that typical.
Doesn't look like there's many ranking points being added on there, does there? Wow. Wow, how TV director does it.
So well done, that
timing.
Yeah,
Brilliant timing there. Well, anyway, talking about we won't talk about amateur rankings for the next hour by the looks of that.
Well, I mean, we can to an extent, because there are some knowns, aren't there?
Yeah.
Lee Shepherd's
a known.
He's going to be top.
Matt Schofield, I think he's also a known.
Keir Monaghan.
I think, yeah, he's right up there still.
He was second.
Stephen Ellis, I think he's up there.
From what I saw last time I looked at the amateur rankings,
Greg Davis, I think he's had a terrific run in the amateur, still battling away, and he had a good run in this as well.
Coming into this, I feel like there was a sort of top 7.
Christian Phillips, he had a good run in the amateur, so he might be okay. Connor Davidson's
had a good run in both tournaments.
Yeah.
So he'll be safely through to the professional ranks should he choose to take it.
Yeah.
Am I right in saying it's the top 4 that have to?
Yeah, we do. We have done this year. Just at the top 4, it's a must take, and hopefully they do. I mean, but it's hard to say who that top 4 is, because the first 3 are pretty much a divide from that. But going down from 4 all the way down to probably 8, it's not only 10 points in it.
Anyone's game.
Yeah.
We have the ladies as well, Mark. We have the first year of the elite ladies this season, so what's happening with them in terms of rankings?
So they've currently got a ranking now. Obviously we're waiting to do the 2-year ranking list for the elite ladies, because as professionals do, they have a 2-year ranking list, so that's going to take another year for that to progress, but they have accumulated ranking points. Deb Birchall's the number 1 ranked ladies player currently, with Rhiannon Graham number 2, all depending on how this open event goes as well, because I know Rachel Tucker wasn't far behind Rhiannon.
Yeah.
So maybe that could change hands again today at some point.
What about for the amateur ladies who are looking to progress into that elite section?
Yes. So the amateur ladies, we are looking at taking the top 8 amateurs, and the top 4, as in the men's, will have to take that elite status. So again, looking at some of them, I mean, there's so many to choose from.
Would that be an expansion of the elite ladies then? They'd go from 8 to 16?
Yes,
the plan,
that's right. Yeah, there's no one stepping out of the elite ladies. I spoke to all of them today. They're all going to be taking it on. So, I mean, looking at some of these players, it's in the amateur rankings now. Alice Paler, she's been pretty consistent throughout the season. Made the amateur final this morning, obviously on the wrong end of that.
Yeah, she's been everywhere
this year. Ashley O'Neill, she won that amateur event this morning. She's in 3rd place.
Ashley O'Neill did the double at one stage, didn't she?
She did,
the open and the amateur.
Yep, she did. Then you got Yvonne Ewing up there. So, I mean, some of the, and then you've got, Kira Whitcomb, she's doing quite well at the moment. She's down in 6th before this event started. There is so many ladies that could possibly be in that top 8. So it's all about when all the points are added up. Not sure when that's going to be, especially with the way that coffee cup was in Kev's hand.
Oh, hello.
Great
What
shot.
a shot that is from Wade Morley. How's it come out? Doesn't look that great to me, Mark.
No, it don't. But it looks like, you know, that previous frame, you know, he's got that to the back of his mind now, and he's still going all out for his shots. Just, is this one shot too many, though? It doesn't look easy.
I mean, he's got a pot on. He can take the yellow to the top right, and I think he might be forced into doing that. It's a difficult pot, but it's not one you expect Wade to miss.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, he has overcut it. So the opportunity will arise for Liam Dunster. It's not nailed on just yet. Work to do in the bottom half of the table.
Yeah, both these players have taken their extensions as well, so they're only going to get 30 seconds per shot to think about what they're doing. So, once again, down to his final few seconds, Liam.
The problem here...
Oh,
well...
Wow.
That's
look where this red's gone now. Oh, fortunate.
Yes, very. So the problem for Liam was that he was going to have to move his last red from his second last red. But Wade's in a bit of trouble now. It's hard to see how he can break out that yellow that Liam's just covered.
Yeah, it is, and you know, he ain't got long to think about it either.
I think
he might have to be attacking. Might have to be attacking.
That's in no man's land, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he was trying to do there.
I think he was probably looking for the gap between the two reds so that he could punch the yellow in and get the red moving towards the red and yellow. But he's played a very fine safety shot there. Has he? Has it covered? Is that a total snooker? I think it might be, you know. It looks nailed on, doesn't it, from this camera angle, but from the overhead, might be a thin edge of red available.
Yeah, could be. Next match up there, look. That's been confirmed. Obviously, Corey Reese, David Adnell was 4 frames each. The winner of that will play Mark Farnsworth, and that is going to be the next match up after this one finishes.
Oh, has Liam left an opening here? Or Wade? It's hard to see exactly how this is going to end up. Is he trying to come back across and play both yellows into the same pocket? He is. This is a terrific effort. This would be a lovely little finish. Well, he's just got to hold it together for one more shot. Guaranteed to be on the 8 ball. Let's play this with a trace of running side. If this yellow drops, he's going to go 3-2 up. And it's got to the pocket and it's found its way in. Terrific shot. And this 8 ball will complete a terrific finish from what looked like a really sticky situation there for Wade Morley. Well played. 3-2 to Wade. Couple of replays of that surprising miss from Liam Dunster. Don't see him catch the near jaw on those very often. Wade Morley looking cool, calm and collected. Pop over to the outer tables. It's the first quarter-final underway. Adam Griffiths up against
Time running.
Eddie Roberts. 0-0 in that one. Because we have the ladies' semi-finals as well. They've both just started on the other side of the arena, so maybe get to see them at some stage. Wade Morley, though, won't want to see anything right now. He's going to have to slink back to his chair after a dry break. Big split as well. Definitely an opportunity here on yellows. Got a pocket, just this area down towards the bottom left corner. It's going to cause issues, potentially. Getting up for the 8 ball as well. It's fairly isolated in its position there in baulk. Working his way around these nicely is Liam. It's going to be all about that final positional shot. In an ideal world, I'd like to play it off yellow in the middle of the table. That would be most ideal last ball, the way that things currently stand. It's going to quite work out that way. I think Liam really would have liked to have been nicer on the yellow on the right hand side of the table now. Maybe forced to play in the middle one now, so his last ball will be the one over the pocket down in the bottom left. There is a bit of traffic to negotiate on his way back up table. To leave the right angle here, it's not too bad. Anywhere between sort of 3/4 ball and half ball contact on his last yellow will do. Get to a position where he can throw the cue ball down table to somewhere where it is now. Be his intention, I would think. Trace of running side. To throw the cue ball that little bit wider and speed it up off the cushion. Well, he's played it hard, he played it firm, and he's played it very well. Slightly risky playing it that way, I felt. In a pocket was in play, for sure. Negotiated it superbly. Completes the reverse dish to tie the scores up once again. It's a 3-all in this last 16 clash. And just in case you missed it, at the bottom of our screen a few moments ago, the next match on the stream will be one of the two men in the top right corner of your screen, David Admiral or Corey Reese, and they will be playing Mark Farnsworth, the home hero. David Admiral's had a shocker there. To land on that yellow into this bottom left pocket and is absolutely nowhere near it. I don't think it doubles past the black. There on the left of your screen, the rerun, the Masters final from a few weeks ago. Hibbert, Gav Robinson. Gav's just taken the lead in that one, 6-5. Only this break. Dan Davey there, moving into contention. 4-3 up on Drew Hughes. It looks like it'll be Dan to break next. Came through a real tussle with Chris Bowron earlier, did Dan. 7-6. Walked out of the arena and it looked for all the world as if Dan was going to lose that game. But, Chris let him off the hook. And there, on the other side of the arena, we have our ladies' semi-finals. The Ladies Open. Diamond Deb Birchall there, up against Beck Sweeney. Nearest table. Ashbird handing the table over there to Claire Peaty, the other semi-final. So we'll keep you up to date with all the action we've got going on, both in and out of the arena, as we move through this nice Sunday, cold Sunday here in Newcastle.
Frame 7, Liam Dunster to break. Frames are tied at 3 each. Time running.
Seventh frame of this game will be Liam Dunster to break. Break for Liam. Cue ball was travelling towards the centre pocket, but was kicked away. But this time it's Liam's turn to sink back down in his chair. And Wade can come survey the landscape. Tricky table. Potentially a tactical frame on our hands here. Don't think Wade can get through to pot the red over on the right hand side, so I think he's just going to cover this pocket here. Doesn't want this in, does not want this in. And by the skin of its teeth, it isn't. A brave man who takes Liam on in a tactical battle, though. supreme confidence, skill, and patience. Wade there, you can see from his reaction, was not entirely happy that that dropped in. He wanted to cover another pocket. So what now, Wade? Stick or twist? Trying to cover this one. Yep, that'll do. That's what you call perfect pace. Any harder, Liam potentially giving up the frame there to Wade. It turns out, good shot. Now then, the lesser spotted tactical foul there from Liam Dunster. Don't see that very often at all. Interesting one, because you can sort of see the logic. Wade can't really go game from there, but Wade's still in so much control in this frame. He's just going to put Liam back in trouble here. So Liam there sort of moved the frame on a little bit. Not to any real advantage just yet. Talk a lot about Liam's patience, but he's going to have needed it in spades, because before this game he's come through a 7-6 tactical battle with Jason Hill, and now Wade's dragged him into one as well. And we talk about Liam being the tactical master, but everyone has a breaking point. Wade looks fairly happy to just wait for his opportunities at the moment. Almost as if Wade is trying to force Liam into becoming the aggressor. This match, and it's an interesting
time running.
Interesting dynamic to this match so far. From Liam. Positioned like yellow over the centre pocket. Means he now has a ball. Perfect ball to be the aggressor in this frame. Wade's left him the opportunity. It's just up to Liam as to whether he takes it now. Liam can pop this. Yellow down to the bottom right if he wanted, as we see Mark Pickworth striding back towards the commentary box. Liam does appear to have managed to find a way now to put Wade into a bit of trouble. Two, perhaps three cushion escape here for Wade. The line looks decent. Oh, but it's not quite good enough. Both reds hit the yellow. Liam Dunster has drawn a foul from his opponent.
Time out. Time running. Extension, please.
It's the key shot then for Liam. And he break everything out of this area and leave everything nice. The 8 ball is still going to be tricky, no matter how these come out. Not too bad, but he's left himself right on that side rail. He will have known that. Yellow ball's all out in the open now. Could move the 8 ball later on if he chooses to. About the 8 ball now. particularly difficult double. Look there, bottom right corner of your screen, Gareth Hibbert moves serenely through to the quarterfinals, well, perhaps not that serenely. Final frame deciding win over Gav Robinson. A little bit of revenge, perhaps, for that Masters final last month. Twice this season, we have seen Mark Boyle do the double, both professional and open tournaments. Can Gareth Hibbert do the same? Liam's finished very straight on this yellow. He's going to have to leave it as a double now. Lining up where he wants the cue ball there. Far enough off the cushion that there shouldn't be any risk of the double kiss, really. He's come back far enough that there definitely isn't, because this is a back double now. All about the pace, really, these. Controlling that slide off the cushion. You hit it too hard and it comes back to full. Too soft and it can slide away. If you get it just right, it flies into the centre pocket, and that is exactly what Liam Dunster's done in order to lead 4-3. Another testy tactical frame won by Liam Dunster. Took a long time, but eventually drew the foul. And allowed him to get his nose in front in this one. Is underway out there. Last 16 on your right, Corey Reese has turned it around against David Adnell and is now breaking for the match. Haven't seen anything go in.
Frame 8, Wade Morley to break, trailing 4 frames to 3. Time running.
We will return to the main action. Wade Morley cut breaking very nicely indeed. This is the kind of chance that Wade has been waiting for. They're not easy, but the yellows are certainly on. The latest score at the bottom of your screen. Eddie Roberts trails Adam Griffiths 3 frames to 1. Terrific achievement by both of those two players to get to the quarter-final stages. One of them will be into the semis. And Dan Davey as well. He's up against it again. The second match in a row. Drew Hughes 5-4 up in that one. Wade looks to pick these yellows off one by one. A bonus if this yellow closest to the cue ball passes to the bottom right, top right rather. Like it does. In an ideal world now, he'd play the plant down the rail. Just don't know if he can see enough of the left-hand side of the yellow. The fact that he's going for this suggests not. So he might be moving that yellow on the rail. And he will be absolutely delighted with that. Lovely little kiss out into the centre of the table. Landed on it as well. Just needs to play this next shot with the care and attention that it deserves. So many different ways to get on this 8-ball, but it's easy to get caught in two minds. Throwing straight back towards the centre pocket. We'll be delighted with that. The break dish sees us at 4 frames each. Best of 5 now to see who will progress through to the quarter-final stage of this competition. He's doing well here to stick with Liam. Some good results so far this weekend, Wade. Victory over Clint Jansen in the professional event, and of course a victory over Mark Boyle in this event as well. He's certainly a man in form. And there, closest to the camera, is a woman in form, Deb Birchall, Elite Ladies winner, and into the semi-final of the Ladies Open as well. Turn to break. This looks dry. Is that red going to find its way in? It's not. And it's actually quite an open table, this. One potential problem red down in the bottom right hand corner. But a possibility to play it off the cushion and off the yellow. Actually in a lovely place to play that first up, but it's a risky shot because if you don't get it, leave the reds completely open. Equally, in quite a nice position to play the red directly below the cue ball, and perhaps come round the back of it and leave that awkward red into the left centre. There we go. This is on now. The importance of that opening shot cannot be overstated. Now Wade can get rid of the tricky ball on the rail, play that as the plant. Wants the red he's hitting first here to stay over the pocket, as that's an ideal ball. Get nicely on the 8-ball. If the left hand of those two reds passes to the right centre, but if it doesn't, he'll have to take the one nearest the cushion first. He's on a choice. This has been an excellent couple of frames for Wade Morley. Holds his nerve here. Going to follow that break dish up with a reverse dish. So we'll put him 5-4 up. One good break. Next up, and he could be just one frame away. There we have it. Decent finish, that. From the blade. He is 2 away now, with the advantage of the break in his favour. Next strike of the cue ball could be a very important one for that man in the centre of your screen there, Wade Morley. All Liam can do at this point is sit and watch and hope.
Frame 10, Wade Morley to break, leading 5 frames to 4. Time running.
Not the best strike, and not the best result. A dry break this time. Every time it looks like Wade Morley's going to get on top in this match. The breaks let him down. Now Liam Dunster can come to the table. A similar sort of table that Wade left him last time out. All the yellows are there. Just a case of taking them in the right order. It's got a lovely potential last yellow. It's the top left of the 8 ball. Leave him as perfect as possible on it. Plant here. Important to push that yellow back out with the pace he had. I think it's just come out far enough. Just okay. Let's have the potential to play that ball now. Choosing not to. It's definitely rerouted here because that would have been an ideal ball to get on the 8 ball. You can see that from where the cue ball's landed now. Doesn't necessarily want to leave the yellow in the top half of the table till last, but he might be forced to. And it could be tricky to get back for the black because you're going to be running into that red. If he come far enough this time, he's on it. If the answer's no, then he's in big trouble, but the fact that he's lining up his next shot suggests that he has come far enough out into the centre of the table to get there. It's all about the next positional shot, really. Needs to get that cue ball far enough down table that he's got an angle to get out for the 8 ball. Also doesn't want to finish near the side cushion if he can help it. That's good. It's a little straight, but you can either punch it through with some right-hand side or potentially stun the cue ball up table past the reds. He does stun them. The cue ball is going to run quite close to the right hand of those reds. Needs to be careful of that. I think it'll be on and off the side rail. And the reverse dish from Wade Morley is going to be followed up by a reverse dish from Liam Dunster. These two just going toe to toe here in this last 16 game. Either of them, you would say, missed a clear-cut chance at any point. Certainly in the last 5 or 6 frames. As we cut to the outer tables. Birchall there trailing Beck Sweeney by 3 frames to 1. Races to 6 in the Open Ladies semi-finals. By the looks of it, Claire Peaty is 2-1 up on Ash Bird on the far table there as well. So Beck in the driving seat in her match. Ash versus Claire is very much in the balance. Surely not again. Surely not again. But Wade Morley has lifted himself up out of that chair. Oh, it's another dry break. This cut break not working for either of these players at the moment. The choice of colour set here. Wade. Just those 2 reds in the middle of the table are slightly awkward, but he's going after them. Did just see a score flash up at the bottom of my screen then. Eddie Roberts was 3-1 down and has come back in lightning quick fashion to lead 4-3. Another one to keep an eye on. Would be rare, to be honest, to see an amateur get to the semi-finals, so poor shot from Wade. He obviously felt that that red went and it was worth the risk. It did look tight. He has taken it on early, so he's going to force Liam to do something pretty exceptional. He's to take the finish out from here. Equally, he's only got one really bad ball. He's just looking over there. Adam Griffiths bringing back the score to 4-all. Another humdinger on the outer tables. Every game seems to be going close today. Ian with a chance to break out his difficult yellow. Wants that to slow up. I think that's perfect. I think it still passes the red. Difficult to see what he can do with position mind. So possible he might take the pocket here. But Wade will have attacking options. If he does. yet another latest score. Corey Reese and David Adnell. Well, we might be waiting for the winner of that on this stream table. And Dan Davey. Drew Hughes also at 6-all. There is. It's all going off out there. And in here. This frame, the next shot is crucial. Or Liam Dunster has a decision to make. Can drop this one in the centre. And go up table. Means his last yellow is going to be this one down in the bottom left. It's not too difficult, but it's not straightforward. It's just off the rail. You want to be close to it, and you need to have an angle to get back out as well, because there's not much gap in a straight line between the yellow, that last yellow, and the 8-ball. Needs to be able to get the cue ball across to the right hand side, really. There is a little bit of danger in this finish just yet. With the angle here, Liam, it's just going to have to punch this one. Oh, and he's missed it. He's missed it. He did have to punch it. He would have liked a bit more angle, and he didn't get it. And now Wade Morley, he's well in the driving seat in this frame. I think we might see a safety shot first up. Wade can just nudge that red off the cushion there. Probably buy himself a free shot to open up that bottom left pocket. This is an extremely tough escape for Liam. You can see what he's looking at there, but even that may not be on. He's looking at 1, 2, 3 rails. Sort of a reverse cocked hat. And finding a way through the 2 reds in the bottom left. This has got a chance. This has got a chance. Is it going to slide around the back of the red? No, it's not. It's a good effort. One of those final frame deciders on the outer tables is complete. Dan Davey will be heading back to Reading. And Drew Hughes will extend his stay in Newcastle by an hour or so, at least. Surely now we are watching Wade Morley clear up to go 1 frame from victory in this last 16 match. Liam Dunster has been no stranger to coming from behind today, having already fended off Jason Hill from a 6-2 deficit. Equally, Wade Morley has already taken care of the number 1 player in Mark Boyle. Is he about to take care of former number 1 Liam Dunster as well? Felt like he got a bit of a bad contact there. Getting the cue ball cleaned. It's not going to hurt him too much, I don't think. Still reasonably comfortable here, but he might have to just screw this red into the centre pocket. Played the drift. Played it nicely. Six, 5 it is. Out on the outer tables, Corey Reese, David Adenall. And Corey does not look happy with that one. What an awkward looking frame that is. Corey's going to mither around the table for a few minutes, I'd imagine, after that shot. Real tension. Table one there.
Frame 12, with Morley to break, leading 6 frames to 5. Time running.
Wade Morley would love a ball from this break, would love the cue ball to stay out as well, and his wishes have come true. He will be the player to have the first crack at winning this match. Liam Dunster may not see the table again. But there is quite a bit of work still to be done. This will help. Excellent opening pot. Really, Wade's kind of just got to hold his nerve now. The red he's looking at there passes the red to the bottom left. So if he can get anything close to straight on that, it's actually hard to see too much going wrong from this point out. That's not the angle he wanted. There is hope for Liam Dunster just yet here. Doesn't have a full pocket for this one, and it's a blind pocket as well. You can see that Wade's cue ball is nothing like in position. Big, big shot now. Don't think the red he's closest to will pass to the bottom left, so he's got to cut the red in the centre off 2 cushions and land nicely. Well, perhaps I'm wrong, perhaps it does pass. Looks really close from the overhead, but it did, and that is a huge bonus. And now Wade has a thin snick down the rail. Cue ball comes twice across the table and lands anywhere within a foot of where it is now, it should be game over. Huge shot. Makes the cut. Needs a bounce to get past the yellow, and he's got it. And a tap of the knee from Liam Dunster tells you everything you need to know. Sportsmanship in abundance there to congratulate his opponent, because he knows, as we do, that that was the final thing that could have gone wrong for Wade Morley. That was the moment. Now Wade just has to hold his nerve and knock this 8-ball into the centre pocket, which he does, to complete a superb victory over Liam Dunster. Wade Morley has taken out Mark Boyle and Liam Dunster. Is there anyone that can stop that man there? I'm sure we will find out on these screens later on. But first, of course, we will have Mark Farnsworth up against David Adnall or Corey Reese. Not quite sure what's happened in that one just yet. Don't even know if it's finished. It hasn't. So we may have a short break before the next game. Well, maybe we'll just stick with this for a moment, because it could be that Corey Reese is about to book his place in A, the quarter-final, and B, the next stream match. Big moments here for the Welshman and the Manxman. It's a thin little snick, this one. It's not as easy as it necessarily looks. Queuing off the rail. The yellow's there, and the 8-ball is easy. Corey Reese does book his place with a fist pump and a shake of the hand to David Adnall. David will travel back home to the Isle of Man with knowing that he's put a good showing in this open competition. But it is Corey who makes his way through to the quarter-final. But before we see that quarter-final, Wade Morley's in the studio with Kev.
Thanks, guys. There's drama everywhere you look, and here in Gosforth for the conclusion of the IPA British Championships. Delighted to be joined by our latest winner on the stream, Wade Morley. Wade, you've not had the easiest of draws this weekend.
No, I've done it the hard way, haven't I? But, you know, somehow we're here and we keep battling. You just got to play the balls, haven't you? Not the players.
Yeah, I mean, you've beaten Mark Boyle the previous round. You've just beat Liam Dunster. You must feel as like, are you invincible?
Well, and I beat Clint Hansen, the current world champion in the pros as well. So, like I say, I've got a lot of pressure off me. I'm just enjoying playing, trying not to think of who I'm playing. You know, if the finishers are there, just try and take them out, enjoying myself. I mean, it's obviously reflecting in your play, because you look to be playing really consistently. And that finish in the last frame, you must be proud how you held yourself together under massive pressure. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how it looked, but it's probably not how I felt. You know, I took the harder ball second to last just to guarantee myself a positional shot on the black. A lot of people might have just gone for the black and, you know, just tried potting the ball over the middle first.
So, obviously, you're into the quarterfinals now, going deep. You say you're relaxed. You know, if you were to manage to win the title, you know, sometime tonight, what would that mean to you?
Mean everything to me. I was just speaking to you before my match, wasn't I? I said, you know, I fancy picking up some silverware at some point this year. I feel this is only my second year as a pro, so you know, I feel like I can beat any of the top players, but it's just putting it together for the full weekend or the full event, and that's the difference.
And what do you think you've got to do to get that consistency?
Keep doing what I'm doing, enjoying it, and not putting so much pressure on myself. You know, when you put so much pressure on yourself, and that goes for all the players, you want to win so much, and then you start twitching. Just enjoy it and take good finishes.
Obviously, you've enjoyed the playing, enjoyed being here in Gosforth, particularly last night. The atmosphere around that final was fantastic, wasn't it?
It's my favourite venue of them all. Obviously, I'm not biased because I'm only half an hour away, but I love it. I just love the fact that the arena table, there's people sat every side of you, so it actually feels like a big challenge money match, especially on the Saturday evening. You know, I'm local, so I had a lot of local people come up and support me, which was brilliant. I just think it's the best venue out of the lot. I really do.
Yeah. Well, Wade, we better let you go off and powder your nose,
get some fresh
or
air.
whatever you need to do to prepare for your quarter-final. But good luck in that and for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Well done, Wade Morley. He dispatches another of these top players. He's beaten Mark Boyle and now Liam Dunster in consecutive rounds. So he is thoroughly deserved to be in the quarter-finals. I'm not sure who he's playing. He's near he's at the top of the draw, but he's going to take some beating if he keeps playing like that. That's for sure. But all the big guns are still swarming. Dean Shields is still there. Gareth Hibbert, last night's winner, is still there. And next up, our next match will feature last night's runner-up, the local hero, Mark Farnsworth. And he is going to be playing Corey Reese, who we just saw get over the line there, 7-6 against David Addinall. In fact, we've been treated to some fantastic matches on the outer tables. Drew Hughes, he's having a fine run as well. He just beat Dan Davies 7-6 after being 6-5 down. So he's going to be a danger as well. But what a match we've got coming up now. Corey and Mark Farnsworth, you know, two of the best players in the world. And obviously Mark will be looking to go one step further than what he did last night, where he came agonisingly close to the title, but just lost 10-9. And if you didn't see that final, take a look back on the YouTube channel for day 2 of the final. Absolutely phenomenal match. The drama, the tension, that match had absolutely everything in abundance. But back to the here and now. So it's a quarter final between Corey and Mark. Obviously Corey from Wales, Mark from England, local hero from the northeast, and it should be a classic tussle between these two as we reach the conclusion of the IPA British Championships. We hope you've been enjoying the action that we've been bringing you here from Gosforth. It's been non-stop, and if you're a fan of pool, it's been an absolute treat. So what's going on? What can I see? What's going around me? I can see Adam Griffiths. He's playing against Eddie Roberts, I think. There, that's all pretty tight over there as well. Obviously, catch all the latest scores on our YouTube channel. It's currently 5-3. I'm just being told 5-4 even. So it's 5-4. I'm not sure who to, but it's 5-4 to someone. But yeah, everything is getting very tense, very tight. It's great to be here. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. Just about getting ready to go into the arena. I'm just trying to look over to see. I can see Corey near me. He's just chatting with his colleagues. He just told me 2 minutes. I think it might be 1 minute. But that was a titanic tussle he had there with Dave Addinall. I think Dave Addinall, Mr. Black, to go 6-4 up at Corey, doing what Corey does best, taking out a fantastic finish in that last frame. And just on the outer tables there, the conclusion of the Ladies Open event. Deb Birchall, winner of the Elite Ladies event, she's in the business end again. She's currently trailing though Beck Sweeney in the semi-final. So yeah, Beck Sweeney having a good run. Beck Sweeney, of course, the other half of Corey Reese. So should be quite a happy household this weekend. And then in the other semi-final, Ashley Bird, she's trailing 2-3 against Claire Peaty. So another tight affair on that table just above there. You can see on your screen. So I think let's get over to the commentary box, who will take us through this next blockbuster match between Corey Reese and Mark Farnsworth. So let's hand over to Dan Fairway.
Thank you, Kev. Yep. Let's stick with the ladies at the moment. Claire Peaty with a horrible in-off just moments ago that I'm sure you noticed. Ashbird with a great chance there to level things up at 3-all. Deb Birchall and Beck Sweeney on the other table in a bit of a tactical battle in that frame. Deb looking to complete the double this weekend of Elite Ladies and Ladies Open. As Ash misses another chance on the top table there. She's left Claire on this long red. Just wants to run the cue ball through a foot or so, you would say, when she's stunned across. She's just about on it, I think, but could have done with a better reaction from that side rail. This looks like a mighty thin cut down the line. Last of our quarterfinals in the open competition getting underway as well, as we watch a terrific effort from Claire Peaty there. Dean Shields is the man waiting to take on the winner of our last stream match, Wade Morley. Claire with awkward cueing misses the black to extend her lead to 4 frames to 2. And almost in the same breath, Beck Sweeney missing that red. Deb in control of that frame with the yellow over the bottom left. But there's the local hero, Mark Farnsworth, the man taking on Corey Reese. Mark, of course, having a terrific weekend, only losing by the odd frame in 19 in the professional final yesterday. Corey not having a bad weekend himself either. Played terrifically well on the stream against Liam Dunster in the professional event. And played equally as well on the stream table earlier today. With a 7-2 victory over Curtis Lee in the last 32. He's played one match on the outer tables and he's straight back here. And here we go. Corey Reese, Mark Farnsworth. Mark to break first up. Mark making that cut break work better for him than I would argue it did for either Liam Dunster or Wade Morley in that last match. Early opportunity.
Extension, please.
Coming Mark's way. Tricky one. But I think all the reds will go. Drop this one into the middle first off. Wants to land on the one just below, which he has. So the very awkward red right at the bottom of the table there. That's going to take some getting on. I think it will cut in. I don't know if he's got an angle now to push the cue ball through towards the yellow. He doesn't. Just depends how much of that red he can see from roughly the area around the furthest right of the reds. If he can pop that and land on it, then this is not a particularly tricky finish. But that particular shot is definitely going to take some precision. it is then, the key shot in this frame. Mark's manoeuvred himself onto the red. Needs to avoid the yellows on the way back up. I think the last red will go to the top left if necessary. That is what he's played on, but he's caught that red a fraction thick. And although he's covered the pocket, Corey could not be in a better position now to play this skill shot. May choose a different route. But that red is right in the pocket. Not too difficult. Position, doesn't really need to worry about that, so he can focus entirely on making the skill shot if he chooses to. Here we go. Shot. Nailed it. Job 1 done for Corey Reese. But he does still have that red on yellow on the side cushion. Across to get on that now. Again, couldn't really have put the cue ball any better with his hands. Lovely angle that he's right behind it. He can see the pocket and the ball at the same time, and he can just push the cue through it comfortably. Again, doesn't have to do too much for position. Can leave himself the choice. He's going to burn the middle first. Let's have one more good positional shot to play. That yellow in the bottom of the table is missable. Doesn't want to be too straight. That'll do nicely. He will now playing that 8 ball into the top left corner. He's left himself a fairly natural angle to pot this drift down table. First blood to Corey Reese. Mark Farnsworth had the chance, missed the tricky ball, and handed the table over. Talking of tricky tables, Eddie Roberts has this very, very tough red down the rail. But if he gets it, you'd have made him favourite for the match. That was 6-5. He would have been on the 8 ball for the win. Instead, Adam Griffiths comes to the table with a particularly tricky table of his own. Griffiths surely going to play safety of some description here. His yellows are so tied up. We'll stick with this one for a moment. Can also keep an eye on the Corey Reese Mark Farnsworth game in the bottom corner of your screen there. Corey just about to break off. Well, that's a really aggressive shot from Adam Griffiths, and what a shot it is. A stunner there from the Englishman. And if he takes these out, that's going to be a dagger through the heart of Eddie Roberts. Enormous break on the stream table there as well from Corey Reese. Has just left one tricky yellow. Does have an option to go reds to start with. Has got a red to the centre pocket, and that yellow on the bottom cushion from this overhead camera angle might be the difference there. Working his way through the yellows. Needs a nice contact with the 8 ball there, and he hasn't got it. Does this still go? It's actually going to be quite difficult to even play a safety shot from there, because you think if you leave the cue ball anywhere in the half of the table where Adam's standing, then it should be safe enough. But in playing this cut, he could never get the cue ball there, but he's played the cut to perfection, and those two are going to go to a final frame decider. Back here on the stream table, Corey Reese looking to go 2-0 up on Mark Farnsworth. It's crazy how many final frame deciders we've seen today. I haven't actually seen any on the stream table yet, but the way it's going, hard to see that continuing. Corey taking his time here, but perhaps slightly more angle than he'd like to just drop this red in. I think he can just hold it with a bit of drag. You can see there the cue ball. If he could have kept it further to the left, then he'd just run down table and take this 8 ball to the bottom right. He's now got a bit of a choice to make. He can ping this off the cushion and leave the cut, or he can just keep it as far left as possible to make the bottom left pocket as easy as possible. Cut it is. Slightly tricky one into a blind pocket. Corey makes no mistake. He now leads by 2 frames to 0. Back on table 4. Eddie Roberts is going to have to wait to see if he gets a chance here against Adam Griffiths. Adam broke off. Still on for the dish. But these yellows are not easy. That one yellow in the top half of the table. Yeah, sort of mirror imaged with the black.
Frame 3, Mark Farnsworth to break.
It's going to be a tricky ball to get onto.
Time running.
And again, stick with this one. As Mark Farnsworth breaks off. A smaller picture in the bottom right corner of your screen. Key shot then for Adam Griffiths is now, needs to screw this ball up past that yellow to the top rail. Going to be playing that ball into the centre pocket he's closest to. Also needs to leave an angle, wants the cue ball slightly further over to the right, so the cue ball will come out to the left, go over to the same side as the table as the black. This is tricky now. He might have to leave the 8-ball as a double. You will welded to the top rail. Oh, and he had to play it with so much pace. And Eddie Roberts may be the man with the opportunity then to get to an open semi-final here in Newcastle. Mark Farnsworth at the bottom of your screen making light work of the Reds in this third frame against Corey Reese. We're going to see if Eddie Roberts can hold his nerve here. It is a perfect opportunity. It's a golden opportunity. It's the sort of opportunity that dreams are made of when you're at this stage in a tournament. Hasn't got his cue ball quite under control yet. There's a bit of adrenaline coursing through those veins. Has regained his composure. This 8-ball to see himself through to an open semi-final. And he's rattled it. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. And in the bottom right corner of your screen as well, Mark Farnsworth has made a mess of his finish.
Free shot, one visit.
He's gone in off
Time running.
to hand the initiative over to Corey Reese in the third frame. And Adam Griffiths has potted one of the long yellows. And it's put him through to the semi-final. Eddie Roberts is going to have nightmares. He is going to have nightmares tonight.
Extension, please.
Tried to play that black confidently. Sometimes when you do that, if you're not absolutely lined up, it's so easy just to catch the jaw. There was the miss from Mark Farnsworth. Not just a miss, but an in-off as well. And there is drama everywhere you look here. He wants that red to run on. It has. Just manoeuvred it out the way of himself. Easy enough pickings here for Corey. Well, there's a couple of mistakes that Mark Farnsworth has made. Have so far been punished. Oh, Corey, what have you done there? I mean, he may well have got away with it. That was such a surprising shot. I fully expected him to take the other yellow first. It's almost as if he was so worried about missing, he wanted to leave it there as a backup in case this happened. That shot there from Mark Farnsworth could not have gone much worse. He's pushed his red into an awfully awkward position. Corey could be aggressive here, or he could play the yellow on the balk line. Push the cue ball to the top rail, doesn't need to push the boat out. Well, he's been aggressive. And is it going to cost him? That cue ball running towards the centre pocket has just about avoided it. But if this red's going to double from anywhere, then it's going to double from somewhere around there. Needs to avoid the double kiss. It's really tight on the rail. Has avoided it. Has nailed it. What an error that is from Corey. Mark put himself in all sorts of trouble after Corey's miss. And Corey's just let him back into the match there.
Frame.
And it's 2-1 when you'd have got 100 to 1 on it being 3-0. 1 to 100, I should say. Two remaining quarter-finals out there on tables 2 and 3. Dean Shields at the table against Wade Morley. Drew Hughes continuing his fine performance in the Open events this weekend. He is currently 3-2 up on Gareth Hibbert. Looking like he's in a fair bit of control in the next frame as well. Ladies semi-final still going as well, and Beck Sweeney is back at the table with a chance to push Deb Birchall out of the competition at this semi-final stage. She leads by 5 frames to 3. Ash Bird trails Claire Peaty, who's currently at the table, by 3 frames. 4. Just close matches, absolutely everywhere you look. Corey certainly putting every sinew into that break. He's got his rewards for it. Ball is down and he's back at the table.
Extension, please.
Bit of a decision to make on choice of colour here. Arguments for both. The red and yellow to the left of the 8 ball are both slightly awkward. I think they're far enough apart that you can get on either of them though. And with that yellow above the 8 ball there, that might be the reason. That's the perfect ball to get on it. Might be the reason that Corey's going for this tricky yellow first up. She has absolutely nailed. So here is the opportunity. Looks like he's got quite a nice angle to just stun across into the red. Assuming he gets a good contact on it, doesn't slide off it and land awkwardly on the yellow itself. And we would expect him to take this finish out, but thought that in the previous frame. Doing well there to get his cue out of the way. Avoid a double hit. Now leaves himself the key shot of this frame. Tricky yellow this down the rail. So tricky that he's missed it and he bangs his cue on the floor in frustration as Mark Farnsworth returns to this table. Big question here, has Corey left a plant with those 2 reds? Mark straight down on it, so it looks like he believes so. He had. Red in the middle of the balk is still a bit awkward. He left himself an angle to swing the cue ball round the back of it now and play it to the same pocket. Oh, does it pass? Looks so tight. But it went easily. Mark is not hanging about here. He is looking to press home. That mistake from Corey. Reese is going to be devastated at this moment in time, because in his mind he will know this should be 4-0 and it's going to be 2-all. And it is 2-all. Mark Farnsworth pouncing once again on his opponent's mistake and making it count. We're all square. Tables 2 and 3. Wade Morley fresh from that terrific win over Liam Dunster. Despite that terrific victory, he currently trails Dean Shields by 3 frames to 1. And in the other quarter-final there, Drew Hughes pegged back by Gareth Hibbert.
Scores tied, 2 frames up. Time running.
That one is 3-all. Monster connection for Mark Farnsworth, but he stands and stares in disbelief as nothing finds its way in. Pack really seemed to explode, but then nothing really moved as much as you expected it to. And it's left a slightly awkward table for Corey here. He's messed up a couple of slightly awkward tables already in the last couple of frames, so it remains to be seen how much of a problem that dry break will be for Mark Farnsworth. All the yellows are quite nice, but of course the 8-ball is completely tied up and quite isolated. He has taken yellows, left himself a shot here now on the either the yellow to right centre or going long up to the top right. If he goes long up to the top right, he might be trying to disturb the 8-ball now. He is, and he's missed it, and he's pushed a yellow safe, and that could not have gone worse. So now a real treacherous situation for Corey, because it's hard to see the way in which he can stop Mark here. It's suddenly gone huge second favourite in the frame. Has possibly had a bit of a nice touch there. I don't think the red to the top left of the cue ball will go to the left centre. I think Mark might just have to slide off this red. He's closest to. Leave the cue ball near the jaws.
Time running.
Just lay a bit of a trap for Corey.
Extension, please.
Has to be so careful of the in-off here as well, though. Just the way that cue ball's lined up against the red. It's going to be hard to catch it thin enough not to send it in off. Going to be close. done very well there. Especially having to play that with the spider.
Total. Time out. Total sneaker cool. Time running.
Reloading up the swerve shot. Good attempt. He's just tied up a red. That's the best he could do. Mark could maybe flick off the red he's looking at now and try and land on his own red on the cushion. Not entirely sure that was the plan, but
It's not frozen. Not frozen.
Corey now has the opportunity just to cover that pocket. Oh, he's potted it. That's poor, and he knew straight away. He got up immediately off that shot. And the slim hopes that Corey Reese has of taking this frame are evaporating with every error like that. This needs to hit a cushion. This needs to hit a cushion. And it has. Did look like a slightly bad contact there, possibly from where Mark was digging down at the cue ball, and it took the pace out of the red. These freshly clothed tables still had enough. Just about on the shot for Mark. He's still well in control of this frame, but Corey's not going to make life easy for him. He's just digging in and staying in the frame as best he can. Interesting situation for Corey. What does he do here? There's a possibility of potting this yellow in the bottom left, going into the yellow and red, breaking it out, and if it comes out nicely he might have to go here. It's not ideal, but it could be worse. If he's got any chance of taking these out, he needs to land on the ball on the rail next. Swing this round. 2 cushions. And it hasn't got there. It's so tough to see a way out. He's looking at coming cushion first and hitting the one on the rail with the hope of, at worst, getting it over the pocket. Oh, what an effort. I don't know if he wanted that to drop. I don't know. Is there a path for this yellow ball to go anywhere? He can cut it down to the bottom right. He's got a big pocket. Have to miss it by a fair way. He's either got to play that big pocket or play it straight. He'll be running near the 8 ball as well. This could come out. The 8 ball's come out. Where's the yellow? Is it going to drop? Still there. So close for Corey Reese to pull a finish from absolutely nowhere. Wow, what a finish that would have been under that kind of pressure. He has still left a problem for Mark Farnsworth. Mark can't get away from Corey in this frame. Here is the shot to open things up. Skill shot is on. Got a lovely angle. He's nailed it. Has pushed this red he's closest to just into awkward territory, so that's why he's going to lay up. Corey with one more chance to pull a rabbit out of the hat, to make something happen. Going to smash this cue ball, I suspect, off 2 rails. Well, if he thinks he's found a pocket for it, it might be slightly more controlled. So 2 rails and try and pot the black. Here we go. That's not the one.
One free shot, one visit. Time running.
Had to get reasonably close to the centre pocket to make that happen. But, certainly not that close. At long last in this frame, Mark Farnsworth takes the victory, and Corey Reese is yet again left to rue his mistakes. He should have been probably 5-0 up. Instead, he finds himself 3-2 down. And in a similar vein, Beck Sweeney, his other half on the outer tables, was 5-3 up in this match with Deb Birchall. But Diamond Deb always seems to find a way. She's pulled it back to make it a final frame decider. And in the other match, Claire Peaty there at the table. She snookered herself on the 8 ball. She needs that 8 ball to get through to the final. Is there a gap to come off the back cushion and hit it? Just tension absolutely everywhere out there. Both of these semi-finals going down to the wire. There's the shot from Claire. She hasn't covered the pocket either, so Ash really should take that frame and make it 5-4. With 4 reds left to complete a memorable victory. Well, looks like she's taking control there. She does have Deb in a world of trouble. That's a very negative shot there from Ash Bird.
Frame 6. Corey Reese to break. Trailing 3 frames to 2. Time running.
I think Ash might live to regret not going for that. We will find out. Time will tell. But Corey Reese is now queuing up. He's had the lion's share of the chances in this match, but he trails Mark Farnsworth by 3 frames to 2. And when things like that happen, right, break for Corey, but he might have just about got away with it, you know. Hard to see an easy starter here for Mark. He wants to be reds. Don't know if he can cut the one he's closest to and play a plant. If he does that, then there's going to be balls flying everywhere. It's very thin and he'd need to hit it pretty hard. It's hard to really see any other options. He's taking this, red he's looking at now, long or into the middle. It's a horrible cut into the middle. He's taking it long and it's there. That's a tremendous shot. That is under so much pressure. Because if he misses that, then Corey can get reds and take huge control in the frame. Quick cut to the outer tables, and there is Claire Peaty potting the black to get through to the Ladies Open final. Ash Bird, I think she could have been more aggressive with that last yellow. She tried to tie the game up, and I feel like she could have perhaps screwed across the table and given it a go. It's a nice shot from Mark. He's left himself perfect. The red in the middle of balk here. All about how he attacks the 8 ball. I think it will pass the yellow bottom left. So if he can come down the table in a couple of balls time and finish straight on that last red, and he will have an opportunity. And there is another player going through to the next stage of their respective competitions. Gareth Hibbert through to the semi-final. Wow. What a weekend that man's having. Drew Hughes finally succumbing to the Godfather. Mark Farnsworth continues what would be a fantastic finish, particularly from where he was left after the break. Superb stuff from Mark. Corey, once again, left sat in his seat, ruining what might have been. Virtual now in massive control of this final frame. That one's really swung round. Looks like Beck has gone for a finish and not got it. Now Deb looking to press home her advantage. Make it through to a final. That's a good hit though from Beck. Not going to make anything easy for Deb, that's for sure. 8 does look very tied up, so even if Beck find a way to pot the red, still feel Deb would be favourite.
Frame 7. Mark Farnsworth to break. Lead 4 frames to 2. Time running.
Back to this quarter final. Mark Farnsworth. It's now the man doing all of the running in this match. That is his best break of the match in terms of the split and in terms of balls potted. The problem is the opener. What can he pot first? Absolutely love a yellow.
Extension, please.
Said that, if this red passes to the bottom left, which it looks like it does, he'll take that as well. That one looked awkward from our perspective, and it was awkward. And Mark is dumbfounded as he's handed the table back to his opponent. I mean, he caught that yellow almost quarter ball. It wasn't even close. He is human. And Corey take advantage. Been the other way round for the entire match. It's been Corey making mistakes and Mark punishing them. But this time, perhaps revenge is on the cards. Corey not entirely happy with that. Wanted to come further up table and take the last remaining red in the bottom half first. But it's not a bad last ball, and he's got a massive pocket down towards the bottom left for that. So I don't think he should be too bothered. Another shot now that needs a bit of care. You decelerate on this or don't quite catch it right, you can push the 8 ball away and do well to knock it safe, but it's possible. Might just have to flick off the side of the 8, leave himself on the last red. No, did. Just 2 or 3 inches further to the right hand side than he would like here, Corey. But he can always play for the 8 ball into the opposite middle. Exactly what he's done. In it goes, 4-3. This time, Mark's turn to turn down the opportunity. We're going to nip over to the outer tables. Check out this last ladies semi-final. Deb Birchall, Beck Sweeney, they've been going toe to toe. Probably the best part of an hour and a half now. It looks like Deb has finally got the opportunity. She's an aggressive player. Is she going to go game here? We'd expect her to.
Frame 8, Corey Reese to break. Trailing.
She does. Just need to watch herself. That yellow and 8 ball that are together. Absolutely brilliant front ball connection there from Corey Reese. Streaming arena.
Extension, please.
There's that yellow. What angle has she got here? It looks quite straight. Her reaction tells us the story. If that's dead straight, she can't get on this 8 ball. There is life yet for Beck Sweeney, just as there is life. Corey Reese. The first shot is good, but there's a caveat. He's pushed a red safe. Birchall. Well, she may have left herself on a double, but it's tough. She hasn't come back far enough to take it down the rail. What a big shot this is for Deb. She's going to take it on. Here's the double. It's there, is it? It is. What a shot from Deb Birchall. A huge celebration from her, and Beck will be gutted, to be fair, because she will have thought that there was every chance of her coming back to the table there. But Beck Sweeney will be heading home. The question is when, because she will be going home with Corey Reese, so she might have to sit and stew over that one a little bit longer. Particularly, he can come up with the goods here against Mark Farnsworth. Very first shot in this frame from Corey. Pushed a red right onto that yellow over the top left corner pocket. Actually, really, at this point, Mark's quite a big favourite in the frame. lay of the land now means that Corey Reese is going to have to move that yellow. He's perfect on the skill shot. And again, a bit similar to the one a few frames ago. That yellow's right in the heart of the pocket. It looks a little bit over to the right hand side, but that is by no means a problem. He's gone after it now. How's that come out? It couldn't have come out much better. Lovely shot from Corey. But it does mean, and to be fair, it would have meant regardless of which way he went at the top of the table, the last shot, the last red I should say, is going to be absolutely pivotal. Well, he's going after it now. Needs a nice kiss on this yellow. That's okay. Could have been a lot worse. But he can't quite reach it, so he's going to have to play this with the rest. And the reason he's come down table now is because he didn't want to have to get from this red here onto the black. It's nearly impossible, particularly with that yellow there. Huge moment for Corey Reese. His shot potentially the difference between 4-all and 5-3. Has he hit it? Has he hit it? It's not going to drop. Now it's Mark Farnsworth with the tricky final positional shot. Whichever way he goes, there's nothing easy on the table to land on the 8-ball. So he'll pop this one to the bottom left and come across for the yellow to the same pocket. This isn't a great angle. There's going to be distance between the next two, and this isn't a fantastic angle either. He's going to really have to pump this, I would think, quite a lot of top and left-hand side. Makes the pot so difficult. He's nailed the pot. Oh, this is horrible. This is such a nasty little shot. Some good news, he can play this with a bit of running side and he doesn't have to worry about the in-off because of the red over the corner pocket. But the fact that he's missed it by that kind of a margin shows you just how tough that shot was. Just slightly off angle here, but he should be able to pinch the pocket and bring the cue ball back down roughly the same line. This also does require good cueing. You don't get into this quite enough, you could end up with a very thin cut on the 8-ball. Asked for the cue ball to be cleaned. I don't know whether he feels he didn't get the contact. That one that he was expecting. Or whether it's just a precaution. Perhaps he spotted something on it, who knows. Either way, this black is thin. But hard to imagine. Or missing it. In a funny game though. Pressure does funny things. Safe the heart of the pocket.
Frame.
Wade Morley and Dean Shields still hard at it. Wade needs these reds and the 8-ball to get us back to 5-all, but he's missed the red. And he's left Dean Shields a potential opportunity here. Dean's going to have to take this yellow near the middle pocket long. It does look as if the other yellow will pass the red, so if this drops in, should be frame over. Well, he's actually taking that on now. He can see enough of it. And it does go past. And that is a huge miss. And a huge missed opportunity for Wade Morley. And it looks like Dean Shields is going to go one away from a semi-final. Yet another close game.
Scores tied, 4 frames up. Time running.
Wade is furious with himself there at the top of your screen. Dean Shields moves 6-4 ahead. And back to the main arena. Here was the break. Farnsworth can sit back down in his chair. He can sit down with the comfort of knowing he hasn't left an easy opportunity for Corey. Been a really topsy-turvy game, this one. Corey there going after those 2 yellows that are tied up and not getting them out. Gonna have to wait at least one more shot, you feel, for the opportunity to do that. Doesn't have the angle now. I say they could possibly screw it off the top cushion and into the red, but oh no. No. Well, I say that, I think Corey's had a huge stroke of luck there because, okay, he's bridging. But he can pot the yellow over the corner and he's made those 2 into a plant with that little flick. So I suspect he'll pot this one cushion first so that he can come down table a bit and make the next shot easier. He has, and he's made it pretty good actually. Bit of a cutback up to the top right. Needs to screw through the gap between the reds. It's something approaching straight on the plant. Doesn't want to leave too much angle there. Would like to have a bit of control over the cue ball. Will do. I think it's fair to say that Corey's had the best of the running in this match. Yes, okay, Mark Has missed the odd chance here or there, but Corey's got most of the flicks. To be honest, that one there was unreal. This yellow. It's a fair bit of angle, so he's going to have to leave a bit of distance. Wants to just drop this in, I suspect. See him there queuing up where he wants the cue ball for the 8 ball. Actually underdone that. Caught the yellow a bit thicker. Has now left himself a choice of pockets for this 8, but neither of them are a particularly nice shot. Both of these very, very missable. Doesn't have to worry about the cue ball whichever way he goes, so that's nice. Let's get down and put his cue through. And he has absolutely nailed that. Wonderful black from Corey Reese, and he moves back into the lead, a lead he hadn't held for several frames. He was 2-1 up, I believe, the last time he held the lead. Now then, Dean Shields with an awfully twitchy one for the win. He's very close to this 8 ball. He's hit it well, and he's made it. So it will be Dean Shields going through to the semi-finals. Wade Morley couldn't have had a much tougher run, really. And he has finally succumbed to Dean Shields. He will face Adam Griffiths in his semi-final. Gareth Hibbert, of course, awaiting the winner of our streamed match here. And we also saw there the early running of the ladies' final. Claire Peaty taking on Deb Birchall. That has started out on table 1. Corey Reese has gone very close to in off, but has avoided it. And has the bonus of making a ball. And these reds are not simple, but they're certainly not the most difficult layout of table you're ever going to see. First off, slightly tricky one. Doesn't want to catch the knuckle because that first red was right on the jaw. And I'm surprised he went for that first. I thought if he at least got the red over the middle, he would have got control of the frame. Now he's handed all of the initiative to Mark Farnsworth. What an error. Oh, what's happened here is Mark Farnsworth touched the red with his shirt. Because we were talking about big errors, but that would be a monumental one from Mark. Morley is back at the table, so that's what it looks like. Hard to see exactly what happened from that camera angle. Again, the referee, for the first time this weekend, he is the man with the best view in the house, and if he says it touched, then I'm sure it did. Corey has actually played a fairly terrible shot there. He's actually managed to leave himself no pot at all, I don't think. He might just about be able to clip that red that you can see near the corner pocket in, but it's by no means a gimme. He can't. He's gonna lay up, and he's gonna go in off. Is he? He is. Well, this frame has had everything, but none of it has been good. Have you ever seen the like? Mark Farnsworth can cut this yellow over onto the red, pot the red, cover the pocket, and then he can go to work at potentially trying to clear up, but if not, he will have a bit of control, you would think. Where that yellow's gone. Could potentially go tactical. Let's have the opportunity to play one of those yellows over on the left-hand side off of it in a few moments' time. But he's missed the pot. Well, they've both lost the plot, I think, here. But that yellow looms large over that top left corner pocket. There is an opportunity for Corey Reese to get out. Playing this with tons of running side. Wants to get the cue ball right tight to the cushion. That looks good enough. Is he straight enough now? I think. He can play this red off the yellow in the top corner. Screw out. Might have to screw into the jaw with the angle he's actually left, but he should be able to avoid the in-off quite comfortably. He's just praying that this clears the pocket or pushes the red out to a better position. A better position than that would have been nice. That couldn't have come out much worse either. Because he's dead straight on this one down the rail, and I don't see how he gets over for that. Not sure anyone wants to win this frame. It's unreal, to be honest. He's so straight on this that I think he might have to screw on and off the top rail. Oh no, he had an angle. He had more angle than I thought. The next question then, does the 8-ball pass that yellow to the bottom left? Or he's down checking now. If it does, then he'll just play this red into the corner quite softly. If it doesn't, then he's got to screw back and play the black to the middle. Screw back it is, and screw back is what's caused the miss. Another chance goes begging in this frame. I think Corey feels how the rest of us do watching this, to be honest. This has been... Mark's taking extra care with his shirt there. This has been one of the strangest frames I have ever seen in my life. I doubt that I'm alone. Even now, Mark, he hasn't come far enough there. He's got to get the rest out. A couple more inches on that cue ball and he could go around to the side of the table and play this with comfort. Now, there's just a little bit more jeopardy in the shot. And again, he hasn't quite come far enough. Wanted to take that yellow past the black, but he's not got the angle. This time, he is finally in a good position. And this straight black to make it 5-all. Punches it home. Best of 3. Which one of these two is going to blink first? It's genuinely hard to tell. As we mentioned, this is the last quarter-final, still running the last semi-final spot up for grab. The winners of this match will play Gareth Hibbert. The other semi-final has just got underway on table 3. Dean Shields takes on Adam Griffiths for a spot in the final. Fantastic run from Adam, first year professional. There they are, that's the opening frame. There's no score in that match yet.
I'm running.
This time the break is favourable for Mark Farnsworth. These yellows look decent. The 8 ball is tied up. Were it not for that red in those cluster of yellows, he'd be taking reds all day long, but that is definitely causing him a problem. Whereas at least if you take yellows, you've got a chance of getting on the 8 ball. It does go to the left centre. It's just a bit tricky to get on. Now you can take this yellow here and nudge the red out of the way. Now, frame is at his mercy. It would be a real bonus. The right hand of those 2 yellows closest to the left cushion snuck past the other one. He's had a good look at it. He thinks it does. But it was a bit wide. It was a bit wide. Now Corey Reese eyeing up that difficult red. Can he move it from here? Dig into the cue ball enough. If not, can he land on it and drop it into the middle dead weight? Tried to move it. He has managed to. And it's come out okay. Whichever one of these two loses this match now, it's going to be a bit tricky to get over it, I think. At this point, both of them have had the chances to win. Beatty has taken the first frame in the Ladies Open final. Rory Reese is looking to take what could be a decisive blow here in the British Open quarter-final. That has not gone to plan. I feel like I've said that about 1,000 times during this match, to be honest. Nothing seems to come out the way these two intend at the moment. Or he's still got a shot here. He'll do well to hold. The other red might have to play into it. Tried to play into it and didn't manage it. What has he got on now? He's looking at a double. There's also the possibility of a back double, although it's a bit thin. Probably be careering into the yellow, so I think this double is the shot. Gone for it, missed it. Long way away. Has he kind of got away with it? I don't think he's left mark very much here. Does have a big pocket if he goes cushion first, or he can cut this in the middle. But it's thin. The cue ball's running away. Wants this to travel. Bit more than that would have been nice, I think. He's in roughly the same boat as he was in a shot ago. Now I think he might have to play cushion first. Cut that yellow down the rail. It's a huge pocket for it. It's hard to see it going too wrong as long as he catches it reasonably close. A bit straight on this yellow. Can he come top side of the 8 ball to leave the easier pot into the centre, or is he just going to have to run the cue ball through and leave it long? Oh, he had enough, and he's perfect, and he's going to take a 6-5 lead, and it's going to be another hammer blow to Corey Reese.
Right.
What an unbelievably topsy-turvy match this has been. It's had everything. It's been so dramatic, but both players are chucking in silly, silly mistakes. I think both of them are feeling the effects of what's been a very long weekend. I know they're not the only ones. There's plenty of us behind the scenes feeling the same effects. My word. What a moment for these two players.
Frame 12. Corey Reese to break. Trailing 6 frames to 5. Time running.
Corey Reese breaking to stay in the match. disappointments for the Welshman. Is anything going towards a pocket? It's not. Mark Farnsworth has the first opportunity. Mark Farnsworth can see himself through to yet another semi-final.
Extension, please.
There are no major problems on this table. There are tricky areas. The red just below the balk line is awkward. The two reds below the middle pockets are awkward. Given what's gone before in this match, this is by no means over. This is the key shot. Mark's left a good angle here, but he's got to play this red to the middle with a fair lick of pace. And a lot of top on the cue ball. He needs to get this cue ball coming down towards that 8 ball. He needs to get pretty close to it. Is that close enough? Maybe. I think he's now going to have to play a cannon on his last red. There is no guarantee with this kind of shot. But, with that said, any kind of full contact, it's hard to see him not being on a shot. And it's not full enough. It's nothing like full enough. Is he on a shot? Does it pass to the bottom right? If it does, he's fortunate. If it does, he's got an angle to come out for the 8 ball to the same pocket. It's not there. And we go on. This match rumbles on. I don't know if that actually went. I don't know if Mark hit that ball with much with hope than expectation. The shot clock. I don't think he had much choice. That red sits threateningly over the hole, just reminding Corey Reese that if he makes a mistake, Mark is still there, ready to pounce. This finish needs to be error-free from Corey Reese. It's a pretty natural finish. Takes the yellow in balk, then the next yellow into the centre pocket, or vice versa. He's got a big pocket. He wants it for the yellow furthest right. said we hadn't had any final frame deciders on the stream yet today, and that I was sure that was going to change. It certainly feels like it's about to. Is just making every second count now. Farnsworth is ready to break in the decider. He's swapped cues after that yellow dropped in. And after that 8 ball dropped in, it confirms it. Deciding frame here between Mark Farnsworth and Corey Reese. And it's a match that's deserved it. But equally, it's been a match of really weird moments. I'm sure that the last frame will provide no less drama. Mark would like it to be drama-free. Mark would like it to be the easiest break and finish of his life. Stands waiting patiently for his opportunity. How big an opportunity is it going to provide? We're about to find out. Cut break, he hasn't caught it the best, and he'll actually be delighted with that, I think. Because that was going to be a dry break. Were it not for the 8 ball careering into that top left corner. We often say the pool gods punish you on a re-rack. Quite often that does seem to be the case, but this time around, I don't know. I think that might be a result.
Mark Farnsworth to break, no penalty. Time running.
Caught them so much sweeter this time. A knowing nod from Corey Reese in the background and a little shake of the head. He knows how lucky Mark's been there to get that re-rack. And then to come out with this table. Just look at those yellows.
Extension, please.
They are absolutely dreamy. easier finish you could not want. So this now purely about nerve for Mark Farnsworth, a man who seems to have that in spades. And I play this one confidently. A stun shot here would be absolutely perfect. If it runs on an inch or two, could just create a problem. Well, not so bad. I thought the angle there was slightly deceptive, perhaps. Now just wants to screw back. Cue ball a little closer to the 8 ball than where it is now would be good. Just a couple of inches further on. Straight is fine. Pinch the pocket a little bit. Go over and leave a dead straight black. And he's going to complete this victory. And he has done. Superb performance to an extent from both players. Both had their moments, but I think Mark deserved the win in the end. I think Corey probably had more of the chances, but it was Mark who, in the end, made those chances count. Mark Farnsworth doesn't need to move his stuff out of the arena. He will be straight back there for the next match, because he will be taking on Gareth Hibbert in a rerun of last night's Open professional final, rather. Then the winner of that will play the winner of Dean Shields and Adam Griffiths, our other semi-final, which is currently taking place on the outer tables. But now we're going to throw over to the studio while we get the arena ready for the next match. And David Adenall is there. He's going to have a word with Kev Barton.
Thanks, Dan. And another absolute classic encounter between these two giants of the game, Corey Reese and Mark Farnsworth. And it's Mark Farnsworth who takes his place in the semi-final, where he will play the man who beat him 10-9 in the pro final last night, Gareth Hibbert. The matches are coming through thick and fast. Dave Adenall, we were watching on the sidelines there at the end of that match. Another cracking match between these two great players.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic match. Another decider, not surprised. Mark's always there at the back end of tournaments. He's always in contention of any tournament. And the same for Corey these days. He's getting to the back end of tournaments a lot, and there's always a danger.
And obviously Mark Farnsworth is not renowned for his breaking prowess, but that break in there, he'd love to bottle that and take that with him everywhere he goes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he broke really well there, and a really good chance there to take it out and hold his nerve to, which he's used to doing, and another chance of another title.
How do you think the players will be feeling? The likes of Gareth and Mark, who were involved in that epic final last night. Just a rerun of the break there from Mark Farnsworth. I mean, look at those yellows, what he's left himself there. It's just really a matter of just dotting the I's and crossing the T's.
Exactly, yeah. It's just holding your nerve in that situation. Make sure you don't run out of position or anything like that, and take it out.
How do you think, as we're saying, the likes of Gareth and Mark, they involved in that epic final last night, that here now in the semi-final of the Open event, obviously it's not a physical sport, but it's going to be mentally draining, surely. Where are they digging the reserves up from to play at this level?
I don't know, I'd love to have some of it. But it's amazing, all that intensity over each match, and they're all tough matches. You can go out at any stage against all these great players. It's tough to just find that, but I think that's the difference between the top players. You need to look at Mark Boyle on the Isle of Man. He had to win 14 matches to win the double. It's incredible stamina, and such a mental game. It's really impressive, and I think that's the reason, not just the standard of the players, but the reason why the top guys are what where they are because they're able to do that.
And just a word about the other semi-final that has started on one of the outer tables, Dean Shields against Adam Griffiths. Obviously Dean is there or thereabouts every tournament, but obviously Adam Griffiths, great to see him going deep in the tournament.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Adam's come on a lot recently. He's a really good player to watch. Something about the left-handers as well, easy on the eye to watch. Yeah, he's a really good player, and not a surprise at all.
And it's never easy. You know, Adam is a first-year professional. It's never easy, is it? You know, when you're coming into the pro ranks to make a mark, because you're always getting the worst draws.
I think it can work one or two ways. You know, sometimes it can be really good because there's no pressure on, or and you get a bit of freedom, like embrace the challenge, so to speak. But other times it can just take you a little while to settle in. And
well, unfortunately, he's just played a little bit of a poor positional shot there. So, you know, early stages of that match, race to 7, currently 2-1 to Dean. So, yeah, we'll keep you posted with that one. And so just looking ahead now as we finish things up here in Gosforth. We've just got the semi-final and the final left, and that'll conclude 3 days. Thoughts overall, Dave, of this event?
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's a great venue. It's great that we get to have the World Championships here as well. It's a great atmosphere. It's the whole layout of the hotel and the tournament that's put on. It's fantastic, and it's been a great weekend. Plenty of great matches, a lot of deciders. It's been really good.
And you've been involved in a few deciders as well, Dave.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about them at all, or shall we move on?
Well, I'm quite happy to talk about them. I just don't think we've got enough time to talk about them all. So, but yeah, it's been quite a few. So I lost 2 this weekend, but I'm used to that.
And at 4 or 5 weeks' time now, the World Championships, as you say, back here in Gosforth, where Clint Jansen looks to defend his title and try and be the only person that has ever won the tournament twice.
Yeah, I think that's something all players want now. You know, because it's not been done before. Clint will be have his eyes on that. It's almost like the snooker with the Crucible Curse. I mean, what we're going to call this one? We'll have to get a name for ours. See if Clint can break that.
Yeah, and it's bubbling up after this event this weekend. It is bubbling up to be probably the most open World Championships that maybe there has ever been, because we've got that. You know, we've got those elite players, but we've got that cohort of players, you know, simmering it beneath the surface. The Dean Shields, the Gav Robinsons, likes of yourself as well. We're all in that group that on the day can beat these big boys.
Yeah, very much so. It's I still think there's still the main core that's got a good chance of winning, but it's the fact that, like you say, any of these players can beat anyone on the day. But there's the amount of players that could actually win it is rising, yeah, because it's such a standard and so many good players, and
the format as well. You know, they're all sets, race to 4s. I mean, anyone, even I can win a set sometimes in a race to 4, so anything can happen, can't it?
Well, we won't stretch it. But yeah, the set format, yeah, it does open it up. You know, as we discussed at the World Championships before, you know, you can be 8-0 down, but you're actually only 2-0 down, so it does always keep you in it, really. So, but it's mentally very different as well. You know, it's a different mindset. You know, we're never used to playing sets, so it's something to get used to. But it's a nice change. You know.
Do you think, because they are little mini short races, do you think that does make it a bit more a leveler?
Yeah, it definitely. I definitely find so as well. There's a lot more turning points, which is good for the audience. But yeah, I do. Yeah, I think that does help. I've certainly noticed it in a match I've played in the past. Playing them races to 4, it is a bit of a leveler. Yeah, I know there can be more frames in the match than we say get at one of these events, but yeah, no, I definitely feel the fact that a race to 4 it is lovely. Yeah.
And then after the World Championships, we can have a break for not that long before we start the 2024 tour season. Back here again in Gosforth at the Grand in early April for the start of another exciting tour season, in particular with all the international entries that are coming on board.
yeah, it'll be exciting to see all the new nations involved, and we see all Newcastle 5th to the 7th of April. It should be good, yeah. It'd be great to start a new season. I think for a lot of people as well have had a successful 23, or some would have had a disappointing 23, so it'd be nice. So I'll be looking forward to next year and try and repeat the good season, or correct a bad one.
and your own personal ambitions and aims for the start of the new season? Winner decider, is that
yeah,
on the list?
Yeah, I'll try and win a decider. Yeah, I think it's been a couple of years now, so I'll try and win one. Yeah, it's good, quite a good bit of banter with everyone now, so I'll just embrace it and have a laugh about it.
Right. Well, Dave, thanks for your time. It's great to chat with you as normal. I think the two semi-finalists, Mark Farnsworth and Gareth Hibbert, are almost ready to commence battle. It's going to be another great contest between these two. Last word, Dave. How do you see this one going?
It's based on last night. Yeah, based on last night. It's sit on the fence, isn't it? But you never know. Gareth could do it again. You know,
could he do the double?
I think so. Yeah, I think he's got a chance of doing it. You know, he's always in contention of a tournament. He doesn't. I don't think always gets mentioned enough, to be honest. But that's obviously with what Mark Farnsworth does and Liam Dunster, and you know they'll take a lot of the titles. But I think he's got. I'll go Gareth.
Well, there you've heard it first. Dave Adenall has gone for Gareth. We're about to see what is going to happen. So for the penultimate time this weekend, let's hand over to the commentary box and Mark Pickworth.
Thank you, Kevin, and welcome back once again. And this is our semi-final. The other semi-finals already underway, as they said in the studio. 3-1 it is at the moment to Dean Shields against Adam Griffiths. And it's all about now who is going to be in the last final of the season. Is it going to be Mark Farnsworth? Is it going to be Gareth Hibbert? Is Dean Shields going to make it, or Adam Griffiths? These matches race to 7. So Gareth Hibbert has won the lag. Ladies Open final also underway. Deb Birchall against Claire Peaty. That's on the right hand side. Currently 2 frames apiece. Race to 6. Keep you right up to date with both of them matches. Dean at the table, 3-1 ahead, remember. So looking like he's in control of that semi-final. These two played in that magnificent final last night, and if you didn't get time to watch it, it's definitely worth a look at. Going on YouTube, IPApool.com, just have a look on there, you know, play that back. Fantastic ending. Gareth Hibbert was leading 9 frames to 5. Mark Farnsworth had to remain in 5, and we went down to a deciding frame. Cue ball, Gareth Hibbert. Not the start he wanted, and there's balls flying in everywhere. Mark Farnsworth with one free shot, one visit straight away. So Mark just developing the black ball out. Now he's got a choice. Either colour set here, depending on what he wants. I mean, both are okay, but yellow's got the pretty much easier opener. And yellow's it is. I'm on the chat. If anybody wants to ask me any questions about any up-and-coming tournaments or anything like that, I'll try and do the best I can. Nathan Wilbur, Thanks very much for everything you do. How are you doing? Hope you've had a good weekend while you've been here in Newcastle. Good to see you again, pal. So we're coming down to the final few matches. Final few ranking points that are left to be added up. Who's going to be finishing? Which seeds ready for the World Championships in 5 weeks' time? I don't think Mark's played on this yellow into the bottom left-hand corner because he's only just looked at it now. And this makes this finish very easy. So just this mid-range pot into the bottom left-hand corner. And it should be straightforward from there. Don't have to do a lot with the cue ball. Basically rolls it in. These two players have definitely been the most in form throughout this weekend, definitely the most consistent. Mark Farnsworth takes the opening frame after the in-off from Gareth Hibbett in the opening frame. So Farnsworth leads 1 frame to 0. And wow, look at that frame. Look where that black ball is in that corner, covered by the red and the yellow. I tell you what. Debs is looking, trying to just get his out. Is she gonna pull the trigger? You know, you feel like, is she gonna, or is she just gonna try and hide the cue ball behind that yellow? It's a good effort. She got the snooker on the red that's in the open. So made a ball. Look at this little cluster on this left-hand side where the cue ball is. It's not nice. He's going to have a little bit of work to do here. Even the little cluster that's near the black ball. That's also tricky. Finished very untidy. This break off. Probably going to be a containing shot at most here. Probably won't even waste an extension, just having a look round. There's not a lot he can do. So hands over the table to Gareth Hibbett. As does Gareth. He says, oh, I'm not happy with them. You can have them back. Sure, we're going to see a few shots like that until somebody takes control of a colour set. I mean, is Mark looking and thinking that the yellows are the better colour set? You know, it's a possibility because there isn't one been potted yet. Well, it's just a containing shot. There's definitely a little bit of work to do in this one. All about now. You can play decent safety and probably, you know, develop a colour set in their favour. Doing both isn't going to be easy. You have to select in, try and hide the cue ball behind that cluster. Shields did take that frame 4-1. He now leads Adam Griffiths 3 away from getting himself into another final. Two boys from the northwest of England there, competing it out.
Extension, please.
Dean Shields 5-1 in our leads. One-way traffic on the outer table in the other semi-final. He decided to pull the trigger. And Dean's going to be breaking in that 7th frame as well. So maybe breaking clearance, he could be going one away from getting himself into that final. So, Mark selected these reds. I think he's only got a choice of the one red, the one that's the closest to the black. So, because we're going to the top right, you feel like he makes it. He's going to give him a chance, especially if he gets position, and he has got position. What can he do with it though? Just that tricky red ball in the, just above the bottom cushion. Feel like if he gets a good cannon, one of them two, well, definitely the yellow that's closest to the red, you feel a good chance like this one here. Oh, that's it. Tell you what, he's played that pretty well. A little bit close to his work, but I'll say it's a chance. Nice pop, nice pop. Still work to do. So I'll just be looking now just to see. I mean, if this is straight, he draws this back into the yellow. He'll have a chance of a double, unless he wants to try and attempt a double now. Looks like he is. Just got to try and control his cue ball. And he hasn't controlled the cue ball that well. I think he didn't get enough on it. Can you see any of this red ball? Possibly. He's looking to see if he can take it up into the top left. What a pot this will be. Does this go? This looks, wow. Good effort. Good effort. Only just at the far jaw. I got a little bonus there, just nudging the black, but look where the red is. It's not putting Gareth under any pressure. Yeah, another very good touch there from Gareth. It's close this is. It's close. Now, this red is there for the taking. You feel that Gareth probably needs to take these yellows now. If you have only just joined us, this is the semi-final of our final event here, the Open. We're going to have this semi-final, then the final. So we have still got a little bit of coverage left. You know, if you have only just joined us, either way, I'm sure it's going to be an absolute epic ending. Lovely positional shot from the Godfather, Gareth Hibbert. Should be levelling this match up now. And 1 frame apiece it is. Ian Shields did break and run out that frame. 6 frames to 1 he now leads. I've been corrected on the run out. Yeah, assumed that because I knew he was breaking. Must have had a dry break, got another opportunity and cleared up. Off the break was what I've just been told, so somebody's keeping a close eye on it, which is always good. An extra set of eyes in the room. But Adam Griffiths needs to remain in 6 frames now. He just knows 1 missed pot could be his last shot. So that's not gone to plan either. Don't get that red. On the balk line. Behind that yellow, it's not in good position for him. Got this one over the middle, if he wants to take that, just to try and get up there and dislodge it out. He needs to get it out sooner rather than later. I'm going to be leaving it till the end. His options run out. This is the angle I said that he probably needs, but again, he's relying on a little bit of luck of getting on his next ball, especially where that other red is on the far cushion. Okay. He's elected himself to play a double. It's the double. See, oh, and he has missed. He's at the table. Can he close the match out now? This opportunity. All these yellows, they've got pockets, so there's no reason why he can't go on to take them out. We'll keep you up to date with that one, though. On the main table. Did break off. Looks like he's going about his finish on the reds. Wayward from Gareth. Just let that cue ball get away from him. Not sure he can get through to the one into the right centre. Not sure he does him many favours if he can. As the white ball, he's going to have to run a piece of string to get position on that red that's tied up in behind that yellow. Dean's going to try and get these out. He's missed them. Is he going to get another opportunity to get him out? Gareth's going for the blind pocket. It's not close. Not Farnsworth is going to be coming to the table. So Dean just trying again, trying to just drop on him this time. This is the right shot. Great shot from Dean. Perfect. And Dean is now looking like getting himself into the final. Or into another final. Lost count of how many finals he's been in. But this black ball into the centre gets himself into another final. 7 frames to 1 against Adam Griffiths. He's had an incredible run, Adam has. Now getting some really tasty ranking points for next season. Puts him in good stead for the Worlds. So, back to this one. Who is Dean Shields going to be playing? We'll go back to that Ladies Open final soon. I know the that black ball was glued in that corner behind 2 yellows and a red, so not sure how that one's panned out, but we'll have a look at that very soon. Let's just keep an eye on Mark Farnsworth here. Should be going about his work here to making sure he clears these up. So this it's a nice little shot there from Mark. Black into the left centre. Punished another error from Gareth Hibbert. It's that positional play there from him. So, frame number 4, Mark Farnsworth to break. Another solid break from Mark. That black ball's going to that corner again.
Extension, please. Time out.
Nice pot. And the cushion. I'm just going to drop this into the left centre. And then one into the bottom right hand corner. Or left corner, depending on how he wants to play this one. Bottom right hand corner it is. And this to open up a 3-1 lead. You'd like to just draw this cue ball back, cannon into the red, just holding the cue ball there, something like that. This simple black ball into the top left hand corner. And it's looking like 3-1. 3-1 it is. Ladies Open final. Birchall 3, Claire Peaty 2. So obviously that really sort of tight frame with a black ball over the pocket. So yeah, I've been informed that that frame turned into a re-rack, which can happen, especially when the black goes over the pocket, and then they decide that it's a re-rack. So, but our re-racks in blackball, they're only a 9-ball re-rack. It's not a full 15, but it weren't meant to happen. So 9-ball re-rack, and then Deb's gone on to win that frame. So 3-2. Claire's at the table now. You've got to say, with a pretty good opportunity to level this match up again. I think one of our players on the main table was nipped out for a comfort break, so we'll stick with this this ladies' open final just until he returns. But Claire looking pretty good here. Just got to drop this down the cushion, under hit that a touch, but it's a good containing shot, a useful one. What can Debs do from this? Wow. Great shot.
Frame 5.
But she's going to need
Break. Drilling 3.
another special one.
Time running. Ball.
I'm going to stick with this one just to see how this one
Time running.
goes on. She's missed that one, and Claire now, great opportunity. Claire does take advantage of that missed ball and levels that match up once again. 3 frames apiece. Informed. Hibbert went off the break. That's twice now in this match. Mark just keeps on punishing him for every mistake he's making. Here we go. Look, 4-1 now. Farnsworth leads.
Frame 6. Mark Farnsworth to break, leading 4 frames to 1. Time running.
So Mark Farnsworth to break. Frame number 6. 3 away from getting himself into second successive final. He's made a ball again. Mark Farnsworth is dangerous when he's making balls off the break.
Extension, please.
Collecting these yellows. And if he leaves a nice angle here, don't want to come too far. Is he okay? Has he got a bit of an... I think he's got a bit of an angle. Obviously, when he does kiss this red out, he's just going to cannon into that yellow onto the left-hand side. So it's just about how it comes out now. Is it going to come out favourable? Oh, it's gone wrong. He just tried to push it onto it. And just put that yellow a bit further towards the cushion, so it did pop down into the bottom left-hand corner. It's the only problem when you go cannon into balls, it can go wrong. So what has he seen here? I think he meant that to go in because he went in the heart of the pocket. I mean, if he was just playing a cover of the pocket, surely he would have played that off the jaws. Maybe he just misjudged it. He forced his hand a little bit now. Oh. Played a safety shot. And what a safety shot that is. Just piling on the pressure. Gareth here. It's got the pocket that time, just to make sure he's got control of that top right-hand pocket. See Gareth just try and remove that red from that corner. Try and keep the pressure on Mark a little bit. Nicely done. PT, she's turned that around. Was 3-2 down. Now she's 4-3 ahead. Claire is 2 frames away from picking up that Open title. This frame here, it looks like it's just turned around. Gareth seems to be in control of this one at the moment. I feel like if you can just try and develop these, but obviously hide the cue ball as well, and he'll be in major control in this one. So, develop this red out, hiding that cue ball from an easy pop. And he's in control. He'd have loved that red not to be on the cushion, but it's not too far away from the pocket, so shouldn't be a problem. Can get through to it. Now then, is there a gap at the bottom that he can make something happen in this bottom left-hand corner? There was a gap. How's it come out? I think he's okay. I think he can pop this down the cushion. Just draw it out. And he's going to have a shot here. He's going to have a chance of going 5-1 ahead. Mistake from Gareth. Leaving him that opportunity into that corner. So this ball on this bottom cushion. That's why Mark's going. There's clearance. Barton, he's just joined me in the commentary booth.
I was just coming to see if you were all right.
We're fine in here. We're fine. We've got it all sewn up. Mark Farnsworth, 5-1 ahead now. Another mistake from Gareth has allowed him another opportunity. And it seems to be pretty much the story of this match. Gareth's made some, had a few loose shots, and Mark's capitalised and punished him to the max.
Yeah, I don't think Gareth would be human if there wasn't a bit of fatigue that is kicking in. Last night, it would have taken a lot out of him, emotionally, to finally, get over the line after so many close calls. So yeah, I'm not surprised he's not quite playing at those same levels. But you never know; he might get a second wind in this match and come back. You just can never write him off.
No, you can't. That was just a coverage there of the Ladies Open final. Claire Petey was 3-2 down. She's now leading that match 4-3, 2 frames away from picking up the Open title. There's the cue ball. Oh, the balls are flying in everywhere. That's his best break of this match so far.
That had some venom.
He's had 2 in-offs, and he got punished both times from Mark.
Had some real venom behind it, and look at those yellows. I mean, certainly yesterday these have been no problem. I don't think there'll be any problem today.
Yeah, well, that second win was on about. He needs it to happen very soon. Mark Farnsworth only 2 frames away from getting into a final.
Yeah, and just on that ladies' final, I just watched the last couple of frames of that. Claire Peaty, I've never seen her play before. Very nice cueist. Very nice.
Yeah, she beat Ashley Bird in the semi-final. Is that right? Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
She did, yeah.
One of the ladies' elite players.
Dean Shields awaits the winner of this match in the final. Can he break his hoodoo? He's lost in 5 finals. Can it be 6th time lucky?
Just looking at the rankings for Claire Peaty, she's on 42 points in 31st place. Oh yeah, she's still quite a way away, isn't she? A lot of points to catch up.
Yeah, I'm not sure she's been to every event this year.
No.
Like I say, I just watched a couple of the frames, and yeah, it's quite impressive.
And so was that black. Very impressive from Deb Birchall. Levels that match up, 4 frames each.
Frame 8. Mark Farnsworth on the break. Leading 5 frames.
So much needed frame there from the Godfather. But I think what's been impressive today has been the Mark Farnsworth break. It certainly seems to have been reignited.
Yeah, it's definitely turned up today. Oh, apart from there, we've just absolutely cursed it to death.
Well, that is...
I don't think he's had any in-offs on his break. I'm sure he hasn't.
I'll keep quiet if nobody can tell him I've just said that.
Yeah, raise that, please. Raise that. Raise what I was just talking about. Janet Jones, she'd love to see Gareth get the double. Yeah, it just takes some doing getting the double. And well, not unless you Mark Boyle. Two lots of doubles this year.
The double-double.
Yeah. But yeah, Janet, you know, we always like to see players do well, and you know, Gareth's definitely one of them players. But to do it well against the top quality players that we have here, the IPA, is always a tough task. But he's not out of this one yet. He's not out of it. 5-2.
Well, that is unbelievable.
I just wondered why Mark was back at the table.
Yeah.
He just touched it.
Oh my goodness, and look at these yellows. He's just going to open these up. Maybe move the red off the bottom cut off that's nearest the yellow.
Didn't get a good contact on it, but it's still good enough.
And that, you can only put that down to fatigue from Gareth. It's just, yeah, it's...
Yeah, he was playing till gone midnight last night, and he's, you know, delivering that high standard, 19 frames, and oh God, I don't know how many frames he's had today, but there's a lot. And trying to maintain that standard is very difficult. The mental strength you need is incredible.
Yeah, if anyone's got any questions for us on the chat whilst we're here, we're not here for much longer.
Mothio Bok-Aber, that's what happened. He Gareth touched a ball with his cue, and that gave the table back to Mark Farnsworth when, you know, Gareth did have one free shot, one visit. So, yeah, not great.
Well, he'd have been doing exactly what Mark's doing now. And these 3 easy balls. He's just lost the cue ball on that one a little bit. Should be okay. He's got a big area to put that white, and he'll take the one over the pocket, I think, first. Yeah. Yeah, this is perfect. Played it well. Probably just screw the white in front of the red. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Again, it's just gone a little bit too far, but should be fine.
Yeah, definitely not looking good for Gareth Hibbert now.
Meanwhile, in the ladies' open final, 4 frames all in a race to 6. Will the experience of Deb Birchall get her over the line yet again? They've all got to catch her next season. A glimmer of a chance there for Claire.
Frame 9. Gareth Hibbert at the break. Trailing 6 frames to 2. Time running.
So Gareth, cue ball. Potted balls, but look how they fell for him. Don't look too inviting on first glance.
Yeah, just not quite. It's still plenty of power, but not the power that he was hitting them with last night, that's for sure.
Extension, please.
You might be tempted to play the plant yellows at the top. First shot.
I suppose it depends how much gap there is in between them two. Will depend on that shot, won't it? But
so looking at a double the yellow. It's just below the black. I do feel the plant is probably the shot.
yeah, it's set quite nicely from back there.
That's not a bad outcome. It's not a bad outcome.
Yeah, that could have been worse.
He might be tempted to play the plant. It's tricky, but
Seeing how much angle he had on that one in the top left-hand corner, but maybe what you say, Kev. This is the shot that he's only got on. Tricky. Executed well.
it's tricky for humans. But for robots, it's fairly easy. Can he leave himself an angle to disturb the black, or is he just going to leave a double? Or the double looks tight. Yeah, played with lots of side to check that white ball, cue ball. I think he's just got enough space to try and free up that black. Just doesn't want to stick behind the black, of course. Just wants to hit the cushion, glance off it, half ball. So it won't be too much pace on this one, I don't think. Yep, controlled pace.
Lee Metcalf's put Dean Shields for the 8-4 win. It won't be 8-4 because it's only a race to 7 in the final. So, but 7-4 win for Dino, eh? Okay.
I do think of all the finals that Dean's been in, this is his best chance.
Yeah.
You know, he looks fresh, he looks ready, and you know, Mark and Gareth are both going to be absolutely shattered another match, and I just think that that could just be the difference in the end. I mean, it's difficult to call it because they're all great players.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's his best chance.
Got a question for you in a minute, Kevin, but just another one from Stephen Mitzi. What age is Gareth? Not sure we're allowed to say, but
no one
you would
knows.
think he's well into his 70s. I don't think he's quite into his 70s, but either way, he's aging very, very well and still playing to the highest standard. So, Kevin, little question for you from Jason Dewar. What's the format of the one-day events?
The amateur series, yeah. So, we've got 11 venues across the UK that are taking part in the amateur series. And basically there is 4 one-day events at each venue. And there's a maximum of 32 players at each event. Doesn't have to be the same 32 for each 4. So there's prize money on the day. I think it's 700 to the winner. And then at the end of the 4 events, the top 12 ranked players then are eligible to take part in the grand final, where there is a not too shabby £5,000 on offer to the winning amateur. And all the dates for each venue are on the website. Entry is via the shop. So I know Jay Dewar, you know, Sky Lounge, Mark Farnsworth Club, they're one of the 11 clubs. So yeah, check out the dates, and you know, no travelling, no hotel costs, you know, just all single day events, 32 man, double elimination, great value, and why would you not enter?
Yeah,
why would you not
great
enter?
Opportunity.
So yep, all the details on the website with all the dates, and yeah, it's first come first served. I know the one in McGoldrick's that sold out within 3 days, I think, and then there's been a rush of them players realising they've missed the first one and then just entered the next 3. So yeah, they are filling up, and the first one starts next week at the Break Room in Wrexham. That's filling up nicely as well. So hopefully you're not too far from one of the clubs. We've got most of the UK covered as well, as much as you can, with 11 clubs. And then we're going to start a second series in the back end of July with the finals in December. So watch out for that one if you can't make this edition. And we're going to try to look to add another couple of clubs as well. So yeah, the details of season 2 will be out in the next couple of months. So yeah, so plenty of great value there for the amateur players, and the winner of the grand final will earn their pro ticket for 2025. But this is a great opportunity now for Mark Farnsworth. And just remember all these great players that we've been watching. Oh no, he's going to go behind the red.
Oh, disaster.
Disaster. All these great players all started off as amateurs, came through the ranks, and their place, as you have to do on the IPA. No wild cards here. You earn your spot, and then you test yourself against the best.
What's the races to? Did you mention that?
The races are 7 and 5.
7 and 5 in the amateur events.
Yep.
You know, the 1 day series. So bear that in mind, Jason.
Jay's got to be entering that, surely.
He wants to be doing after all his questions he keeps asking. He says he's already paid, so that's all right then. Stephen Mitzi, got a question for you, Kev. Has Kevin ever won a Pro Tour or an event?
Which Kevin? This Kevin?
Yeah, there's only you.
No, never won one. The semis is the best I've ever done. Obviously not recently because I don't really play, but back in the day when I used to play a bit, got to number 9 in the rankings, in the pro rankings, when the likes of Hill, Appleton, Potts, etc. were all there. I have the evidence if no one believes me. When I could pot 2 balls together, but yeah, semi-finals was the best. I got to a few semis, but never quite got over the line.
Another question. And the commentators discuss if there are professional pool players with the IPA who only play pool as their profession, etc. I don't think so. I think they've all got other things going off in their lives, either work or businesses. Always miss that.
Yeah, I think there's a few players that are involved in the pool industry. You know, either own a pool club or you know, as their main source of income.
Yeah. Named Dunster's one. Dean Shields,
Shields,
away, yeah.
Farnsworth, Dunster.
There's a few more.
You know, we'd like to get to a point where one day that is the case. People can play pool for a living. That's the challenge we've set ourselves. Building gradually. New events added to the calendar this year. The details will be coming out very soon. Are there any questions for you, Mark?
I'm just the question reader. That's all I am. You can't even see this screen, can you?
No.
Yeah.
I think that's why I struggle to pop balls.
Oh, we're going to see a second win from Gareth, but that's going to be the case. He seems to have picked up the pace a little bit.
Loving Gareth's shirt, by the way. Autism awareness. Claire PT, 1 frame away from the title. What is she on yellows? It looks like she is.
Yeah, I think so.
Did she back double it? Oh.
No, that's gone wrong. We're going to see another deciding frame. There's been plenty this weekend. I'm not sure we can go through them many more.
It's been uncanny.
I wouldn't be surprised if this goes to deciding frame with Mark and Gareth. I've got a question from Jebaroo. Will Pickers be bringing back his notorious tan for the summer? Yeah, I'm a little bit white this year. That's only because I haven't been working outside. I've been indoors. So, but yeah, I'll be trying, trust me. I look healthy with it, don't I? So, too healthy sometimes. Oh, is it? Oh, right, brilliant. I've just been informed who it is. Anyway, back to the pool.
Yeah, now that you mention it, you are looking a little bit peaky.
Yeah.
Are you sure you're okay?
I'm fine. Mighty fine. Get that cue ball spinning. 6-4. Okay, I tell you what, these reds are glorious.
I think this has got 6-5. I think you're right. Gareth's got a bit of a second wind here.
Yes.
I mean, Mark has missed an absolute glorious opportunity to wrap this match up. Now he's just got to sit and suffer the pain. Oh, he's underdone that one.
Oh, just as Will's talking, has he? Oh, I'm not sure he can see enough of that. Or can he just play it with a trace of running side? Check side, whichever one you call it.
Yeah, it's the first shot I've seen him quit on for 2 days.
Oh, it's near knuckle, it's not there.
Wow.
I think he's got a kick. So Lee Shepherd asking me, who's been your pro of the season? I think that's quite an easy one for me. I mean, Mark Boyle has been absolutely superb throughout. Just so consistent. I mean, Gareth would be a second choice because he's made a good few finals again. Played to a very top level. But either way, they're all pushing each other to the max. All these players are. But yeah, Mark Boyle for me, been pretty consistent.
Yeah, it'd be hard to vote against Mark, but you know, just a word about Dean Shields as well. You know, the number of finals that he's been to, and obviously Gav Robinson's broke his duck as well with victory at the Masters. So it's been a breakthrough season for him.
Yeah,
it might be a breakthrough season for Dean Shields if he takes the title tonight.
Yeah, it took us a day to talk about Gav, didn't it? And you know, when he got to a semi-final, and you can never ever rule him out now. Since after his Masters win, he seems to be thereabouts all the time. So, yeah, Gavin Robinson definitely the most up-and-coming player, definitely for this season. He's one to watch out for.
Yeah, he's playing with a lot of confidence. As are a lot of players. I mean, look at what Wade Morley's done this weekend. You know, he's dumped out Boyle and Dunster in consecutive rounds. I mean, there's not many people who've got that on the CV.
Not one after another,
no.
Definitely.
So it depends what you're judging it by. You know, do we expect Mark Boyle to win tournaments? Yes, we do. I mean, but doing the double-double is, yeah, that's got to be the standout achievement of the year. But I think what we're seeing more and more players have opportunities to win tournaments. You know, it wasn't just the top 3 or 4. Now there's a dozen that can win the tournament.
Yeah, I'll answer this next question. Highest money winner for the season and the amount. I mean, the biggest prize that we had was £10,000, and that was won by Mark Boyle in the Isle of Man. And he won both events, so come out with a very cool, £15,000, was it?
13, I think.
£13,000.
What a shot from Mark Farnsworth. What a shot. Although obviously Clint won the Worlds and he won 15.
Yeah.
I think the season before Dunster, when he won the Worlds, he would have been, well,
it was a machine,
quite sure
year,
how much he won, but it was a lot. But as Matt Farnsworth found another gear now just to finish this match off, all he's got to do is just roll this in, white off the side cushion, centre of the table.
Nice shot. So it looks like we're just going to see the closing moments now of this match. A terrific match. Nearly had a mini fight back there from Gareth. But now it's Black into the left centre. And this could see us get Mark Farnsworth into the final against Dean Shields. It's on its way. It is in. And there you see it. Mark Farnsworth into another final. He's going to be playing Dean Shields. That'll be up next. just like get both of these players ready, and we'll be putting this final on as soon as we can. And then we're gonna chuck you now to Kev and David Adenall.
Thanks a lot, Mark, and I'm here again with Dave Adenall. Well, Dave, your tip didn't quite work out. I mean, to be fair, I think both players looked a little bit fatigued in that match, which is understandable.
Yeah, it's understandable. The number of matches they both played in, it's when you talk about Mark Boyle, when he'd done the double, he had to win 14 matches, so they'll be up to probably 13 at this stage. So yeah, it's not a surprise there at all.
But Matt Farnsworth came through strong there at the end. Some nice, absolutely fantastic shot to develop his bad yellow there, and it seems to get a little bit of a second wind after that glaring error in the frame before.
Yeah, well, that's it. He's got the chance again to put it right, and he's the champion that he is. He takes it out.
Yeah, and on home territory for him as well, and not got far to travel home. I worry about that, but he's going to be absolutely chomping at the bit to win this silverware.
He will be, yeah, and I think after just missing out last night, I think he'll really want this, and he's always got a chance of any trophy. He proves that by getting to the back end of tournaments all the time, and winning a lot of them as well.
And the points that he's going to gain from this weekend as well is going to, he has slipped down to number 5 from not going to the Isle of Man, of course, and he didn't go to the Isle of Man.
Isle of Man, yeah.
So the points he's going to get is going to shove him back up, and he'll be looking to get back into that top 4 for those all-important seedings for the Worlds.
Yeah, I think it also depends what he'd have been defending on these on this event 2 years ago. You never know, he probably had good runs there as well. So, but yeah, if he didn't, then yeah, he's going to be gaining some good points.
And his opponent in the final, Dean Shields, the nearly man, I think he's been beaten about 5 finals. Is this his time to shine?
Why not? It's got to happen at some point, and he'll believe it can. It says a lot about Dean to get to 5 finals in these fields. It's really impressive, and shows how his game's come on. So yeah, why not?
What do you think he's got to do to finally get over the line? He's been so close before; it's not quite happened for him. What's got to happen for him in order to be first to 7 frames and lift the title?
I think not really overthink that too much. Really, just keep doing what he's doing. He's been knocking on the door, so if he just keeps doing what he's doing, it's bound to happen for him. I mean, to keep getting to finals is not easy, and he's doing it. So,
what do you think it is? What about his game that you've seen over the past sort of 12 months that has now elevated him to knocking on the door of the elite level? I mean, he has been so consistent. I mean, 5 finals in the last couple of years is phenomenal.
Exactly, and I think it's getting used into a habit of doing it, and also as well, other people knowing that you're doing it as well. They won't want to draw him, so and he hits the ball really nice, probably as good as anyone. He's quite confident in the way he plays, and other players see that, and that can be part of it as well.
His opponent in the final, Matt Farnsworth, is generally regarded as hand on table, one of the best in the business with his pattern play. It's going to be a fascinating contest between the two.
I think it is going to be a close one. This, I think Dean's going to be really up for it. Mark's going to continue his form. I can't see why he wouldn't. Yeah, it could be a close one.
So I won't ask you who's going to win, but who do you think is the favourite? If the bookies were pricing this matchup now, who would they be going for?
I think you'd have to go with Mark, just purely because all the titles that he's won, and he's here this weekend getting to 2 finals. You'd have to go with Mark.
And just a word about the Ladies Open final that's going on one of the outer tables. It is getting very, very close indeed. I think they're down to the deciding frame. In fact, we've just got a winner. I think it's Deb Birchall. She's just got over the line, 6 frames to 5. Unlucky Claire Peaty, but that is the double for Deb Birchall. She cements her place at the top of the ladies' game, and well, she's going to be the one to beat this season when the season starts, and probably favourite for the Worlds as well.
Yeah, very much so. She's a 2-time winner of the World Championships, so she'll be keen to add to that, and every chance as always.
Yeah, she was the inaugural winner of the Worlds, so it was a few years ago now.
Yeah.
But, like you say, she'll be she'll be desperate to get back in the winner's circle.
She's still.
We'll try and grab a few words with Deb just when she's finished her congratulations. But yeah, just a word about Claire Peaty. Not really seen much of her play this season, but losing 6-5, she's obviously got some talent.
Yeah, very much so. She's played a good couple of players on the way to this final, and only narrowly missed now. It just goes to show how good she is.
Yeah. But Deb, she's the one that's setting the bar, and what have the other ladies got to do to topple her? I
mean, there has been other winners that have done well. You know, Deb was talking about doing the full sweep. So, but you know, there has been other players winning some good results, and obviously a tight scoreline here. So.
Well, thanks a lot, Dave. We're going to have a few words with Claire first. So thanks for your time, Dave, and safe trip home.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
So welcome back. We're just going to grab a few words with Claire. Claire, valiant effort. I watched some of that match. You seem to be playing well. Tell us your thoughts, one on the match and the weekend overall.
Yeah, I'm glad to get to the final, and you know, I took it to a decider, just didn't get really the little nudges that I needed towards the end. So, but fair play to Deb, she's just done a good clearance, and you know, hopefully I'll get there one day. I keep getting to finals, and it's just not happening at the minute, but hopefully I'll get there.
Well, you're only one frame away. I mean, so
yeah.
You're certainly knocking on the door. Yeah. And but even though you're obviously disappointed to lose, have you enjoyed the experience? Have you been pleased with the way you played? Obviously beating Ashley in the semis as well.
Yeah, because I didn't have a very good start. To be honest, I wasn't playing well at all on Friday. I couldn't really string any balls together at all, and then I found a bit of form, and you know, I've played well really. You know. In patches, but I was just pleased to get to a final, and hopefully I can one day just, you know, get over the line. But I'll keep plugging, see how I go again another time.
Obviously, Deb is the one that everyone's got to try and catch and beat.
She's a great player.
What have you got to do to get to that level and to be able to to get over the line?
I think it's just taking chances really when you get them. You know, it's one of them. You can try your hardest sometimes, but it just doesn't go your way on the day. And it wasn't my day today, but hopefully I can do it another day.
Because in the balls, you look as confident as anyone. You're bashing them in.
I didn't feel it.
It looked convincing from where I was watching.
But yeah, I try to play confident, but it's hard sometimes. But yeah.
And how did you find playing under the shot clock? Is that something that you're used to doing?
No, I'm not really used to a shot clock. I did have to ask a couple of times if I'd still got my extension, but yeah, that's something that I've just got to get used to be honest. It probably does my game better because sometimes you can overthink. So yeah. We'll have to see how I go with that future.
But overall, enjoyed the
yeah, I've enjoyed it. Yeah, I've enjoyed it. It's been a long weekend, but I've enjoyed it. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations on a great weekend.
Thank
Claire.
you.
Well done.
Thanks very much. Thanks.
So that's Claire Peaty, who was runner-up in the Ladies Open. But now we're going to have a word with the lady of the moment. She's done the double, the Deb double.
Ow! How did I do that?
Deb,
I'm not sure.
Congratulations.
Thank
Fantastic
you.
achievement.
Thank you.
Tell us your thoughts on the event and the weekend.
Well, the event's been fantastic as always. Really enjoy the IPA, really enjoy the setup, really enjoy the atmosphere we have. My weekend has been a absolute crazy sort of just fight for every ball sort of games all over the place. Play some really good stuff, play some really bad stuff. But you know, Claire was, you know, phenomenal all tournament. I could see her playing well. I was watching her beating people, thinking, oh, you know. So when I've got to that final there, I've just wanted to keep in there, and I was really scrappy to start with, and then I've started pulling through, and then I just managed to scrape the last one there with a really good positional shot to get on my last ball. So yeah, it was scrappy, but I like to win ugly.
The bits I've seen over the weekend, you seem to have won those crucial moments when it's maybe not the clearance, maybe not quite gone how you wanted. You've left yourself a tricky double or some, and you've pulled the double out to win that frame and completely change the focus of the match.
Yeah, I think it's about confidence. I think it's about just knowing you can do it and going for it and just taking it and not being frightened to do it and just fight for every ball. I hate losing. I've been telling people all weekend I hate losing. And I'm just so proud that I've managed to get both titles this week. I'm absolutely thrilled. I've just been in tears over there. You know, everyone knows what I'm like. I'm a big softie. I've just been crying my eyes out over there. So yeah, really thrilled.
Yeah, and obviously that shows how much it means. You know, to whilst you've dominated the ladies' season this year. You know, to win a title is it's tough, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really tough. The open. I mean, the open and elite are really tough. I mean, the quality is just absolutely brilliant. I mean, the ladies coming through. I mean, you got Ash O'Neill, you got Alice Paler. Claire's obviously a very seasoned player, been around a long time, been in the England side. You know, there's a lot of players that could have won it, to be fair. And it just happens to be me today.
Well, that's no fluke. That's for certain. And looking a little bit further ahead, mostly 4 or 5 weeks' time, we'll be back here for the World Championships.
Yeah.
You won the first 2. Been a bit of a gap since. Is it going to be number 3 this year?
I'd like it to be. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Really enjoy that tournament and really flourish in it. And I always generally do well and get to the latter stages. So I'm hoping, I like the set format, and I'm hoping that, you know, I'll just carry on the way I've been, more practice, get some more consistency, which I feel like I need, which I'm lacking a bit at the moment. And when I get that, I think, you know, it's going to be not having to fight so much for the frames. I'm going to be clearing them pretty well, like constantly, rather than scrapping for bits and bobs and bad positions. So, you know.
And when we start the tour again here in April, it's probably not going to get any easier, is it?
It's going to get a lot harder, to be fair. Like I say, you got Alice Paler, Ash O'Neill. You know, I don't know who the other seeds are, but the people coming into the elite, it's just going to make it even stronger. And it's going to be really exciting to play different people and you know, make it an even better and bigger tournament for us. It's brilliant.
Well, Deb, congrats again on a
you.
great weekend. Fantastic performance.
Thanks,
and, Mark's going to present you with the trophy.
Thank you very much. Well done. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Swap the trophy for the microphone.
Well done. Well played.
Thank you.
Well done, Deb.
Okay. Appreciate it.
So Mark Pickworth, Deb, Diamond Deb, shows why she is the number 1 in the women's game at the moment.
Yeah, wow, what a fitting end to a fitting weekend for to win both tournaments. You know, I'm not sure the ladies have ever done it before, to win 2 tournaments in a weekend, but Debs has done it, and you just see how much emotion's in her, how much it means to her. Even when we was watching on the outer tables when she played Marianne Ward, you know, when she played Beck Sweeney, you know, she's still giving it the fist bump. It just means so much to her. And even when you talk to her after, she's shaking because it just, no matter how many titles this lady's won, she is still feeling it under the nerves and the pressure.
Just a word about Claire. Fantastic performance. She beat some great players to get to the final. So near, yet so far. But you know, I think the way she plays, her time will come.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she had no easy task beating Ashford in the semi-final. You know, ousted her like 6 frames to 3, I think it was, and then to put up a performance against the number 1 ladies elite player, you know, and just lose by the odd frame, it just proves how close she really is, and a little bit of belief, and who knows, she could be sat here with the trophy and talking to you about the winner's circle herself.
Yeah. Well, we've got one more match to bring you. It is the final of the Open between Dean Shields and Mark Farnsworth, and what a way to end what has been a fantastic 3 days here in Gosford.
Yeah, I know what we've been put through by watching them. I mean, not what these players have been put through that's been performing at the highest levels, and as you said, one more match to go, and this could be an absolute blockbuster. Dean Shields has been showing a very relaxed form today, definitely throughout, gone a little bit under the radar. Mark Farnsworth, if we know he got to that in final, played an incredible 19 frames. He's played a lot of frames today. You know, he's had a few near misses as well. Not seen the best of Mark Farnsworth. Is this the time for Dean Shields to win this?
And this title means so much to each player for very different reasons.
Yeah, it does, and you know, Mark obviously in his local area would love to pick this one up. He's a bit disappointed not to pick the one up last night, but Dean Shields to pick up his first IPA title, as in like a tour event, will be absolutely brilliant for him.
Okay, well, thanks a lot, Mark. And for the last time, it's over to the commentary box and Dan Fairway.
Thank you, Kev. Yep, the last time this weekend, the last time this season. It is the British Open final here from the Grand Hotel in Gosforth Park, Newcastle. And it will be Dean Shields to take on Mark Farnsworth. Two fantastic competitors. Dean still waiting for his maiden IPA title, of course. Mark Farnsworth, a more than regular winner. The lag is complete. It will be Dean to break first. Such small margins in this game. But that could well be a pivotal moment. We just never know. Very last match of what has been a very long but very successful weekend of pool here in the northeast. Mark, of course, so close to claiming the professional championships.
Race to 7 frames.
Around this time last night, a little bit later perhaps. Just a few hours later, and he's in his second final of the weekend. Phenomenal achievement from the number 5. It's Dean to get us underway, and that cue ball is travelling close-ish to the corner pocket, but stays out. And has left a sumptuous-looking table here. Yellows in particular, looking like the favoured colour set you would imagine. Absolutely zero work to do except get nicely on that 8 ball down the left hand cushion. So tricky-ish shot here. That one is negotiated very nicely. Possibly overdone it a fraction. Now screwing back into that red. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. So if he is going to do that, just needs to make sure he gets enough of a contact on it to move it out of the way. Did just manage to creep past. See him there lining up. A couple of shots time. That yellow there passes through the gap between all the reds, so there's no need to play any plants here. This is all about leaving yourself a nice angle on the last yellow to get across to that side cushion and get nice and close to that 8 ball. Pretty much ideal, possibly a hair too far. I think the middle pocket is big enough that he can play this into the right hand side of it from this camera angle. Just screw back. I use his extension, so he might be slightly worried about it. If not, possible that he might have to top across the table. Pretty good. See him there loading up the cue ball with side to widen the angle. This is a trickier black than it necessarily needed to be. But that is absolutely no problem for Dean Shields. Played it at perfect weight and opens up this final with a break dish. Perfect start for Dean Shields. Question remains, how can Mark Farnsworth respond? Wouldn't be unfair to say he looked pretty fatigued in his match against Corey Reese. Certainly looked stronger in his match against Gareth Hibbert, but again wasn't error-free in that match. Has played an awful lot of pool over the last 3 days. Really does just continue to come thick and fast for Mark. He will, I'm sure, earn a well-deserved break. At the end of this tournament, let's hope he doesn't retire again. Now then, not quite such a simple layout for Mark. Options available. Depends how close he is to that red. If he can see the yellow that's immediately to the right of the 8 ball there, he could take yellows. And even though there's that yellow below the cue ball with a pocket covered, it's a pocket that he can open up for himself with the bottom of the yellow. So options there. I think if he chooses reds, he'd have to play a plant first up, and it would be really awkward bridging. Yellows it is, going up table first. So you clear these two in the middle of the table and then look to come back down table. And that yellow just below the racking line there. May actually go down there. Now, no, clever shot to make sure he left himself the angle. Played yellow off red. So, one of a couple of key shots coming up here. He needs to get down to this yellow. He also needs to leave himself an angle to get back out to make sure. Leaves himself a shot next up. I think he's gone a bit far there. He may now not be able to play this at the pace he would have wanted to. He would have wanted to be able to punch this in to make sure that red got out of the way of the yellow, and that is exactly the problem with leaving himself that thin. The red's gone nowhere, and he now has only one yellow to work with and no angle really to get on it. To go for the double, tried to play the double off the red, hasn't got it. So what does Dean Shields do here? Because Mark has at least caused Dean a problem. Red on the side rail. He could play one of his reds into that yellow and cover the pocket himself. He would tie up one of his own balls if he did that, so choosing to find shelter in the balk end. Mark just trying to make something happen, making sure he didn't foul. But I think that's about where the good news ends, because all the Reds now go. Dean Shields has a terrific chance to open up an early 2-frame lead. Clever little shot there from Dean. There was no danger in manoeuvring that red out into a better position, so he took his chance. Played it nicely. A bit of thought required here, because he needs to clear the red nearest the corner pocket. That one that the camera's just panned to there, in order to put the red to the left of the 8-ball. Unless he is to take that in a different pocket. He's just looked at that. He's going to try and come up the back of it here. Take it to the middle. He's gone a bit far. He's gone a lot far. Doesn't want to touch that red. That's okay, because he's still on the red to the bottom right. So, can just drop this in and then drop red to centre, which is, looks like is the preferred plan. Confidently played, swinging it round off cushions to leave himself nicely on the 8-ball, and he plops it in for a 2-0 lead. Superb stuff so far. Dean Shields hasn't missed a beat, and Mark Pickworth has hopped, skipped and jumped over to the commentary box for the final match of the weekend.
Yeah, so I'll join you, and looking forward to this one, obviously, just to see if Dean can finally get over the line. He's not going to get a better chance here. He's been playing some solid stuff, looks very relaxed out there, very fresh. But he is up against multiple IPA winner, former world champion, former IPA #1 player Mark Farnsworth. We all know how good he is under extreme match pressure.
Yeah, Mark is such a seasoned professional, as you say, former world champion. You know, we talk about fatigue, because Mark's played a lot of pool this weekend, but I mean, thinking back to when he won his world title, that was probably the best final ever, and one of the longest you'll ever see as well, pool matches. So 7 hours, wasn't it? Him and Cousins?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think it was. It was 6.5 or something. Yeah, it was creeping up to 7.
Slightly different in those days because we had advert breaks. But even so.
Extension,
Dean has once again made a ball on the break, and once again he's left with a decent looking chance, but he's going to need a good opener here. Possibility of a 3-ball plant to get reds, and he's having a good look at it, because he doesn't really have an opener on either colour set, but that red over the corner pocket, centre pocket I should say, in a long weekend for us as well, Mark.
It is.
Oh no. Well, the 3-ball plant was good. But that's about it. I think this might be a total snooker, which, if it is a bit of a result for Dean, because he's got a possibility of coming 2 cushions, getting in behind the furthermost left of the reds. Oh, it's not. It's not. You can see an edge.
Cue ball. Okay.
Cue ball's close, but is not in. The question then, what sort of pot has he left for Mark Farnsworth? If he's left the one closest to the middle of the baulk line, if the cue ball goes past that red, which to me it looks like it does, then this isn't too difficult a chance for Mark. And he has nailed that. One more good shot and you feel like he's out of the woods and into the match, because it's a little awkward one into the middle. We'll want to catch the yellow, the same shot. Probably would have wanted to catch the yellow a little fuller than that. Still on the yellow on the baulk line, but in playing this shot he's got to be a bit wary of the jaws, getting back out from it. Well, he's screwing into the side cushion, just going to leave himself a long one next up. But the jaw has caught him out still. And actually this finish is becoming harder and harder to see, because really he needed to be straight on the yellow he's going to have to take next, so that he could then take the bottom yellow to the bottom left corner pocket. This is a tremendous effort. What a fabulous pot that is. He has managed to recoup position for himself. It's got to be straight-ish on the last yellow to the centre pocket.
Pinpoint.
It's a little off angle.
It is, but to get there.
Oh, he's done exceptionally well. I think Mark might just have to top this cue ball into the red and leave distance though for the 8-ball. Lot of traffic in the top half of the table if he tries that, and that's terrific. Wow, what a shot. That was a big risk. So many reds he had to thread the needle through.
Something that he's always been good at, his positional play. And, seems to pull it out exactly when he needs it.
Yeah, well, Dean can probably consider himself slightly unfortunate there. It was a massive break, and to have to start off with a 3-ball plant is a little bit brutal, and then to snooker yourself from that 3-ball plant, you can argue the toss on that one, whether that's unlucky or poor for me, but probably the truth is it's somewhere in between the two extremes. A word for our referees this weekend as well, as we watch Jim, Darren Maidment. Rack the balls up for this fourth frame.
Trailing 2 frames to 1.
Jim, Fiona, Rick and Brian have all done a sterling job throughout the weekend. And if you think the players get tired, well, spare a thought for the refs as well. They don't get to sit down between visits and rest.
No, they don't.
Another opportunity for Dean Shields then. And I don't know about you, Mark, but these reds look actually quite gettable. All the yellows are clustered so close together that it's kind of opened everything up on reds.
Yeah, it has. So the only difficult red is probably the one he's closest to now. That might be the only one.
Well, he's looking at a plant on it first up. He's looking at playing that onto the one over the pocket. And as long as he gets the cue ball back out without touching any of the yellows, it's hard to see it going too wrong. The only thing he's got to watch is that he doesn't cover. There's that red sort of in the middle of the yellows, and if you move a yellow in the way of it, then it could make things a bit messy. He's managed to avoid that. He's controlled it well. And now this frame is there for the taking. I think the next question mark is that red I just mentioned. Do you try and land in the gap for that? Do you take it to the top right corner? I feel like he could have pushed the cue ball through a bit more there and landed straight on that to the top right. Then he'd have had no work to do at all. Well, he's taking it on now. Oh, it goes to the middle, even better. Didn't spot that gap.
No, I didn't see that gap. It just didn't look like it was ever on.
No.
Oh, he's got it.
Oh, well, it's a huge result, that. That basically took away any real jeopardy in the frame, apart from just nerve.
Yeah, I mean, once he draws this one back, it should be straightforward from there. Want to be on the cushion, though.
No, he's got into that a little bit too much, and he's quite straight on this now, so it's okay. But he's just going to have to leave a bit of distance on the last one.
Yeah, definitely won't be able to get close to it, but as long as he leaves himself a shot.
It is one of those where you can drag it in and probably hold for the 8 ball.
Again,
to the left centre.
Risking with the jaws there.
Yep, I still think he'll be playing for the 8 ball to left centre, but he's eyeing up, taking it more positively and playing for the black in the same pocket.
Yeah, I think there's more room for error just coming around the 2 angles for the black into that same pocket as the red. That's the only reason, I think.
Yeah, I can see the logic. It's for 3-1. And it's there, and it's a composed performance so far from Dean Shields. He looks very good out there. The dry break from Mark Farnsworth, very helpful for Dean Shields on that occasion as well.
It's all about how Dean can control them emotions, just keep calm. You know, and no doubt, sooner or later, you're going to see Mark put a little pressure on Dean. It's just a matter whether he can maintain that standard for the rest of this final. But Dean, he seems to have been breaking well today. Is it going to continue in this final? 3-1, he leads. Good connection. Has he got a ball? He has got a ball. Bullied into the top left-hand corner, but look at the way this cue ball has been surrounded
That's a pretty rancid leave in there. That's awful. I don't know if he can. I mean, the yellow to the left of the cue ball he's closest to, can he sort of jack up the cue and cut that in? Because if he could, then all the yellows are there. See there's a bit of a gap. I think it might be possible. I wouldn't fancy being the referee if he takes that shot on, admittedly, but
Even taking this one on, it's not easy. This is a huge shot. This has to go.
And it has to not be a double hit as well.
Oh, what a shot.
What a shot that is.
What a shot.
That is an unbelievable opener from Dean Shields. I mean, notwithstanding the closeness of the two balls, like to not double hit there is an achievement. To also get it on target and get position on your next ball is something very special indeed.
Because it was he had to get it. If he missed it, you know, it probably cost him the frame.
I mean, he was almost put in an unwinnable position from his own break, because you know it was really hard to get safe and hit a cushion. He couldn't just tap onto something. Now, has he left himself on this yellow to the top left? Now, if he has, that's another terrific piece of positional play. Wants to avoid the red. Gonna have to play this quite slow, probably a little bit of right-hand side as well. How's this going to turn out? Oh, when it's running for you, it's running for you. He's playing well. But that's a very handy little roll of the cue ball to get himself on this one to the centre. Because in flicking that red, it did get away from him ever so slightly. And it has done so again. This is thin. It's not completely unknown to going off from this sort of position in the middle. Actually, no, he was miles away from it. And all Mark Farnsworth can do is sit and watch. As Dean Shields moves serenely into a 4-1 lead. Well, Mark's going to take a breather, and you can't blame him. It's been one-way traffic at the moment, Mark.
Yeah, there's not a lot that Mark could have done about some of them clearances. They've been pretty of a high standard there from Dean. And again, even looking at him now, Dean Shields, he looks very, very relaxed. And this is now in his hands. Can he close the match out?
Yeah, he's got to keep breaking the way he has. If he can do that. I mean, he's had 3 really good breaks so far. He was a bit unlucky to have left himself that 3-ball plant, as we mentioned, in the 3rd frame. But other than that, Dean's been, well, unplayable. We mention it quite a lot, but these are short races for players of this calibre, you know. All tour events sort of are, because they have to be by design, really. You're not going to get a tour event that's a race to 15 or 20, but...
No.
You know, these players are used to playing matches like this as much as they are used to playing matches to 15, 20, 25, 30 sometimes.
Yeah.
So, I think a lot is made of fatigue, but actually they're kind of used to playing all day and night. It's what pool players do, isn't it?
Yeah, and get up early in the morning, play late at night, and then back up early in the morning. That's just how, you know, events are. And They even sit around waiting for hours for the next match. It's, in the pool world, it's absolutely bonkers.
Let's look nice and relaxed as Dean Shields. There is the trophy they are playing for, the IPA British Open. It says 2024, Mark, but for 2023 season.
It is, yeah, but it is 2024.
It's, yeah, there might be two trophies that look very similar this year, though.
Yeah, so you know, it's a good way to start the season with with a trophy that's won in this year. So
absolutely, yeah.
If you know the rest, if the new season doesn't go to plan, then you have already won a trophy. So
to be fair, officially, the end of the season is the end of the World Championships, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, that's when the new professionals become professional, etc.
Yeah, after that, yeah.
So that's kind of, you know...
It's correct.
Yeah, the last event of the season is actually the Worlds.
Yeah, because all the ranking points, they all go into... Obviously get worked out, and then the ranking point, where the rankings are after this event, will decide on where they are for the Worlds.
Now then, Mark Farnsworth, a decent split. Not too much movement, but everything's split apart quite nicely. There is a decision to be made, though, because whichever way you go here, you're going to leave an awkward ball.
Extension, please.
Got a chance to play red onto yellow first off. Put that one over the corner. If he does that, he needs to get the red back out of the way, because he's going to need that pocket again. And if he does that, the yellows actually do all open up. The most difficult one will be the one above the cue ball, near the left-hand side. But even then, this shot should open up a pocket for that as well, which it has. That will do reasonably nicely. It would be a massive result if that yellow in the middle of the table went up past the 8 ball now. I don't think it does. I can see the logic there. He's nudged that other yellow out into the centre of the table. It now goes into the middle pocket as well, but if he's going to take it in the middle, he's going to have to come back down table after this shot. So there's some work to do with the cue ball here. This doesn't want to be on the side rail. It's not perfect, Mark.
No, it don't look perfect. But he's still got a chance of a pot.
Yep, so he's going to just have to drop this in, I think. And then the key shot is now. Basically, he's going to pop this one into the left centre and use the red to hold the cue ball. He's got to make sure the contact's right here. He's got to hit the red full or slightly on the left-hand side. Full is perfect.
Perfect.
It really did open up the whole frame. Because it wasn't a big split, that break, was it? You know, everything came apart, but there was hardly any balls in the top half of the table. There was a lot of traffic there. But he just opened up the frame for himself.
Frame 7. Dean Shields to break. Leading 4 frames to 2. Time running.
Dean Shields, then can he continue his fine run of breaking in this open final? Cue ball's close, cue ball's in.
Mark was out of his chair very quickly there. He knew that ball was tracking towards that corner and it had no chance of getting away. There was Reds firing at it.
Yeah, there's a possibility that it might have rattled in the jaws and stayed out, but as a red moving at pace sealed that cue ball's fate. From 4-1 down and looking in a little bit of trouble in this final, Mark Farnsworth could find himself 4-3 and with the break as well. And arguably he should. This is a gilt-edged chance. Joy to watch in full flow is Mark Farnsworth. He's not hanging about here.
He's going to be breaking in frame number 8 as well.
Yep, that's 4 frames in this final on the trot from the break now between these two. Dean went reverse dish, break dish, and then Mark followed it up with a break dish and then a reverse dish of his own. From 4-1 to 4-3, and these are the moments that really test you when you're in Dean Shields' position. A, are you going to get a big chance? B, are you going to take it? Well, Dean has just stepped out of the arena for a moment. It worked for Mark.
Yeah, it did. But now it's a good chance just to have a look at the way Mark's demeanour is. And again, looks really relaxed, looks focused.
Yeah.
Looks like he wants this title.
He's sat bolt upright, isn't he? But it's not... You know, sometimes you see a player sort of slouched in their chair, particularly when they've played such a long, gruelling weekend. Mark is not... He does not look like that at all. He did look a bit like that during the Corey Reese match at times. Looked a bit deflated. But it looks like he's got a second wind at just the right moment.
Yeah, and taking 2 frames on the bounce has definitely helped that. So, Dean Shields probably, you know, just give him something to think about. Just that he's had to come back. Our referee, Darren Maidman. A little bit of fun with the TV guys.
And why not? Well deserved. With a rather goofy smile from Jim. Mark waiting reasonably patiently.
Frame 8. Mark Farnsworth to break. Trailing 4 frames to 3. Time running.
again, the cut break for Mark Boyle. They haven't been really splitting open massively, I feel, from his breaks. They've gone open just enough, but what he needs is a ball, and what he doesn't have is a ball, and Dean Shields can get out of his chair for the first time in a couple of frames. But it's messy, Mark. It's messy.
Yeah, it looks like it's one of them frames. All the balls have drifted to one side. That's what can happen with this cut break. It really can.
There's a decent chance here on reds, actually. Takes the red he's closest to. If he can push this through, leave himself an angle. I don't know whether that's gone too far, whether he might have a different plan, but that red there in the middle of your screen, that's a beautiful ball to knock out the wall. Well, it's the only difficult red now. So he might have to play this one into the left centre first.
Attention, please.
He could stun down into the yellow near the racking line. That would leave him with as good an angle as you would think is possible. Oh, you can see it. He can go into it now. Even better. How's it going to come out? How's it going to come out? Well, it could be better. That's for certain. It could possibly be worse. He has got a shot to the top right. He's just come round and had a look, and I think he's pretty happy that that red will go to the bottom right corner. But getting the cue ball there is no mean feat.
No, it doesn't look like it's easy. I mean, if he takes the one in the top half of the table and drifts down, that seems like the only opportunity. But it's a tough shot.
The other question is, does it go
small window
in off the yellow? But I don't think it does. No, it certainly doesn't look like
it's
it from
got
that
to
angle.
be played perfectly.
Oh, it has been. Look at this. Look at this for a shot. How about that for pace of the table? Dean Shields.
Yeah, very good shot.
Not quite out of the woods yet. Needs to top this through. Doesn't want to flick into the yellow, and that's why he's screwing out of this. This is difficult still.
He's got a shot.
Got a shot. He's got a red to the right centre. The natural angle might be hitting the black on the way back up, actually, so he might just want to drag this in slightly.
Yeah, he's playing this with a tracer right hand side, trying to come past the black.
Doesn't want to get the middle pocket. Oh my word, how's that gone in?
What's the cue ball?
Free shot.
Oh, that is devastating for Dean.
Dean, is this an opportunity? It's going to be missed. Oh dear.
That is unlucky. I mean, he's put a bit too much side into it. You know, perhaps clearly didn't need to put that much in, but I always think to find the pocket from that acute angle is harsh. Mark, of course, has a second bite of the cherry with this one, and don't think he'll make the same mistake twice. But I don't think he was too worried about whether that went in or not.
I think he wanted it in just to clear the traffic in that area, didn't he? So
yeah, but he had second prize. He landed perfect on it.
Yeah, it could have fell worse, definitely. But it didn't fall worse. It fell, no, he'd have loved a little cannon on that yellow, just a little skimming cannon. But okay.
He's not quite in prime position yet, but oh, it's hard to see anything going wrong here.
He's got a choice of 3 yellows here.
Yeah. It's difficult to see anything other than 4-all now. Mark's just got to hit this one with a bit of authority. Eight frames in and we are all square. Dean Shields has seen a chance go begging to re-establish a 2-frame lead. Thanks to that horror in off, he finds the scores level. When it wasn't that long ago, Mark Pickworth, that we looked at this game and we thought Dean Shields was cruising.
Yeah, 4-1 ahead. It looked like he was cruising. All of a sudden, there's a second wind in Mark Farnsworth, and that could cause a lot of concern for Dean Shields. Dean needs to make sure his brake works in this one. It's an absolute must-win frame for Dean. Try and stop this mini fight back from Mark Farnsworth. 3 frames on the bounce as well now. He's got to get this to the back of his mind. It looks like he's still thinking about it.
It's so hard not to.
It is hard, but it's got to get to the back. It's gone. It's finished.
Thing is, he's had the in-off in his previous break as well. And that was, to a certain extent, another chance that went begging. This time, the cue ball looks safe.
Oh,
is it?
But it's dry.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're going to have a dry break, that's a dry break to have.
Yeah, definitely.
If Dean thinks that the world is against him, and he might at the moment, I think he can perhaps dispel that myth by looking at the table he's left for his opponent.
You just know, though, single ball potter Mark. Will he take this yellow on into the bottom left?
Oh, it's massive. And the thing is, even if he does, the yellows aren't great.
They're not great. But with that red being blocked by the black ball, this might be, one of them 3 shots.
I get what you're saying. It's kind of worth a go, because what else does he have?
It's not even a containing shot, not without leaving an opportunity.
Taking this yellow to the bottom left, is he? Ooh. Nope. No, he's just tying things up.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe he just couldn't really get to a potting angle there. It was awkward as well. I mean, the cue ball was pretty much on that jaw.
I can see the logic. But the reds aren't that bad. And he's got an opportunity now to pot the red near that bottom left corner and develop the red nearest the 8 ball. Okay, well he's chosen reds. I think he was trying potentially to play the skill shot there. Because actually, if he'd got the skill shot, he could have possibly played yellow onto red again. Might have opened the frame up a little bit, but either way, we are in for a bit of a battle here, I suspect. frame is not really building towards a conclusion just yet. Dean probably has the upper hand slightly. Had a lot of these frames this evening, Mark.
Yeah, it seems to be the way that the table's played.
Mark's potted it, he didn't want to pot it. Yeah, I agree. The breaks haven't been quite as open as we necessarily expect.
No.
That was a bit of a tactical error there from Mark Farnsworth, though, because he's now removed one of his balls from the table. That just increases the control that Dean Shields has, by definition. Doesn't want this in. This might drop as well. Does not want this in.
Too accurate, Mark Farnsworth.
Oh, this is going from bad to worse for Mark. Dean's probably sat in his seat going, yeah, pot another one. He might do, you know. No, I think he's going to try and cover the same pocket, is he? Play this off the 8 ball, maybe?
Cover the pocket.
Hasn't done it.
Hasn't done.
Well, with Mark removing those balls from the table, Dean has a bit of wiggle room here. Equally, he could just cover that pocket himself and leave Mark welded to his own yellow. It would be certainly put Mark on the back foot. He wouldn't be able to play anything positive. He plays this shot, which is the shot he's played. Not bad, but he hasn't actually covered the pocket there. Potentially a window for Mark Farnsworth to squeeze a yellow into. Mark just pushing the black further safe. I wonder at what point Dean Shields decides to get aggressive.
I feel like Dean will probably be the first person to do that.
He's got an opportunity to pull the trigger here.
Especially being 4-1 up. And things going against him, you just feel he's not as calm as he was.
If he's going to do it, I'd be tempted to play the one that's over the pocket now very thin with a ton of right hand side and try and get into those balls. I want a better angle to do so.
Yeah, I think over on the far side you better angle, but there's no reason why you couldn't drift down table to try and push them out. But them yellows, they're blocking. They're in a nasty position for him, really.
Yeah, I mean that's why you want to generate some pace. But the thing is, he's taken so many of his reds off the table now.
And it looks like he's going to be taking these two off.
Yeah, I mean, can he see a way?
Oh, has he tried to leave a bit of an angle, a bit more of a better angle there?
I think he's trying to go into them now.
Yeah, but I think he wanted to be bounced off the cushion another inch or so.
He's gone so far into the finish now that he's either got to try at this now, or he's got to just leave himself as good an angle as possible. Well, he's going to play the double, is he?
Yeah, the double's on.
I think he's going to play the double.
But the black is, well, it's glued. Glued to the cushion, glued to the yellow.
He's just going to have to take that chance. Just going to have to take that chance.
He's just relying on a little bit of good fortune.
Yep. He be unlucky, in fairness, if he gets good on it. Ooh, he's missed the double.
It's the red ain't gone safe. That was the important thing. But you just feel that, you know, a good containing shot here from Mark. And Dean, he could be in heaps of trouble.
I mean, there's an argument that he doesn't need to. I think that yellow passes the red.
He probably won't even touch these 2 yellows down here. He'll just try and develop one.
Oh, I don't mean
Or
now.
does he
He
go?
could take the pot on here.
I think he's going for this. He's going for these.
That's not great. He's finished very straight on. So now if he's going to play the developing shot, he was always only going to ever have one ball to do it with. But now, with the angle he's left here, there's going to be distance. So this is trusting to luck.
Plenty of room for the yellow, as you can see there. Mark's just come round to check.
There is, but again, it looks like a big pocket, but I don't think it is. If you catch that red, it's so tight to the cushion that it could double kiss it out, especially playing this at pace. Oh, well, he didn't catch the red.
Bit of a
But
move.
The yellow and the 8 ball have just stuck together. Is that the bit of luck that Dean Shields needs? Or can Mark Farnsworth nail the double where Dean failed? Huge shot. That's there. That is there.
Wow.
But this 8 ball is such a tester.
This is for 3 frames on the spin. Dean is just hoping he's going to get another chance. Hoping. We should know if this is on its way. Well, we thought we was going to know. Camera angle's changed.
It's not.
It's
That's
not
wide.
there.
So wide. Dean Shields, this is your moment. This gets him back in it. This gets him back in the ascendancy. That was a really twitchy one from Mark. He missed that by a long way.
Good cueing from Dean Shields.
We all know, Mark, that you know these pockets sometimes play generously. But there's not a pocket in
it's
the
a
world
cue
that's that
ball.
generous.
Fine.
It's yeah.
He's cueing them well.
Dicing with danger. He is, as you say, fine, and he gets down and knocks in the 8 ball. Dean Shields returns to the lead. He leads by 5 frames to 4.
Stop the rot a little bit. You know, that fight back of 3 frames. He's just smiling. 5-4. Is it too early to say probably we're going to get a decider?
I mean, it's never too early.
No. So we put it out there now then. It's got a decider written on it. Two frames away now for Dean Shields. Yeah, I tell you, it's in his head. I think Mark knows that as well. I know who he's talking to. He's talking to Harry, is he?
Well, let's pan across and find out. Yep,
It's
there he
Harry.
is. It's Harry Irwin.
He's now got a pint in his hand, has he? Cian Monaghan. He's staying tonight. Cian is.
Oh, and Rob Wilson's there as well.
Wilson had a good run in the amateur.
It's a rogues gallery if you ever have seen one, isn't it?
Yeah, Crime Watch. Jamie Fate. Also in the rogues gallery. What a quartet of people we've got there. All on Dean's corner. Mark Farnsworth.
Must feel like an away game for Mark.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it does, doesn't it, for him, really, considering he only lives around the corner.
Well, he had some support in here last night, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Brilliant atmosphere last night.
Oh, phenomenal.
One I'll probably not forget for a long time. A long, long time. So So, Mark Farnsworth back into the arena.
Huge moments in this match now. Mark Farnsworth to break.
The last couple of frames have been very scrappy. That's just down to the way the balls have broken.
Well, Mark's had 2 dry breaks so far in this match. He is at a 50% success rate on the break. That 8 ball's travelling. It's not travelling anywhere near the pockets.
For a change.
Yeah. So whatever he goes for here first, there's distance. You feel he's really got to take yellows.
First glance, yellows don't look bad.
They don't look fantastic.
No, far from it. But in a final, you really want things this easy.
Well, no, not from our point of view, but I'm sure Mark would.
Yeah, he would. Definitely would.
So the cut back into the middle. There's going to be a few balls scattered about here, I suspect.
Yeah, playing at a pace.
He will take that all day long.
He certainly will.
All day long. I think he'll probably back himself to take the long one next, the one next to that racking line there. Out of the pocket. Now, a 3-ball plant. And if this comes out nicely and nothing, the 2 balls don't bunch together in such a way that they don't plant or something similar, then it's hard to back against 5 all. Not bad, that, but it's not magnificent yet. It's a very good chance. It looks like he's now got a screw out of this, and he's probably going to have to leave a bit of distance for his next shot. Stretching here as well. Don't foul like you did earlier, Mark.
The only problem with this is probably going to cannon into the black, is he, I think?
I think he can just about avoid it.
Okay. Yeah, he can. You're right, Dan. Surely if this goes in and he does go on to make the black as well, we've got a decider all day long.
Wow!
Wow.
That is a huge surprise from Mark Farnsworth.
Yeah, definitely not been at the races, just probably that a touch hard for it to drop. And now Dean should be able to just get his bad ball out. Oh God, it's not bad though. Should take it down the cushion now.
It could be worse, that. In some ways, I was surprised he didn't leave it there because I thought it was a perfect ball to drop on the 8. But you know, I can understand you moving a ball on the cushion when it's such a low risk shot. Does still have the problem, and that looks wide, and
wow.
it is wide, and I think he's left the gap.
Wow. Yeah, he has left the gap. Huge miss from Dean. I mean, huge miss from Farnsworth.
That's so careless.
Very.
That is so careless. That's pressure.
This is going to hurt Dean immensely. Farnsworth will know he's got away with one there. Dean is going to be distraught and hurt. I mean, as soon as he hit that red into the top corner, he had no way of... Didn't even look like it was ever going to go.
No, you could tell straight away it was wide.
5 frames all into a best of 3.
Next break is big for Dean. I feel like he needs drop-ins here. I feel like he needs to leave himself a real good chance just to put that miss immediately to the back of his mind.
Yeah, he wants some dreamies, doesn't he? He really does.
Such fine margins in this game.
Frame 11, Dean Shields to break. Scores tied 5 frames all. Time running.
Cue ball.
Oh no, Dean.
Cue ball.
Free shot, one visit. Time running.
Wow.
It's just, he's done that 3 times in this match. You know, it's only gone in off twice, but it's been tracking towards that pocket so often.
Extension, please.
Yeah, definitely not showing his consistency with his break in this final. And he just looked so comfortable when he was 4-1 ahead.
He was flying.
He's just going to have to sit there now. He could be sat there for the next, or the final 2 frames, possibly. Mark goes on, clear these, and it'll be his break next. Yeah.
Oh, doesn't want to finish in between those 2. What, has he covered all the reds here, Mark? He's got a thin snick to the middle. For certain. Other than that...
Maybe yeah, I think that's it. That is it, that's all he's got.
He's running into balls here. This could go wrong. Doesn't want to pot that one as well. That'll do. You almost assume, don't you, when you're getting in off on the break, that it's going to be a reverse dish. You know, at this level particularly, because the players have a free shot to open things up.
Yeah, you certainly do. I mean, there's still a little bit of traffic in the way down where his reds are, but, you know. We have seen some peculiar shots from both these players in the last couple of frames, so anything can happen. You do feel that Mark Farnsworth, he's dodged a bullet.
Oh, massively. That miss from Dean will be replayed time and time over in his head, I'm afraid. Unless he can come out on the right side of this final, but as you say, it's not in his hands now, Mark. It's in that man's there. The question of where the 8 ball's going to end up here. There's plenty of options. Right centre, top right corner, bottom left.
Yeah, looks like he's going to swing the cue ball off the bottom cushion, off the side cushion, taking the black into the same pocket as the red.
Yep, got a big margin for error here with this. Doesn't want to catch that yellow. That was closer than I thought. And this black is just missable now. He's underdone that a bit. Don't think the cue ball threw quite as wide as he was expecting. Nailed. Nailed. And Mark Farnsworth takes the lead for the very first time in this match at 6-5. Takes the lead at the last possible opportunity.
As I said, Mark Farnsworth is breaking in this next frame. Have we seen Dean Shields' last shot?
Well, it's possible that Mark's break hasn't been infallible either. There is still the potential for a dry break here. You know, the thing is, we're sat here, but also, this might be the last time Mark touches the table.
Yeah, it can. This is how this game can really go. It can be devastating. It really can. So, Mark knows it's in his hands. It's not been a really vintage performance from Mark, but it's definitely off the break.
Cue ball, cue ball, cue ball. Oh. So close, and he holds his hand up to Dean as an apology.
Wow.
As well he might.
Look how close this is. If that yellow went any faster, that would have clipped that in. What has he got on here?
Well, does that red pass the yellow down to the bottom left? If it does, then he could pot that, screw back out a few inches.
Just whether he can play that at pace, isn't it?
Yeah, it's that. Yeah, yellow's, I think, just in the way. He's got a decision to make here, Mark. Going yellows. That red doesn't go.
Well, Mark's at the table.
Well, I think he wanted to leave himself on this plant, and I don't know if he has. I think the other yellow's covering it. I think he wanted to play the middle yellow onto the one nearest the corner pocket. And I don't think he's brought the cue ball back far enough.
If this goes, this could be frame over.
Could also push the yellow safe if he has to play it too hard.
Don't want that in. He's played it okay. Again, it's a little bit of the rub of the green. Well, even if that yellow went,
yeah, it'd have been fine.
It'd have been fine anyway. So the yellow is closest to now. It's all about just can he get any potting angle on that?
I think so. I think it goes, and if it's his last ball, which I suspect it would be, then all he's got to do is roll it in. So I think that may be the death knell there for Dean Shields in this final. He will rue. Particularly that missed red a couple of frames ago, but also the in-offs from the breaks, Mark.
Yeah, they have been very costly. And in a race to 7, you can't be doing that.
Certainly can't be doing it twice in a match.
As you said, probably looking at the closing moments of this match now.
I mean, Mark's just a little short of perfect here. He could have come, I mean, probably a foot short of perfect in some ways, either way. To the left or up the table. He's got to get on that last yellow nicely, but that is back to prime position because this is a roll in and then a stun shot.
Yeah, looking inevitable now.
Inevitable is certainly the word I would use. Just the 8 ball over the centre pocket. And Mark Farnsworth is the IPA British Open champion. A stunning comeback, really, from 4-1 down. But it's Dean Shields who will have to make the journey home, knowing that, really, he missed a great opportunity, certainly to go 6-5 up. Well done to Mark, commiserations to Dean, but it's another title for that man there. Nice to see the smile on his face in the IPA arena after such a long time away from the game, retired. So, Mark sits waiting ready. We all sit waiting ready, and Kev is ready in the arena for the trophy presentation.
Thanks, Dan, and welcome down to the arena for the final presentation after a fabulous 3 days here at the British Championships. First of all, let's introduce our runner-up, Dean Shields. Dean, we've been here before. It was looking so good for most of that match, and then the break deserted you pretty cruelly.
Yeah, common theme for me. I don't know why, but yeah, it just seems to happen. But I mean, I made a few mistakes as well. I can't just think of the break, but yeah, it's my own errors.
And obviously, Mark, as a true champion, never gives up and just never let you get close enough at the end there, and just took out some pretty nice clearances under pressure.
Yeah, he's a great player in the end. Even when I was 4-1 up, I thought it's only one sort of break of serve, if you like, and he's right back in it. So you can't take your foot off the gas with Mark, and he came back like the champion he is.
Obviously disappointing, but you know, you get the opportunity in 4 or 5 weeks' time to maybe go one step further with World Championships on the horizon, and good preparation for that.
Yeah, it's not long away. Just put a bit of time in, and I mean, I'd be happy to get to the final again in that, to be honest. I can't complain, so yeah, hopefully.
Well, Dean, unlucky again, but congratulations on a great weekend.
Thanks,
unlucky.
Kev.
Well
Thank
done.
you.
Dean Shields. Well, our winner, he came so close last night, but he's gone one step further today. It's Mark Farnsworth. Mark, for someone who's retired, it's not been a bad weekend.
I thought I had retired today. I made so many mistakes. I've carried a bit of luck here and there, you know, and I took some big finishes out when I need them. But I think compared to yesterday, it was chalk and cheese. I felt so comfortable yesterday, and today it's just been, I've been like clutching at straws here, there, and everywhere, you know. And I think Dean got off for a flyer. His brakes went dry, and I've just been a little bit fortunate at times, but managed to take I felt really edgy today for some reason. Yesterday I felt smooth. Today I've just felt like white balls all over the place, but just managed to nick the results when I needed them.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, it was a late night last night. It would have taken a lot out of you, and then to come back today to get to the final, it's obviously a big challenge, you know, mentally.
I've been knackered, to be honest. I didn't sleep very well last night. I stupidly went to McDonald's after the match last night. For some reason, I had a coffee and was up most of the night. Today I've just felt really tired, and just I haven't been seeing the finishes, and the Q action's been a bit twitchy and that, so I've just delighted to get the wins out to get through at the final, and then obviously I've carried a little bit of luck when I needed it.
Well, you had a bit of time off. You've come back. You said you're a bit more refreshed and a bit more energised. You know, what does this victory mean to you to come back and win this title?
I think that's why, because I really wanted the final last night. You know, obviously, Gaz played brilliant last night, and I got back from 9-5 back to 9 each, and then you draw, or you've got the break in the decider, so you couldn't wish for anything more. Obviously came dry and he deserved it, you know. So I think it was a better play throughout the match. And then today, it's a long haul, isn't it? It's a long day. And you just got to take one match at a time, you know. So just delighted. It's been a long time since I've even get to the final, you know. So I did feel it, because obviously it doesn't matter how many tournaments you win. It's been that long. I've had no match practice at all. Very little practice altogether. So you do feel it. And obviously we're normally positional players quite strong. I'm an inch wrong here and there, and making things difficult, but managed to get over the line.
And great preparation, and gives you that confidence going into the World Champs in 5 weeks.
Yeah, I want to win that one last night. It was my granddad, so he used to take us all over the place. It was his birthday yesterday, so I want to win that one last night, but I'm always late, so another day doesn't really matter.
Well, Mark, it gives great pleasure to present you with the trophy and announce you as the 2023 British Open champion. Congratulations. Well, Mark Pickworth, the fitting end, 3 days of fabulous action here in Gosforth.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we're going to get over it, and even some of the players. And I mean, what Mark's put in over the past couple of days has been pretty tremendous. Commiserations once again to Dean Shield. Sooner or later, he's going to be picking up the trophy, whether he borrows one of Mark's or whichever it is, he deserves one. And he's put in a good performance. He's still got to be quite proud of what he's done.
Yeah, and overall the 3 days we've seen some absolutely fabulous matches, hills everywhere you look, and last night's final will go down in one of the IPA record books as being one of the best ever.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're probably not going to be forgetting that for decades through and through, I'm sure. But, we're going to be watching that for years on years. But yeah, been a very fitting end.
Well, that brings to an end the coverage we've brought you here. 3 days of absolutely incredible action here at the IPA British Championships. And, well, this is the forerunner to the big one. The 20th of February, we'll be back here in Gosforth for the start of the World Championships, the one that everybody wants to win. Can Clint Ianson defend his title, or will somebody, an unknown, come and win? We just don't know. Anything can happen. So for now, it's goodbye from us, and we'll see you on the 20th of February. Good night.